Chapter Magian Society, April, ADR. On this day, Tatsuya was in the Indian Ocean. He had flown from Japan in a private jet, and now he is aboard the British Royal Navy aircraft carrier, Duke of Edinburgh, which was anchored on the high seas. The small jet used by Tatsuya is a hypersonic aircraft that uses hydrogen produced by the stellar reactor plant as fuel and achieves a maximum speed of Mach using magics of airflow control and inertia control. The flight time from Japan was less than 2 hours, including takeoff and landing time. The civilian application of magic was also being attempted in this regard. Asha Chandrasekhar, the highest authority on magic in the Indo-Persian Union, IPU, her escort, the unofficial strategic class magician Arya Krishna Shastri, and the British national recognized strategic class magician William MacLeod were waiting aboard the Duke of Edinburgh, where the small jet deck landed aboard the Duke of Edinburgh without the use of arresting wires, by means of inertial control magic. Yet Tatsuya was alone. He has neither guards nor secretaries with him. Did I keep you waiting? They still have more than enough time until the appointment. But Tatsuya asked as a courtesy, in the Japanese sense. No. You arrived early at Tatsuya's words. Chandrasekhar shook her head with a smile. Tatsuya honestly didn't understand the meaning of the gesture, but he didn't mind, and considered it a cultural difference. But we don't have to stick to the schedule, so let's get started. Yes. If everyone agrees at Chandrasekhar's words, Tatsuya looks to MacLeod. MacLeod nodded and declared, "Then we will begin the signing ceremony." If the other party was a strict bureaucrat, they would have to wait until the scheduled time even if all concerned parties were present. This kind of rationalism is very welcome for Tatsuya. MacLeod declared the opening because he was the witness to today's signing ceremony. The process of establishing the Magian Society, an international mutual aid organization for those with magical talents, is now underway. The preparations have been completed down to the last detail, and all that is left is for Chandrasekhar and his deputy, Tatsuya, and the witness, MacLeod, to sign the charter. There is already an international organization for magicians, the International Magic Association. However, the Magic Association is an organization for magicians with magic on practical level. This practical level is as close to, if not exactly the same as, a level of military significance. Also, the Magic Association is more like an organization that uses magic as a deterrent against nuclear weapons. Even if they have magical qualities, if they aren't useful to the military or have characteristics unsuitable for military use, they aren't protected by the Magic Association. If that would be pointed out, the Magic Association staff would probably deny with, "There is no such a thing." But Tatsuya and Chandrasekhar recognize that the Magic Association is an organization that bases magic on its military use. And based on this recognition, it was necessary to establish a mutual aid organization to protect the human rights of Magians, which they defined as those who possessed the gift of magic, regardless of whether they were militarily useful or not. Other than the Magic Association, they decided to take it upon themselves to set up an organization for that purpose, rather than to change the Magic Association to their liking. They decided to act on their own instead of imposing it on someone else. The Magian Society's headquarters are located in Gala, a city on the southern tip of the island of Sri Lanka. Prior to the establishment of the society, the IPU relinquished its sovereignty over the island of Sri Lanka yesterday, and, along with the United Kingdom, recognized Sri Lanka as a neutral and independent country. Since the very beginning, this Sri Lankan independence was premised on the establishment of the Magian Society. The IPU could expect the Society's headquarters in their own backyard, in the island of Sri Lanka, to curry favor with Tatsuya, the person who individually holds more military power than of a nation, and close interaction with the International Magic Association. He valued this merit more than the benefits of claiming the island of Sri Lanka. MacLeod is responsible for testifying to the world that the Magian Society established in Sri Lanka as an agent of the British government, which was the first to recognize Sri Lanka as a state, is a private international organization independent of any government and not under the control of the IPU or affiliated to the Japanese government. MacLeod himself has no immediate plans to join the society, but he is willing to support the society from the side. That is why he has accepted the role of witness. Britain has been diplomatically critical of continental European countries that restrict or violate the human rights of magicians in the name of protecting the rights of ordinary citizens. The UK government support for the Magian Society's pro-human rights fits with this diplomatic strategy. There is also the intention to keep the International Magic Association based in London in check, since it refused to share the British government's condemnation of the continental European countries. With the support and assistance of the IPU and the UK, the Magian Society was officially launched on Tatsuya's 21st birthday. Tatsuya arrived at the aircraft carrier Duke of Edinburgh at a.m. Indian time. The signing ceremony ended in an hour, and they attended a luncheon on the carrier, hosted by MacLeod. It was p.m. Indian time and p.m. Japanese time when he boarded the jet on the deck of the carrier for the return trip. Thank you for your hard work, Tatsuya-sama, sir. Everything is ready for takeoff. The former was Hanabishi Hyogo, his butler who had been waiting on board the ship. Hyogo hadn't accompanied Tatsuya on board because he would have been an encumbrance in case of an emergency. And the latter, who greeted Tatsuya, calling him His Excellency, is the pilot of this plane, Yotsuya Tetsu. He had been a fighter pilot for the Japanese Defense Air Force, known as Atani Tetsu until 3 years ago. But he was disappointed with the National Defense Forces that remained as an idle spectator during the invasion of Miyakijima by the U.S. military in August and the attack on Miyakijima by the new Soviet Union. So he retired from the army and joined Tatsuya's side. Hyogo can also fly a normal private jet. Even if he doesn't have the qualifications, he is technically skilled at flying large airliners as well. But Tatsuya's personal airplane is a hypersonic jet. It's difficult to handle even for expert pilots. In addition to the high level of skill necessary to just fly the plane, it also requires magical skills to handle the airflow control and inertia control magic systems built into the fuselage. In this regard, Yotsuya comes from the Eitani family, from the 100 Families. He changed his name to indicate that he had severed ties with the 100 Families when he became a Yotsuba family's magician, and his magic itself is on the level of skill appropriate for a numbered family. That's the reason why Yotsuya is flying Tatsuya's private plane and not Hyogo. Tatsuya nodded at Yotsuya's words and ordered, "Please depart at once." "Yes, sir." Yotsuya responds with a raised hand bow and hurries to the pilot's seat. Just as Tatsuya and Hyogo took their seats and fastened their seatbelts, the twin hypersonic turbojet engines began to roar. Shungyu. The hypersonic plane carrying Tatsuya and his crew arrived back at Miyakijima just after p.m. The development of Miyakijima has been progressing at a rapid pace over the past 3 years, and the landscape of the island has changed significantly. The fact that the island is practically owned by the Yotsuba family did not change, but a lot of capital for the development of infrastructure is flowing in from other sources than the Yotsuba family. The Western Pacific Marine Airport, for example, isn't an expansion of the short runway on the northern part of the island, but a marine airport built on an L-shaped megafloat on the southeastern coast of Miyakijima, a joint venture of Japanese and American companies. There are 2 perpendicular runways, both of which are meter class. At present, only small and medium-sized aircraft take off and land here, but large passenger planes could fly here if necessary. Across the suspension bridge connecting the Seadrome to the island is the airport building that was just completed 6 months ago. "Welcome back there." Miyuki was waiting for Tatsuya's arrival. "I'm back. Nothing did happen, right?" "Yes." "Nothing," Miyuki answers Tatsuya's question meekly as usual. "I don't think it's possible for a serious incident to happen in just half a day. But there was someone who disturbed this pre-established harmony. Lena was there. Until a few days ago, Lena's official position was of an officer on loan from the USNA to Tatsuya, but she has really been working as Miyuki's bodyguard since the summer of 3 years ago. On January 8th of this year, Lena was adopted by Tudu Aoba, one of the masterminds of Japanese politics and the sponsor of the Yotsuba family, and became a naturalized citizen of Japan, at the same time as she turned years old a step ahead of Miyuki. As a result, at least on paper, she is no longer a USNA officer and is now a Japanese civilian. By the way, her current official full name is Tudu Rina. However, she still usually refers to herself as Angelina Kudu Shields, and by the nickname Lena. Tatsuya and Miyuki also still refer to her as Lena. 2 years after graduating from high school has passed. As a remarkable transformation, Miyuki and Lena have changed from beautiful girls to beautiful women. Their height and body shape are the same as when they graduated from high school. Their faces were more mature to begin with, but there wasn't a place with a substantial change that could be pointed out. But without a doubt, they have become more mature. Their hairstyle and makeup have also changed, although it would be more fitting to say the changes in their hairstyles and makeup are in line with their new, more mature impressions. While Miyuki's straight, long hairstyle hasn't changed, she has changed her bangs from straight to slanted hair and parted her head to show her white forehead. Her shapely eyebrows are now exposed again, accentuating her elegance. Lena has dropped the twin tails that were originally a disguise to hide her military look and make her look more like a high school student in favor of a semi-long one that doesn't fall over her chest. Her bangs are in a cool see-through bang. It gives her a more urban image than before. How was it in Tatsuya-sama's case? Faster than Tatsuya could respond to Lena's interjection, Miyuki questioned him back. Miyuki neatly passed over Lena's statement, who could now be considered her close friend. The signing ceremony went off without any trouble. Tatsuya followed Miyuki's lead. In other words, he ignored Lena's reasonable point. Lena didn't interrupt the conversation between them. The fact that she didn't start fussing about them ignoring her here is proof that Lena is also growing up properly. Maybe she's simply fiddling with it, though. Was there anyone who was acting insolent? I'm sure there are some in the Royal Navy who would not be happy with the establishment of a society, given they dispatched a witness. The British government was informed of the details of the secretive progression of the Magian society. Only the UK, the IPU and a re-independent Sri Lanka knew at the governmental level that the scope of the Magian society would be expanded to include Magians, and that its purpose was to protect the human rights of Magians. In fact, the Japanese government did not know either. The crew of the aircraft carrier that served as the venue was more likely composed mainly by non-magicians. The military is an organization with a higher ratio of magicians than others. But even so, there are absolutely few magicians. So it's not surprising that most of the crew would be non-magicians. And the crew knows the purpose of the voyage. There isn't a sailor who doesn't miss the interest in the purpose of the voyage, even if they haven't been formally informed by the captain or other officers. Also, ships are a closed world. In some cases, with the lives of the crew at stake, the purpose of the voyage cannot be kept completely under wraps. Even now, with an extensive amount of automation, the number of crew members on an aircraft carrier is still high. Some of them had to have harbored hatred or animosity towards magicians concealed in their minds. The society's purpose is to protect the human rights of those who possess magical qualities, including magicians. Since the rights include freedom to choose a profession, the expansion of the society's activities will open up non-military avenues for magicians, which in turn will weaken the military. This must have made some soldiers wary of this. Miyuki thought so. No, there was no such behavior at all, but Tatsuya cleanly dismissed Miyuki's concerns. See, it's like I said, Lena interjects from the side to reinforce Tatsuya's answer. But I was worried. I don't think my fears were unfounded this time. Miyuki didn't ignore Lena's words, but instead replied with a less than logical rebuttal. No, you're worrying too much. Britain sent the Duke of Edinburgh to the Indian Ocean because of a political agenda. It would be not the British government, but the King of Britain, who would be disrespectful and embarrassing to Tatsuya. The Royal Navy isn't going to act in a way that would rub the King's face in the mud. Somehow you make it sound like the Royal Navy is more trustworthy than the US military. At Miyuki's point, Lena frowns, as if she was stabbed in a sore spot. They don't lose in terms of pride and sense of duty, but in loyalty. The Royal Navy's loyalty to the King is honestly higher than that of the Navy to the President. The loyalty of a state soldier is directed to the state, not to the White House. Isn't that the right way to be an army of a democratic nation? Maybe. Yes, Lena gave a speech in an attempt to remove the concerns that were casting a shadow over Miyuki's mind, but Miyuki had encouraged her to do the opposite. However, Lena wasn't uncomfortable with it. Anyway, things are going well for the society. Tatsuya returns to the topic, perhaps to correct the atmosphere that was deviated to a weird direction. Company is next. Tatsuya-sama. Miyuki's line takes the topic in a different direction with Tatsuya's intentions. The establishment is on Monday, right? Lina also gets in on the subject. However, this wasn't a question. It was a kind of a back-channel response. Yes, it was a schedule that didn't need to be confirmed, but Tatsuya answered aloud with an affirmation. When they returned from the airport to their secondary house in Miyakijima, Tatsuya was asked to wait for a while in his room. At this stage, he had a pretty good idea of what was in store for him. 10 minutes later, Miyuki calls Tatsuya through the extension to the dining room. There was a whole cake with a candle on it, and today is the 10th of April. Needless to say, this was a birthday cake for Tatsuya. Happy birthday, Tatsuya-sama. Happy birthday, Tatsuya. While Tatsuya was waiting, Miyuki and Lina changed into dresses in order to congratulate him. Reaching below the knee, the dresses revealed a large amount of the shoulder, and had very mature variations in color. Their smiles were more glamorous than the shimmering dress, and more glittering than the jewelry in the necklaces and rings they wore. Thank you. Both of you. Tatsuya expected that Miyuki would be preparing for the celebration. No. Anyone who knew Miyuki could have seen it coming. There was no ounce of surprises there. Tatsuya's composed reaction didn't mean that he didn't like celebrating his anniversary, or that he didn't care about it. Naturally, the party dinner went on in a harmonious manner. There were only 3 people around the table. This is also the usual. To tell the truth, last week, Shizuku offered to hold a birthday party for him. However, the date for the Meiji Society's signing ceremony had been set more than half a year in advance, so he was forced to decline the offer. Miyuki's Tatsuya-sama has settled very well. Turning to Miyuki, who was cutting the cake, Lina said such. Why bring it? All of a sudden, Miyuki doesn't look away from her hand as she cuts the cake and asks back in a quizzical voice. Why bring it? Somehow. What's that? It isn't since today or yesterday that I've been calling Tatsuya-sama by his name. Yes. But for some reason, I have a strong image of Miyuki calling Tatsuya Auntie-sama. Perhaps many might agree with Lina's opinion. He's my fiancé. I can't call him Ani-sama forever. I don't want the outside world to make it difficult for me. If I don't keep that in mind on a regular basis, it might accidentally slip up. Right. Miyuki admits that it's so natural to call him Anu-sama that it almost comes out of her mouth unconsciously. Putting down the knife and picking up the cake server, Miyuki's lightly frowned eyebrows wavered with a hint of melancholy. Unlike me though, Miyuki doesn't seem to be careless, but at Lina's line, the gloom that had fallen on Miyuki's face cleared, and was replaced by a dumbfounded look. You said it yourself? No. It's not like I deny that part. Lina must have meant it as a joke. Her expression turned sour in disapproval. There was not only a cake on the table, but champagne as well. There were glasses for all 3 of them. Miyuki had celebrated her birthday last month and had turned 20 years old. It means that she was able to be a part of the celebration. To tell the truth, the preparations for establishing the Meiji Society were almost complete 6 months ago, but they had to wait until Miyuki came of age to make her official entrance. Then, with Tatsuya-sama's birthday first, Miyuki opens the toast. Congratulations, Tatsuya, on your appointment as vice president of the Meiji Society. And Lina followed suit. Congratulations. Congratulations. Miyuki and Lina raised their glasses high in unison. The 2 of them, who had turned 20 years old, had transformed from the most beautiful girls in the world to the most beautiful woman in the world, while still keeping lively and youthful. No, it might be more appropriate to express that they had stepped up in class. This situation where he was receiving congratulations from those 2 with a big smile on their face. A normal man would not be able to speak properly in this situation. Thank you. But Tatsuya smiled calmly and responded to their congratulations in his normal tone of voice. He drank the champagne in one go and put his glass on the table. Then Miyuki and Lina put their champagne glasses back on the table as well. Before the toast, Tatsuya's flute-shaped glass was 3/5 full, while Miyuki's and Lina's glass was about 1/3 full of champagne. Now after the toast, Tatsuya's glass is empty, and Miyuki's is also empty. Lina's glass has about 1/4 full of champagne. Lina wrinkles her brow at the sight of the 3 glasses. She brings the freshly placed champagne glass on the table to her mouth and empties it in one breath. Gu-ho, ke-ho, dot. Lina coughs violently. Lina, are you okay? Miyuki hurriedly rubbed Lina's back from the seat next to her. You don't have to show your competitive spirit here with anything. Lena gave Tatsuya a sharp look as he whispered to himself. I just choked a bit. It's not like I was trying to compete. Miyuki and Lena are close friends who constantly act together, but they also consider one another as rivals, and both of them are surprisingly strong-minded. Lena denies it, but even though Miyuki came of age later than she did, though it's only a difference of 2 months, it was obvious from the sidelines that seeing Miyuki chug a glass of champagne and look composed caused a pointless sentiment to follow. Rivalry of me too. Tatsuya-sama, I'll pour you some. But avoiding going out of her way and pointing it out, Miyuki tipped a bottle of champagne into Tatsuya's glass. How about you, Miyuki? Tatsuya followed Miyuki's lead and reached for the bottle she'd set down. No, I'm all ready. Miyuki shook her head apologetically. This was actually Miyuki's first time drinking. She had no idea what her limits were. It was only natural for a lady to weigh herself. I'll take it. Lena, on the other hand, asked for a refill in a strong tone. Tatsuya didn't say anything and poured the champagne into her glass. Lena, if you're sleepy, why don't you take it easy and go back to your room? Miyuki recommends Lena to go to her bed, who looks like she's about to start dozing off with her glassy eyes. I'm okay. Lena's tone of voice was surprisingly firm as she answered, but her tone was the only thing firm. Her eyelids were half closed. It's a celebration. Was Lena trying to say that it was rude to leave the table before they celebrate, or that it was a waste not to enjoy a long-awaited celebration more? It could be both. Maybe it's both. And it's possible that the person in question doesn't even know it. You don't have to take it too far, you know. Tatsuya's voice sounded even more concerned than Miyuki's. Maybe he feels responsible for pouring himself a refill at Lena's request. I've already said that I'm okay with a good articulation. Lena answers by slowly swinging her head from side to side instead of shaking her head from side to side. It isn't impossible to interpret the gesture as imitating the gesture of a certain cultural sphere. But frankly speaking, it didn't look like she was okay. Anyway, tell me about the signing ceremony. How did you feel? Even if you say feel... There was confusion across Tatsuya's face. Everything was as planned, though. The signing ceremony was, after all, a ceremony. Every detail of the agreement had been agreed upon in advance. If a third party had interfered in the details, that might be a different story. But Tatsuya and Chandrasekhar were the involved parties. There was no cause for dispute at the signing ceremony. Not the content of the arrangement. What was the mood? Was there any harassment from John Bull? What are you talking about? Tatsuya has a dumbfounded look on his face. Didn't you say earlier that the Royal Navy is not going to act in a way that would rub the king's face in the mud? That's right. I don't think they are going to harass you, frown, or act in the open. But just not showing it on the surface does not mean that you're not in an unwelcome mood. Right. Oh, I see that's what you mean. But if explained, it wasn't such a strange question. They certainly didn't show any behavior like it. But there was an unwelcome atmosphere. It wasn't hostility, though. It was a feeling of being avoided. Miyuki's eyebrows cloud over at Tatsuya's answer. Is it antipathy? I think it's more like indifference. There was a glimpse of frustration about why we're being driven to do this kind of work. I see. Miyuki lets out a faint sigh. The world's interest in magicians, no, Magian's rights, is still low. Miyuki quickly used the new name, Magian. This word is a broader concept than magicians, and since Tatsuya and Chandrasekhar were going to spread the word around the world, Miyuki decided to take the initiative in using the word as long as John Bull was one that Tatsuya was trying to promote. The word corresponding to the narrower meaning of magician is Magaist. It can't be helped. Magians are in the absolute minority, and are misunderstood as being strong, regardless of whether or not they have actual battle-level abilities. Groups that are successfully viewed as socially vulnerable are more likely to garner public sympathy, but once they're assumed to be powerful or politically privileged, people don't want to acknowledge that fact, even if the reality is that their rights are being violated. We have no choice but to do something about it with our own efforts. I don't think we Magians, who are restricted in various rights, are ever the powerful people in society. Miyuki didn't deny Tatsuya's sarcastic remarks, but merely retorted modestly. I guess the majority of people don't know the situation in which Magians are in. It's hard to get people to care about something that isn't directly related to them. I'm even only reminded of the struggle of the people in divided Africa when a big news comes out. Thinking about that, I can't blame them for their indifference. Sure, we may not be active in the problem of poverty in Africa, but at least we're not intentionally trying to make it worse. However, the magician's rights are deliberately being restricted, aren't they? Then Lena's indignant voice interrupted her. To the majority, the part that talks about the possibility that a high-level magister has the power to harm them is more important than the reality of the Magians. Tatsuya responds in an apathetic voice. The word majority used here means those without magical qualities, and it's based on the understanding that Magians are a minority. In external and official documents, so far it's supposed to be listed as the majority of citizens with the exception of Magians. It's just that the term citizens with the exception of Magians has always been too long and inconvenient. From now on, they'll be using the term majority in private. Seriously. That pisses me off. Suddenly, Lena bashed the table with her palm. Her indignation did not subside. What did we do to them? Don't be afraid of me without reason. Tatsuya and Miyuki look at each other. She is drunk. She is drunk, isn't she? The two of them agreed, through eye contact. Why? Oh. I'm not fun. Miyuki asks with her eyes. Just let her drink herself to sleep. Tatsuya answers with his eyes. This is the exact communication. There is also embarrassment in the telepathy. I'll get you a refill. Miyuki stands up and gets the third bottle of champagne from the kitchen. I'll open it. Tatsuya took the bottle and opened it so that the cork would not fly off. He then pointed the mouth of the bottle at Lena. Yeah. We didn't do anything, Tatsuya said with a serious, gloomy look on his face and poured a glass of champagne into Lena's glass. Thank you. You should drink it too, Tatsuya. Lena snatched the champagne bottle from Tatsuya and overflooded his glass. Oh, I'm sorry. No, don't worry about it. Tatsuya laughed and shook his head and drank the glass, filled to the brim with champagne, in one breath, as if showing off to Lena. Mwah. So, I'll take your challenge. Lena also emptied her glass in one go. Tatsuya laughed and filled his own glass again, serving Lena a refill. When the third bottle was empty, Lena plopped down on the dining table. Sunday night, April Tatsuya, Miyuki, and Lena were at a prestigious hotel in the center of Tokyo. They were not there to stay overnight, nor were they there for the hotel's famous restaurant, although it could be said that dinner was part of the objective. Tatsuya was in a tuxedo, Miyuki and Lena in cocktail dresses. They've been invited to a standing buffet party for 100 people at the hotel. They drew attention while walking down the corridor of the hotel to the venue. Considering the number of guests, they didn't mind using a smaller room, but what was arranged was a large reception hall. The women at the reception desk knew Tatsuya well. They were all members of Kitayama Ushio's secretarial team, whom he had met several times in the Stellar Reactor Plant project. The organizer of the party is an investment company of which Kitayama Ushio is the president. This company is the largest single investor of Miyakijima's Stellar Reactor Plant. Tonight's party is to celebrate the next stage of the Stellar Reactor Plant project, and although Tatsuya is a guest of the party, he is practically the organizer of the party. As Miyuki and Lena walked through the doors of the reception hall, their beauty drew admiration from all over the room. There was still more than enough time until the opening of the event, but the reception hall was filled with good vibes. Most of the invited guests seemed to have already arrived. The presence of white and black people are also quite noticeable. Tatsuya-san. Miyuki and Lena attracted a lot of attention, but it was Tatsuya who was first to be approached. Anoka came running up to them in spite of her high heels. Behind her, walking at a normal pace, is Shizuku's figure. I know I'm a day late, but happy birthday to you. Even at 20 years of age, Hanoka is still lively as ever. Thank you. Hanoka and Shizuku are also, like Tatsuya, third-year students at Magic University. But they rarely have a chance to see each other, because Tatsuya is often absent from the university. Also, it is difficult for them to take the same classes as each other since the subjects are divided into different specialties, and Hanoka wanted to study in the same department as Tatsuya, but it was not possible for her to do so due to her work schedule. Onoka was hired by the Kitayama family as Shizuku's bodyguard upon entering university. This was at the insistence of Onoka and her parents, who felt that it would be uncomfortable if she was indebted to them all the time. At first, it was still treated as a part-time job, and Hanoka lived on her own as she did in high school. But after turning years old, she was officially hired, and now she is living and working in the Kitayama family. She's here now, in fact, as Shizuku's bodyguard at the party. Anoka is majoring in self-defense law at university. It's a practical and cross-disciplinary course that teaches everything from magical skills for self-defense to the laws and regulations for the use of magic for self-defense. Not only bodyguards but also the people being guarded have a lot to learn in this field, and Shizuku is also majoring in it. On the other hand, Tatsuya's major is the Principles of Magic Theory, which studies the principles of magic itself. In the university, the lecture halls, let alone the classrooms, were divided into different buildings. Shizuku spends her time at Magic University as an ordinary student, but outside of the university, she has already been helping her father with his work. She mainly worked on the stellar reactor plant, attending various meetings and parties as an agent or assistant to her father's company, the biggest sponsor of the project. The work related to the stellar reactor plant was a chance for Hanuka to meet Tatsuya, with whom she had few chances to meet at the university. Also, the fact that Shizuku had been entrusted with this job reflected her desire to support her best friend in this regard. Would you mind giving me a few minutes of your time after this party? I have something to give to you. The difference from the past is that Hanuka is now able to say lines like this without hesitation. Hanuka. Good evening. Good evening, Miyuki. And Lena, too. Her habit of shrinking before turning over to face Miyuki is also but not completely. By the way, Hanoka, what is it after the party? Oh, don't worry about it. I'm sure Tatsuya-san will return home pleased tonight. What? What? Could that mean? Hanuka's suggestive line caused Lena to blush and widen her eyes. I'm sorry, Hanuka. I didn't quite get the point. Miyuki, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes and gave a frigid smile. Tension rose between Miyuki and Hanuka. Don't worry. Hanuka is all talk, since she doesn't have that kind of experience either. However, the woman's fight ended before it began when a monotone voice interjected from behind Hanuka. That's not true. It doesn't fit you, Hanuka. As Hanuka's attitude suddenly turned childish, Shizuku gave her a lukewarm gaze, like she was looking out for her younger sister, who standed on her tiptoes trying to look older. Good evening, Shizuku. Thank you for inviting me. Then, Tatsuya interrupted. Good evening, Tatsuya-san. Miyuki and Lena, too. Thank you for coming. While Miyuki, Lena, and Hanuka wore below-the-knee dresses, Shizuku's was a long dress. It was a cocktail dress with sleeves, but the design was more like an evening dress, so it was almost a formal dress. Although the event was sponsored under his industry alias, the actual host was Shizuku's father himself. He must also be attending this event as an organizer. Tatsuya-san, I'd like to have a quick meeting before the opening of the event. Tatsuya must have been expecting Shizuku's request. Okay, without asking back about what. He agrees with Shizuku. Can Miyuki and Lena come too? Yes, that's fine, Miyuki answered and Lena nodded. Then, this way. Hanuka lined up next to Shizuku as she walked out, followed by Tatsuya behind Shizuku, Miyuki next to him, and Lena behind Miyuki. As the party began, Shizuku's father, Kitayama Ushio, led the toast. Ushio then announced that the stellar reactor plant project had already made a return to profitability, and that it was moving into a new phase. Stellar reactor plant has been operated as a joint venture of several companies. However, in order to further develop the business, we have decided to establish a new entity, which will build and operate the stellar reactor under a unified management intent. A large English logo is displayed on the wall behind the stage, which has been temporarily installed at the back of the venue. The string of letters drawn in a simple D typeface Stellar Generator. The name of our new company is Stellar Generator Inc. At the same time as that word with an external flavor, the alphabetic logo was replaced with Stellar Generator. A non-descriptive applause erupted from the entire party hall. There was no surprise. Not all of the guests were aware of the new company's establishment, but everyone involved shared the understanding that a permanent management entity, rather than a temporary joint venture, was soon to be necessary for the development of the stellar reactor business. The establishment of the new company is a response to their expectations. The new company has completed all preparations for its establishment on May. This person will be the president of Stellar Generator. There will be no need to introduce him again to you all. Kitayama Ushio extends his hand to the side of the stage. This is Shiba Tatsuya, the developer of the stellar reactor. Tatsuya was invited to the stage by his voice. This time, sporadic voices of surprise leaked out from all over the hall. A stellar reactor plant is different from a venture company's startup project. A large amount of money has already been invested and a number of companies are involved in this project, and large profits are expected in the future. There are many stakeholders who are looking to take the initiative. In a sense, it was an obvious reaction to question and worry about whether Tatsuya, who is still a university student just past the age of Fiyam, would be able to take the helm. Although Shiba-san is only 21 years old, he is not only the developer of the stellar reactor technology, but also the deviser of the business scheme. This time, the people expressed their surprise. Sporadically, everyone knows that Tatsuya is the developer of the stellar reactor. Yoju Fain's stationary gravity-controlled magic thermonuclear fusion reactor UA technology. But some believe, and others doubt, that he is the designer of the business scheme of the stellar reactor project. Even among those involved, the number of people who believe seems to be about half. Surely the plan for the utilization of the energy produced by the stellar reactor was devised by such specialists as management consultants, who acted as ghostwriters. Even the business people gathered here don't know. Perhaps it's exactly because they're so familiar with the business. But that's how about half the people perceived it. However, that assumption has now been rejected by the great entrepreneur Kitayama Ushio. It was an unexpected turn of events in two directions. The first was that Tatsuya was not just a young man who was solely focused on technology. It was a surprise to find that he was not only skilled in theory and technology, but also had the economic sense to match it with reality. Secondly, it was surprising that Ushio Kitayama was willing to give his full support to Shiba Tatsuya, even to the extent of reinforcing the fabrication that Tatsuya had drawn up the management scheme in order to give him charisma. Either way, it was enough to dispel some of the apprehension about Tatsuya's appointment as president. If he had any business sense at all, he would not be so foolish as to destroy a promising business, especially if he had the full support of Kitayama Ushio. The audience greeted Tatsuya with a favorable look. "I'm Shiba Tatsuya, and I would like to thank you again for your support of the stellar reactor project." Tatsuya bowed politely. This behavior seemed to impress them in several points. Perhaps it was the reaction of those who hadn't had much opportunity to see Tatsuya in person. "As the president of a new company, Stellar Generator, I will do my utmost to work hard, and I would like to ask for your continued support in the future." Courteous applause followed. It was far from enthusiastic, but it wasn't dry either. After bowing, Tatsuya raised his head. Contrary to the expectations of those looking up at the podium, Tatsuya's speech didn't end there. "I would also like to take this opportunity to inform everyone of two matters." There were no reproachful or annoyed glances. Rather, many of them showed strong interest. Yesterday, the Magian Society, an international private organization headed by Dr. Asha Chandrasekhar of the Indo-Persian Federation, was established to expand the traditional concept of a magician to Magian, to include those who have the gift of magic, both formal and informal, whose rights as a person are restricted. The Magian Society is an organization that works to protect the human rights of those with magical abilities. Whereas the existing Magic Association primarily targets owners of magical skills that are military-oriented, the Magian Society also addresses the rights of owners of magical abilities who aren't involved in civilian work, or who do not work with magic at the military level. A small buzz arose. The idealistic stance of protecting even magicians who weren't at the actual level of battle was unexpected. But even more than that, it was too unexpected that he had partnered with the IPU to set up an international organization other than the International Magic Association. To make sure there is no misunderstanding, the Magian Society is an international NGO that is separate from any nation, including the IPU. As if seeing through the confusion, Tatsuya adds, "It cannot be denied that we have received various forms of assistance in establishing it, but we have received assurances in the official documents that the IPU won't interfere with the operations of the Magian Society." There is another stirring. It has been ensured by a representative of the British government who was present as a neutral third party that said document has legitimate validity. The stirring changed to a commotion. The Society's headquarters is in Gala, Sri Lanka. As I'm sure you are all aware, Sri Lanka has become a neutral republic after seceding from the IPU as of the 23rd of this month. The murmurings next to each other filled the reception room. It was a little out of control. Rather than forcing himself to continue, Tatsuya waited on the stage for the atmosphere in the hall to settle down. "Would you allow me to ask you one question?" Just as the chaotic whispering was about to die down, a voice rose up, hoping to ask Tatsuya a question. "Yes, what is it?" Tatsuya gave a polite smile and urged them to continue. "Is Sri Lanka's independence part of the IPU's support for the Magian society? I understand that this is a sign that the IPU is serious about protecting Magians' rights." Once again, the commotion spreads. "Does the Japanese government know the facts about Sri Lanka's independence?" "I don't know. At least I'm not making any personal guesses on my part about the government." There were still some people who seemed to want to question Tatsuya, but they seemed to weigh themselves regarding the time, place, occasion. As the atmosphere in the room regained a superficial composure, Tatsuya continued to speak. "The Magian Society is a mutual aid organization to achieve the protection of human rights for Magians, who have been subjected to tangible and intangible restrictions from the government and society. We are establishing an entity in Japan that will do more tangible work towards the realization of this objective." Then Tatsuya extended his hand to the backstage. Invited by the gesture, Miyuki stepped onto the stage. "The name of the new organization is Magian Company, a general incorporated association. Shiba Miyuki right here will take over as president, and I, Shiba Tatsuya, will also have the right to represent it as executive director. The establishment is scheduled for tomorrow, April." Miyuki bowed politely and Tatsuya briskly. The audience's applause was mixed with not so small amount of confusion. Chapter Magian Company. Monday, April 8. In the afternoon of this day, an application for the registration of the establishment of a corporation was made at the Legal Affairs Bureau in Makita City, formerly known as East Kyoto, Kanto Province. The name of the company is General Incorporated Association Magian Company. This small-scale corporation has 3 employees, and since the term Magian is not yet common, it did not attract much attention from the staff at the Legal Affairs Bureau who accepted the application. The announcement made yesterday at a party of the hotel had not yet been widely reported. The public reaction to the establishment of the Magian Company was weak, but it caused quite a stir in the Japanese magic community, including the 10 master clans. 11 o'clock in the morning of the 26th, Yotsuba House. "Madam, Mitsuya-sama is on the phone." Miller Hayama brought the pending Hansetaga voice-only terminal on a silver tray reverently to Maya, who was relaxing in the sunroom. "Again. It's about the company anyway, isn't it?" Maya is fed up because this is the 3rd call from another 10 master clans head since this morning. Adding the Magic Association's call makes it the 4th. In addition, at this point in time, the application for the establishment of Magian Company had not yet been submitted to the Legal Affairs Bureau. "If it's the same question, I'd like it to be done in one sitting. Would you rather convene a Master Clan conference?" "I don't like that idea. It would be bothersome. Why should I go through such a hassle?" "So, do you want to decline?" Hayama is asking if she wants to turn down the phone call from Mitsuya General. "No," Maya replied briefly and accepted the receiver from the tray Hayama was holding. "Yes, I've switched phones. So it's about that matter." "No, I received an inquiry from Ichiju Dono and Futatsugi Dono earlier as well." "Yes, I was aware of that." "What do you mean by why? Isn't protecting the rights of magicians the original purpose of us 10 master clans? Both society and company have the same objective. I have no reason to disagree with it." "Yes. Of course we won't let them do anything that is against the national interest. That's the job of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I thought it was something we should be concerned about." "Yes, then." After finishing the call, Maya holds out the receiver to Hayama. "Since both Tatsuya-san and Miyuki-san are adults, I think that if there's something they want to ask them, they can call them directly." At the same time, a complaint spilled out of Maya's mouth. "Everyone is interested in the extent of our family's involvement in the establishment of the society and company, I believe. It didn't seem like it was the only concern of Mitsuya Dono, though." "And what did he say?" "Tatsuya-san must be very close to the IPU, right? Rather than being a close friend of the IPU, I think he is a close friend of Dr. Andre Sekar. I guess people looking from the outside don't think of the IPU and the doctor as separate entities. In other words, is there a suspicion hanging over Tatsuya-sama that he may be siding with the IPU?" At Hayama's uncomfortable question, Maya nodded with a bitter smile. "Yes, that our whole family is. It's also... I don't mean to be presumptuous, but it It seems to me that they're being very disrespectful. I feel the same way. So you're not being presumptuous. Maya let out an annoyed sigh. Hayama, in contrast, retracted his displeasure from his expression. He thought that if he was emotional, even to himself, he wouldn't be able to settle the matter. If you knew about Sri Lanka's independence in advance, then why didn't you share that information with the government? Surely that's the job of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I don't mean to be rude, but Lieutenant Mitsuya-sama, who is the one who is overly distant from the government. Yes, you're right. Hayama's line caught her attention. Maya was starting to get lost in thought as she stared into the void. Hayama-san, let us find out what is going on with the Mitsuya family, especially about the bureaucracy and the financial transfers, not the politicians' relations. We don't need to investigate collusion with politicians now, do we? Now then, I'll get right to it. Please with a bow. Hayama left the sunroom. Alone, Maya took a relaxed posture with the back of her chair tipped back. The head of the Segusa family, Koichi Segusa, was in no hurry to contact the Yotsuba family when he learned of the establishment of the Magian Society and Magian Company. He just cancelled all his plans and stayed in his study alone until the evening without lunch. He came out of his study at 7 o'clock in the evening when it was time for dinner, unless otherwise specified. Dinner is served at this time in Segusa's house. Coincidentally, Mayumi, who just got a new job, and Kasumi and Izumi, who are in their second year of college for magic, are home today. Although this is not what Koichi and his daughters wanted. Tonight's dinner table is the first time in a long time that the four of them are together. However, there was no happy family atmosphere. It's not only that, but the three sisters are at an age when they are very distant from their parents. On top of that, the relationship between the parent and the children is colder than the average in the society. I'm done. Without a single conversation, Mayumi tries to get up from her seat. Wait a minute. But for the first time since arriving at the table, Koichi opened his mouth for the first time, except for eating and drinking, and waited. Mayumi, have you heard of the Magian Society that was founded in Sri Lanka? I am aware of that. Mayumi's reply expressed a sense of caution. She knew that Tetsuya was involved in the establishment of the society. She suspected that her father was scheming to take advantage of the relationship of Kohai and Senpai between her and Tetsuya again. No, she was already sure of it at this stage. So, are you aware of the matter of your Kohai, Shiba Tatsuya-kun, establishing a corporation as of today? I know about that too. Magian Company. It's been a topic of conversation at work. Father? At such times, it is usually Izumi who joins in the conversation. But this time it was not Izumi, but Kasumi who interrupted the conversation. What is this Magian Society? And what is the Magian Company? What does the word Magian mean in the first place? Izumi then asks more questions on Kasumi's question. The Magian Society is an international non-governmental organization founded in Gala, a city in the southern tip of Sri Lanka, headed by Dr. Chandrasekhar of the Indo-Persian Federation. Prior to its establishment, the IPU has recognized the independence of Sri Lanka. Independence? Kasumi looked more taken aback than surprised. Indeed, Sri Lanka's independence was a great surprise, an event that hadn't been talked about at all until last month. Magian is apparently a term proposed by Dr. Chandrasekhar as a new concept to refer to holders of the gift of magic in the broadest sense of the word, including those who possess the magic gift below the practical level who were not traditionally recognized as magicians. Specifically, you mean including people who dropped out of the magical high school and those who did not get in. Why did they make such a classification? Kasumi-chan, that is. It was Mayumi who answered Kasumi's question, interjecting from the side. Because even if you're not a magician, even if you're not someone who uses magic in their profession, you're still subject to all sorts of official and unofficial restrictions, such as restrictions on leaving the country and a de facto ban on international marriages, just for possessing the magic gift. This isn't just in Japan. By some chance, is Shiba Senpai trying to address those restrictions? Izumi turns to Mayumi with a question. Yeah, probably. I remember him telling me when I was a third year in high school, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks before the thesis competition. And I remember him telling me. He said that he wanted to improve the status of magicians by becoming a financial necessity. He said that was his goal. He confided in me that that's why he was going to make the gravity-controlled magical thermonuclear fusion reactor a reality. At this point, Mayumi gestured as if she was searching for a memory. No. At that time, as I recall, I was surprised that his goal was the same. When I told him that Rin Chana Yichihara Suzune-san's dream was to improve the status of magicians through the financial necessity by achieving a gravity-controlled magical thermonuclear fusion reactor, and I was surprised that his goal was the same. It was. In the end, he was the first to achieve a gravity-controlled magical thermonuclear fusion reactor. Yuha Stellar Reactor. You mean that guy stole Suzune-san's idea? Kasumi raised her voice in righteous indignation. Mayumi didn't panic, but shook her head in a calm gesture. No. His and Ishihara-san's approach were entirely different. More than anyone else, Ishihara-san herself has admitted that. Her words, or rather her voice, had a conviction that did not allow for any further doubt. I am sure he is trying to push for a further step forward since the implementation of the stellar reactor. I don't know what exactly he intends to do, though. Does Otu-sama have any idea what he is planning to do? Mayumi turns to Koichi. No, I don't know either, because the establishment of the Magian Society was a surprise, with no information until the day of the party. The company was in the same situation until yesterday's party, so he's been keeping it a secret even from 10 master clans. Does Shiba-senpai intend to leave the 10 master clan system? Following Mayumi's words, Izumi asked her sister and father for their opinion. Does that mean the Yotsuba family is planning to leave 10 master clans? Kasumi, who hadn't considered that possibility, revealed her surprise. I don't think so, at least not until the Yotsuba family is replaced. Koichi denies Izumi's speculation. Maybe he, and not the Yotsuba family, is trying to jump out of the 10 Master Clans organization, or even from the Yotsuba family. Mayumi partially agreed with Koichi and pointed out that it could be more than that. Isn't Mayumi overthinking it? The president of the Magian company established today is Shiba Miyuki-ju, the next head of the Yotsuba family. As its representative, she won't leave the Yotsuba family. Mayumi did not agree with Koichi's line. Miyuki will abandon her position as the next head of the family without any hesitation if he says he will leave the Yotsuba family. No, father also said that. Unless they are replaced, the Yotsuba family will remain in the 10 master clans. If he decides, the Yotsuba family could be replaced tomorrow. I don't think even the Yotsuba family can resist him and Miyuki. Mayumi, are you interested in what Shiba Tatsuya-kun is up to? Koichi didn't argue with Mayumi, nor did he deny the possibility of it, but changed the subject. Yes, I am. They used suffix ju. It's from the word ojom, which, in this case, it's used to refer to someone as young lady. Mayumi nodded cautiously at the question. Then wouldn't you be interested in changing careers to Magian Company? You want me to infiltrate into the Magian Company? I didn't mean it as an order for you to be a spy. It's just that I considered that there might be a part of Shiba Tatsuya-kun's intentions that you can't see from the outside. How is it possible for me, a member of the Segusa family, to join the Magian Company? No. Is that company accepting job applications in the first place? Mayumi just graduated from Magic University this spring, but she's already working at an investment firm owned by the Segusa family. So, even if she changes jobs, she can return to the firm at any time. Hence, her concern is not about leaving her current job. She is concerned about whether she, as a member of the Segusa family, can get into a company that is clearly under the influence of the Yotsuba family. Koichi's outlandishness is always a usual thing, as far as Mayumi was concerned, but this one was out of line compared to past incidents of being unreasonable. I'll take care of that part. Koichi promised to do it without showing any evidence. Mayumi was relieved to see that even though he was the head of the Segusa family, it would not be easy. On the other hand, Mayumi knew that there was a chance that she might be ordered to do something with her ties with Tatsuya. At worst, she could be forced to do something outrageous, like using seduction and so forth, or even coercion. That would be the worst thing she could think of. Mayumi couldn't help but feel relieved that it didn't turn out that way. But that didn't mean that Mayumi disliked Tatsuya. In the true sense, apart from the case of using seduction to obtain her objective, she would not be opposed if it ended up on something like a date. If Miyuki wasn't his fiancée. Mayumi will turn 23 this year. She has not yet crossed the line with a man, but other than that, she has some experience befitting her age. Although she's not too proud of it, she had a series of formal marriage interviews when she was in college. She had learned, in her own way, some tricks to make men feel happy without needing to cross the line. But she had some resistance about doing that kind of dishonest behavior with Tatsuya. Besides, Even if she made a motion to him, Tatsuya would never be swayed. Mayumi knows that. Even if he doesn't really mean it, it's the worst thing to have to be explicitly reminded that she's no match as a woman. Mayumi doesn't fancy suffering from her own humiliation. If she wasn't forced into such a behavior, she would at least change her place of employment, if that's what Otusama says. By the result of promising without due consideration, Mayumi accepted the offer. Or maybe this was another one of Koichi's tricks, and Mayumi was being carried along with him. The repercussions of the establishment of the Meiji Society and the subsequent Meiji Company were not confined to Japan. In Vancouver, a former Canadian territory, in the USNA, there is the headquarters of an organization called FAIR. It is a legitimate association of magicians recognized by the city government. A young man with dark hair, dark eyes, and an East Asian appearance knocked on the door of one of the rooms. "Milady, you called for me." The word milady tends to remind of Milady de Winter, the villainous noblewoman in the Grand Dumas novel The Three Musketeers. But here it is an old-fashioned respectful term of address for women. It means lady. The word is said to be derived from the abbreviation of my lady. The term ma'am is a common term of address for women, especially in the military. But the fair uses milady for women in leadership positions. The reason for this is not only to remove the military aspect, but also because the leader has a very young appearance. Also because ma'am also means aunt. "Come in." "Excuse me," following a voice from the room. A young man opens the door and enters. It's not an automatic door these days, it's an inward opening wooden door. "Thank you for coming, Ryosuke. Please, have a seat." The leader, who was sitting at the desk in the back, stands up and greets the young man. She is a beautiful woman of small stature for a Caucasian, with medium straight hair of a translucent chestnut color and amber eyes. No, the leader. Rina Fair was more appropriately described as a beautiful girl rather than a beautiful woman in appearance. "Excuse me." The young man who sat down across from the leader, as his name Ryosuke would suggest, is Japanese. His full name is Tukami Ryosuke. He had come to the States 4 years ago as a university exchange student and remained in USNA's former Canadian territory. "Ryosuke, would you like a cup of tea? Or perhaps you would rather have coffee? Then I'll have the same one as Milady." Doesn't Ryosuke always choose that? "I want to drink the same things as Milady, eat the same things, share the same struggles, and see the same future. I don't think it's just me. I think all my fair comrades think the same way." "Mao, you always exaggerate, Ryosuke." Rina gives him a baffled look. However, she never looked uncomfortable. Rather, it's more like she's hiding her embarrassment. You butler. 2 cinnamon teas." As you wish. Rina ordered a drink from a male model of a humanoid robot. It's a higher-end version of the humanoid home helper, with a more durable frame and enhanced fuel cell capacity. Originally, the H was nothing more than a humanoid interface for the home automaton. The actual work was done by various automated and non-humanoid robots. But this higher-end model is designed to be a standalone household and office assistant. Though its name is variable use, tough and long operate robot, it's commonly called by the acronym VUTLER, but Rina herself has nicknamed her Robot Butler. A cup of cinnamon tea was lined up in front of Rina and Ryosuke by the butler. "First, here you go." "Thank you." At Rina's words, Ryosuke reached for his teacup. Seeing this, Rina also brought the cup to her lips. They both put the cup back on the table at the same time. "Milady, is it about time you tell me what you wanted?" Seeing it was a suitable time, Ryosuke urged her on to the main subject. "Ryosuke, did you know that an organization called Meiji Company was established in your homeland?" "Meiji Company, not the Meiji Society. I'm sure they are closely related, but it's a separate organization. It's a Japanese corporation that was announced yesterday by Shiba Tatsuya and established as of today. It's currently PM on April 30th in Vancouver. It's Japan time on April. He was also involved in the founding of the Meiji Society, wasn't he?" Rina nodded at Ryosuke's words. "The Meiji Society's website says that he's the vice president of the Meiji Society." Then, he added this: "The purpose of the Meiji Society, as I recall, was to protect the human rights of magicians. It said that it was intended for Meijian rights, not magicians if you have confirmed it yourself, milady." So what is a Magian? Ryusuke asked for an explanation about Magian, a word he wasn't familiar with. He could have just looked through the Society's website, but Rina answered the question without a trace of annoyance. It was described as a broad concept that refers to magicians as a race in general, including not only magicians, but also those with an innate magical disposition who have not reached that same level. I understand. Since it's true that even if you don't have a magician license, there are various restrictions imposed on you just for possessing the gift of magic. Yes, that is a splendid aspiration. To be honest though, I'm surprised that Dr. Chandrasekhar, the developer of a strategic class magic and one who has made magicians into the very weapon they are today, had such an idea in mind. The purpose of FAIR, which is organized by Rina, is also to protect holders of the gift of magic. The name FAIR stands for Fighters for the Evolution of the Human Race. FAIR considers magic to be a gift that humans have acquired through evolution, and FAIR is an organization that protects holders of the gift of magic, the evolved species of humans, from discrimination and oppression. It is a legitimate organization for now, but its members are willing to use illegal and violent means to achieve their goals. Contrary to the leader's reputation as a saint, the FAIR is a group of such individuals with radical ideas. From the standpoint of Rina and the other members of the FAIR, a military magic researcher like Chandrasekhar, who does not take the brunt of the battle, but incorporates magicians into a strategic magic system and turns them into weapons, looks like light. An enemy who turns her friends into tools, even if she possesses the gift of magic. No, even if a military magic researcher has the gift of magic, he or she is a traitor to them. Aside from the doctor's past deeds, we should respect the right ideology and the right concepts. In our association, I would like to refer to holders of the gift of magic as Magians from now on. I think it's good. It's simple, and I think it's appropriate for a new category to have a new name. Ryusuke was quick to express his support for Rina's idea. It's not just him, but most of the things that Rina says she wants to do in FAIR are employed as is. A charismatic person and dictator are almost synonymous from the outside, and if the characteristics are written down, they match on many aspects. The difference is that a charismatic person, who is not a dictator, would feel uncomfortable with the unconditional affirmation in person. Rina hid her confusion with an uncomfortable cough at Ryusuke's reaction, who didn't show the slightest bit of thought to her proposal. If the Magian Society is the organization as it has been announced, there will be no conflict of interest with us, the FAIR, even if the IPU is behind it. With the pretense of excluding any state influence, it will take a reasonable amount of time for the organization to gain any substantial influence. That comes from her own, first-hand experience with the FAIR, which was born in December as a mutual aid organization for magicians to defend their rights against radicalized humanism. It has been in existence for 5 years now. But last year, after 3 full years, it finally gained some legal voice in the northern part of the US now. But that's still at the city government level, and it hasn't even been able to influence the state government, let alone the federal government. The problem is, rather, with the Magian Company. Since Mr. Shiba Tatsuya has the substantial power to move the world to Rina, Tatsuya is a figure of mixed reputation on both sides of the spectrum. On the negative side, he has shown himself that magicians can be a powerful military force, a powerful weapon, and has stimulated the state's possessiveness and desire to own magicians as tools. On the positive side, the development of the stellar furnace technology provided the basis for magicians to become not only soldiers to be cultivated by the government, but also to become financially independent of the state. With both huge achievements, what is Tatsuya going to do in the future? And what kind of future will it bring as a result? Will it be beneficial or harmful to them? Rina couldn't even guess, let alone judge it. What on earth is he trying to do? Ryusuke, could you please go and investigate? At Rina's request, Ryusuke tilted his head lightly. Me. I won't object if it's Milady's order, but my powers aren't suited for investigation, are they? There was no humility in Ryusuke's line. It was simply a fact. He's not very good at magic, except for one particular type, and that magic was something that had no use except in a direct combat. This magic was suitable for the kind of battle where he could charge alone into the enemy's forces, and it wasn't a combat skill that could be applied to espionage, such as spotting, sharpshooting, or disarming traps either. Yes, I do know what Ryosuke's specialty is. Rina acknowledged Ryosuke's argument at once and immediately continued to speak. I want Ryuk to become an employee of Meiji and Company. An undercover operation. Rina nodded at Ryosuke's question, who couldn't hide his surprise. Not only her outward appearance, but also her gestures are very much like a young maiden. Perhaps she herself is unconsciously matching her gestures to her appearance. Since Ryosuke is Japanese, it should be easier for you to get employed than us Americans. Rina was born and raised in the former Canadian territory, but she identified herself as an American. Other former Canadians and Mexicans do so in the same way. Is the Meiji and Company looking for employees? Ryosuke points out the fundamental underlying uncertainty in the order. I don't know. Rina readily admitted the flaw in the plan. For now, why don't you fly to Japan and give it a try? She then gave what appeared to be a reckless order with no signs of being particularly ashamed. I understand. I'll try my best. And Ryosuke simply agreed as if it was only natural to do so. It's not just conspiracies that are progressing. The constructive improvement of the organization was also making steady progress. Meiji and Company's headquarters was in a building next to the FLT's 3rd Research Division in Makita. But as of the TAs, it had only just been set up with the general information equipment. The number of permanent staff members has not yet been determined, and only 2 desks have been brought in. The exterior appearance of the new office will be ready by the end of this week. But for now, the company's paperwork is being handled at Miyakijima, the private room reserved for the president's office of Stellar Generator Inc. Mole, is the de facto temporary headquarters of the Meiji and Company. Even though it's a weekday, Tatsuya is not at the university, but at this temporary headquarters. It's 14 o'clock. The company's first employee was to arrive soon from the Yotsuba main house. It's about time. Just as Tatsuya was thinking about this, the visitor's sign went on the console on his desk. There is no receptionist in this building. No, almost no building has a receptionist these days. Instead, the personal information that visitors disclose on their own accord is displayed on the terminal of the person they visit. The name displayed on the desk's terminal was exactly the same as the one Tatsuya had been waiting for. After confirming this, he operates the console and gives permission to enter the building. At the same time, the image from the building's camera was projected on a monitor on the wall. On the monitor, a figure dressed in a lady's suit walked through the opened gate and followed the arrows displayed on the floor. She must have turned 30 last year, but her dashing figure hadn't changed since he first met her. She wasn't someone who needed to be monitored, but he watched her on the monitors, until she was standing in front of this room. Instead of knocking, she rang the doorbell. Tatsuya unlocked the door and stood up. The door opened, and she entered the room. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Fujibayashi-san. The visitor, the first employee. Yusei is a former member of the independent magic-equipped battalion Kyoko Fushibayashi. Tatsuya-kun. No, Shiba-san. Or should I call you Executive Director Shiba? The question comes from the fact that Tatsuya is the Executive Director of the Meiji and Company, and is going to assume the presidency of Stellar Generator. Since Fujibayashi-san will be joining the Meiji and Company, I would prefer that you use Executive Director in a formal situation. I understand. Executive Director Shiba, I'll be at your service from today onwards. I look forward to working with you. You're welcome. I am feeling very relieved that Fujibayashi-san is here. And, as you might expect, please refrain from using Tatsuya-kun anymore. However, as long as it's not in public, you can speak with a more relaxed tone. I understand. If it's okay with you, Executive Director, I will do that. Yes, that's fine. Fujibayashi gave him a friendly smile and Tatsuya responded with a calm expression. Tatsuya offered Fujibayashi a seat on the sofa with a hand gesture. Tatsuya and Fujibayashi sat down on the sofa facing each other with a low table between them. A non-humanoid robot, in the form of a self-propelled wagon with a robotic arm, brings drinks for the 2 of them and places them on the table. They both lifted their cups at the same time and returned them to the table with a slight difference in time. That said, I didn't expect Aunt to let go of Fujibayashi-san. You haven't finished replicating Livskjalf yet, have you? Livskjalf is an ultra-high-performance hacking tool that the head of the Yotsuba family, Yotsuba Maya, had obtained by happenstance and made use of. It was capable of accessing almost any online data. It is now known that it was sent to the target under the guise of an accidental transfer by Edward Clark, whom Tatsuya had buried 3 summers ago. The Livskjalf had ceased to function with Edward Clark's death. The project was cancelled. The Echelon III's back door was blocked. Fujibayashi answered Tatsuya's question with a wry smile. I think Fujibayashi-san can hack Echelon III though. I can do it, but your Tashu-sama doesn't want me to hack it. Does she? Indeed. Inevitably, you'd need a system as large as Echelon III to give anyone free access to all the data in the world. But it's too expensive to build something like that. It's not worth it. Fujibayashi lightly shrugged her shoulders. Tatsuya nodded with a profound understanding. The Yotsuba family has no ambition to rule the world. They don't need the ability to access all the information in the world. Only the information they need when they need it. There is rarely a real threat that is completely unpredictable. How is your main task going? Oh, the executive director is going to make time for that, right? Yeah, I guess so. When Fujibayashi replied in a condescending manner, Tatsuya smiled bitterly. Fujibayashi's main task is the research topic given to her by Maya. The elucidation of the essence of information networks. This is not a research about electronic information networks, but an attempt to understand the true nature of the network of the information itself. Magic is the ability to rewrite the original information of an event with false information. There is, of course, a process of transmitting information. The magician interferes in the information network of all things without being aware of it. Revealing the nature of the information network is a stepping stone to uncover the true nature of magic. At least that's what Maya thought as she ordered Fujibayashi to do the research. Tatsuya agreed with her opinion. Although it wasn't directly related to the Magian company's business, he couldn't resist cooperating with the research. We'll have as much of the hardware you need as possible, so don't hesitate to request it. We're probably better funded than we were in the Saint Brigade. Tatsuya not only nodded in response to Fujibayashi's question, he added thanks. I'll let you know in case. Fujibayashi smiled. Many large corporations are participating in the Stellar Reactor Plant project. Not only that, but the USNA is also covertly funding it. It wasn't hard for Fujibayashi to imagine that they could be expecting a more generous budget for equipment that wasn't directly related to combat, even more than what the Defense Force units were sharing, or perhaps even fighting for, with their limited budget, even in quasi-war times. So, about Fujibayashi-san's work conditions. Tatsuya changed his tone and Fujibayashi corrected her posture. I've prepared a written document here. Tatsuya placed a paper document on the low table instead of an electronic one. Fujibayashi took it and looked it over carefully. The remuneration is enough. As the same as her words, Fujibayashi's expression didn't have a shred of dissatisfaction on her face as she nodded her head lightly. Is Miyakijima the work location? Yes, the company housing will be provided here. You can fly on a small VTOL from the headquarters in Machida every day on time so you can commute to work. But the commute may be a bit hard on you physically. Fujibayashi gets a thoughtful look on her face with Tatsuya's answer. How many round trips is that VTOL scheduled to make per day? It won't be a round trip, but there will be simultaneous flights from Machida and Miyakijima. We have 4 flights scheduled, departing from A.M. and P.M. How is it during the holidays? It's the same for the holidays. Fujibayashi closed her eyes and nodded slightly. It was more like a gesture she made to herself in response to the question in her mind rather than to Tatsuya. I'll be happy to rent the company housing. Then, on those terms, you can move into company housing today. Would you like to see the apartment? Yes. By all means, Tatsuya nodded and stood up. While standing, he operated the desk console. Yes, Tatsuya-sama. A young man's voice returned from the desktop speaker. Fujibayashi wondered from the voice. Was he about the same age as herself? Kaiwo-san, please show the company housing to Fujibayashi-san from the name Tatsuya had mentioned. Fujibayashi knew who was in the intercom. She had worked as a researcher for the main Yotsuba family since leaving the Defense Force 3 years ago in the fall of that year. She knows the main servants of the Yotsuba family in general, and also knows the names of some of the more important non-resident servants of the main family. Fujibayashi thought to herself that Hyogo was probably Hanabishi Hyogo, the son of the butler Hanabishi, who was in charge of the main family's private army group. As you wish. I'll be right over. She knew his name, but she had never met him. She wondered, without any particular depth, to what kind of person he was. Fujibayashi's company housing is not in the eastern coastal area where the plant is located, but in a building on the West Bank where the Yotsuba family's facilities are concentrated. It is not an apartment building where Tatsuya's secondary residence is, but an apartment in the staff building next to it. Although it was for the staff, it did not mean that the building and the interior were cheap. The room introduced to her seemed comfortable enough to live in, even judging by Fujibayashi's sense of style. It suits your tastes, Fujibayashi-sama. Fujibayashi looks back behind her, where the voice came from. Hyogo, who kept his distance so as not to bother her, was perfectly polite in his tone and manner. However, Fujibayashi had a gut feeling that Hyogo was not as a gentleman as he appeared to be. I have no complaints at all. In fact, I'm rather grateful that I'm allowed to rent such a good room, of course. Fujibayashi wasn't so innocent as to show it in her attitude. She made an honest expression, typical of a former military man, and answered Hyogo's question. And would you please stop with the sama? You and I are equal in that we are Executive Director Shiba's subordinates. It's uncomfortable to be called by sama. Equal, you mean? Yes, I suppose. Hyogo nodded meaningfully only once, and immediately put on a modest and sincere-looking professional smile. Let's try to work together in order to help Tatsuya-sama. With the same smile, Hyogo returns to Fujibayashi, with words that on the surface could be interpreted as encouragement. Yeah. A chill ran down Fujibayashi's spine that she didn't quite know what it was. By the time Fujibayashi returned to the temporary president's office from checking out the company housing, it was past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As Fujibayashi opened the door, which the permission to enter sign was lit, Tatsuya said to her from behind the desk, "Fujibayashi-san, you're just in time, of course." With that much information, it was impossible to know what he was talking about. Fujibayashi couldn't help but pause as she stepped into the room. "Please, have a seat." "Yes." Unable to understand the current situation, Fujibayashi followed Tatsuya's lead and sat down on the same couch as before. "We were just in the middle of a transmission, since I think this fellow would want to talk to Fujibayashi-san too." As he said this, Tatsuya operated the desk console. On the wall display, there was a waist shot, an image that went from around his waist to the tip of his head, of a young man being shown. "Minoru-kun." Recognizing who it was, Fujibayashi unconsciously shouted, "Kudo Minoru, the youngest member of the former 10 master clans, Kudo family, and Fujibayashi's cousin. It is said that he became a demon, or parasite, in order to save a girl, and was exterminated by Tatsuya. Kyoko-ni-san, it's been a while. We have not contacted each other in a while." Fujibayashi was Minoru's cousin, but Minoru had always called her Kyoko-ni-san. "You're alive. I'm so glad." A sob seems to escape from Fujibayashi's mouth. "You say that you're glad. Thank you. The fact that both of Minoru's eyes seemed to be moistening was probably not a fruit of the imagination. Where are you now?" It was a natural progression for Fujibayashi to raise this question. Only a handful of people in the Yotsuba family knew about the handling of Minoru's case. Although Fujibayashi was under Maya's direct supervision in the Yotsuba family, she was not included in this handful. "That is..." Minoru hesitated, because he knew his position. "Minoru is in space right now." Tatsuya replied to Fujibayashi's question in place of Minoru, who hesitated to answer. "Space." Before she knew it, Fujibayashi gave Tatsuya, who was sitting across from her, a glare signaling that she demanded an explanation. "Minoru lives on a space station in a retrograde orbit at an altitude of about kilometers. A space station. A manned space station isn't supposed to be in operation for more than half a century, is it? Today isn't like that all over the world, you know." As Tatsuya said, when the global cooling conditions started to take hold, the superpowers at that time could no longer afford to operate a manned space station. Originally, the manned space station was meant to be a scientific experiment. It could be used as an experimental plant in the weightlessness of space, or as a prototype platform for sending exploration vessels to the outer planets, such as Mars and Venus. For practical purposes, unmanned satellites were sufficient. And even for military purposes, there was no need for a crew. Satellites intended for long stays of more than a month. Yaji, needless to say, the space station is a type of satellite that had been out of existence for more than half a century, with the last time the USA, now SNA, launched an anti-ground attack missile platform in the S that ended in failure. In other words, Takachiko, where Minoru lives, was the first space station sent into satellite orbit in half a century, and is now the only man-made object capable of long-term stays in space that is actually in operation. Why? No. That's right. Fujibayashi was about to ask why Minoru was there, but she bottled up the question. Fujibayashi knew very well that there was no place for Minoru in this country. But still, Executive Director. You've successfully launched a space station that is habitable, haven't you? Fujibayashi didn't even ask if it was Tatsuya who had launched the space station. She had unconsciously concluded that no one but Tatsuya could have built and operated such a thing. I didn't launch it, eh? Then, how? We'll talk about that later, since we have a limited amount of time to communicate simultaneously. Wouldn't it be better to talk to Minoru now? With a taken-aback expression, Fujibayashi turned to the wall display. Minoru, who had been left alone there, was smiling bitterly. I'm sorry, Minoru-kun. Well, how are you doing? Thanks to the help I've received. It's a little weird, but I'm not as sick as I used to be. Right. Fujibayashi's feelings were mixed. She felt a deep sense of compassion for Minoru's weak constitution, and it was almost as painful for her as if it had happened to herself, to see him lying on the bed, looking so lonely. Seeing the now healthy Minoru on her front, she felt that she couldn't deny the foolish act of unconditionally throwing away his own humanity and becoming a parasite. However, his foolishness brought upon the tragedy that was his grandfather's murder. Minoru himself must have been deeply hurt because of it, and he was forced to leave Japan and had nowhere to stay. Well, how are you living? It's comfortable. There's plenty of water, air, and electricity, and we have an artificial relic that generates G of gravity. Sometimes it's so hard to tell if I'm in space or on ground, but you're on the space station. Isn't it too cramped? No, there's enough room that even the two of us can't use it all up without any seeming inconvenience. Fujibayashi noticed one strange detail that was not quite right. Two of us. At Fujibayashi's quizzical muttering, Minoru grimaced with embarrassment. Actually, I'm living with my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Like in girlfriend. Minoru understood exactly that Fujibayashi was saying the word girlfriend in different tones, as if she could not understand what he really said. Well, yeah, who is this girl? Is it a girl I know? Yes. Kyoko-ni-san, I think you remember her. Yusho Minami-san. The Minoru, on the screen, turned sideways and beckoned someone. A girl who seemed even more embarrassed than Minoru was appears in the frame of the camera. For some reason, she was wearing a dark blue one-piece dress and a white apron. Or to put it simply, a maid's uniform. She's my, well, partner. Minoru innocently blushes at the mention of partner. She's Sakurai Minami, the former Yotsuba family's, or rather, Miyuki's maid and her potential guardian. She is the girl that Minoru went so far as to abandon his humanity in order to save. And now, she is a parasite, just like Minoru. Minami's face on the screen is even more flushed than Minoru's. I'm Sakurai Minami. It's been a while since we met. It was obvious even from the display that she was doing her best to bow as she said that. Yeah. Long time no see. Fujibayashi is so shaken up. All she can do is reply to Minami. Are you two living together as a couple? Probably she didn't have a moment to choose her words. Fujibayashi threw a too straightforward question to Minoru. It's not like we are living like that. Minoru is panicking, and Minami is looking down, unable to say a word. It's hard to believe that they'll turn years old this year, but they've been asleep for 3 years, and their appearance hasn't changed since then. It's not so strange to think of it as the reaction of a 17-year-old. It's still just an innocent reaction. We are roommates, because we still have separate bedrooms. Still, Fujibayashi, 30 years old, unmarried, with no boyfriend, points a glare towards Minoru. No, that. Minoru looked pitiable and felt like he was about to break out in a cold sweat, or even confess, at any moment. Why don't you and Minami get married already? Then Tatsuya fired a covering shot. For Minoru, it was not different from chasing a fleeing enemy. As far as Minami was concerned, at least, she seemed to have stopped blushing. She was looking down and not moving an inch. Shouldn't Tatsuya-san be the first to get married? For Minoru, it was probably the best possible counterattack he could muster. We're going to have a ceremony after Miyuki graduates from college. To Tatsuya, however, no damage was done. Minoru shouldn't have any reason to wait for the right time, though. We can take care of the arrangements here for the ceremony. When it comes, please have mercy on me. Minoru raised the white flag, although it seemed a little too weak. After Fujibayashi left the room to prepare for her moving to the new apartment, Tatsuya and Minoru faced each other through the screen again. Minoru, let's continue what we were talking about earlier, Muse. The conclusion is that it's going to be difficult to change the altitude of Takachiko. Once it loses altitude, it is difficult to return to its original course. It's not impossible, is it? I can't do it by myself. Even if I were to join forces with Minami-san, it wouldn't be sufficient. I think we'll need at least 2 more people with magical powers that are equivalent to Miyuki-san's Tatsuya and Minoru. We're talking about whether Takachiko could be used as a true spacecraft rather than just a space station. They were considering whether Takachiko could not only orbit a predetermined orbit, but also fly freely over the Earth. Takachiko is equipped with a movement system that utilizes the Earth's gravitational force, just like the air car. In theory, Takachiko should have been able to stand stationary, accelerate, and change direction as desired, if it was in a satellite's orbit where the Earth's gravity was acting on it. However, in practice, the defining force of the information that a satellite's orbit is the same orbit without thrust, unless the gravity of an object, other than their home star, acts on them, is so strong that so far, they have only been able to change their orbits to what is perceived to be the realm of error, right? Then, how about movement over the same altitude? Minoru admitted that it is difficult to change the altitude. He didn't deny that it is difficult to move horizontally, or between coordinates at the same altitude. In response to Tatsuya's question, Minoru gave a wicked smile, as if to say, "Did you notice? Temporary orbit change is possible as long as the condition of returning to the original trajectory is included. I guess that it should be possible." Yes. I've done some rough calculations, and I think it's possible to move within degrees in each direction. North and south Takachiko's orbital inclination is degrees. If it's possible to travel to the equator at any time, you have constant coverage except for the north and south poles. Yeah. Probably after a few seconds in a contemplative stance, Tatsuya gave a small nod. All right. I will put together an activation formula in that direction. It might take a bit of time, but once it's finished, we'll give it a try. Look, I'll leave it to you. As Minoru appeared to become confident, he smiled and expressed his feelings of anticipation. If all goes well, it will be possible to smuggle in anywhere in the world. The usage of a casting assistant device is the most common way to activate modern magic. But a CAD is not the only auxiliary device available. There is also the engraved type magic auxiliary, which is also given the name engraved magic circles, which consists of a magic sequence that is geometrically patterned and carved into a susceptible alloy, and then scions are poured into it to activate the magic. While the amount of labor required to create a geometric pattern with a large amount of information is huge, only one type of magic can be activated with an engraved magic circle. However, the fact that you can issue a magic sequence just by pouring a scion on it is a big advantage. This is the reason why, until this day, engraved magic circles are still used to strengthen the structure of buildings. In the southwestern part of Miyakijima, there is a large-scale engraved magic circle, meters in diameter, hidden 30 centimeters underground. The engraved magic sequence is mock teleportation. Although in a smaller scale, Takachiko's hull is also engraved with a mock teleportation magic circle. Takachiko and Miyakijima were connected by the mock teleportation virtual satellite elevator using the magic circle engraved on each one, and although there was a limit to how long Takachiko could be in sight of Miyakijima, this virtual satellite elevator allowed Takachiko to be able to access as many supplies as needed. If the case is of an object as massive as a human, it's possible for it to travel back and forth on the virtual satellite elevator with just Takachiko's imprinted magic circle, even if there's no imprinted magic circle on the ground side. And it is not even necessary for Takachiko to be directly above the destination. Just being in line of sight is sufficient. If Takachiko's horizontal travel experiment is successful, as Minoru said, it will be possible to travel to anywhere in the world through Takachiko. Since mock teleportation cannot go through walls, it will not be possible to move while inside Takachiko, just outside it. So, preparation for the vacuum is necessary. But since mock teleportation's magic originally involves encasing and moving an object in a cocoon of air, this problem can be solved by fixing it around yourself with magic. It is possible to move anywhere in the world. At the same time, it is possible to escape from anywhere in the world as long as you are not trapped underground or in a building. Chapter: Campus. Life. Tatsuya is a student at Magic University. Although it can no longer be said that it is his principal occupation, Tatsuya has no intention of dropping out of university, even though he has been appointed as the vice president of a non-governmental organization, the executive director of a General Incorporated Association, and the president of a newly established company. 2 days after the establishment of Meiji & Company, Tatsuya managed to return to school for the first time in about a week. During the morning, he managed to make up for the week's delay by bowing to his professor, who had been unreasonable with him, submitting all the reports for assignments that were not allowed to be submitted online from outside the university, and downloading new assignments. It was past noon. The campus was crowded with students. There were about students enrolled in this university. Even though it wasn't too crowded to the point of overfilling, on the current degree it was difficult to find a place where there were no people. Tatsuya walked through such a crowd to the place where he and Miyuki and Lina were going to meet. On the way, he encountered a group with a high ratio of female students. At the center of the group is Ikiju Masaki. Unlike Tatsuya, he seems to be enjoying his university life to the fullest. However, there's a difference of opinions as to which life is more fulfilling: Tatsuya, who has an impeccable fiancée named Miyuki, or Masaki, who is surrounded by a large number of persons of the opposite sex, but does not have a specific lover. Probably both of them would agree that Tatsuya's life is more fulfilling. Masaki also noticed Tatsuya, but they didn't speak to each other. Just a quick raise of their hands to each other as a sign that they weren't ignoring each other. Masaki probably knew that Tatsuya was going to meet up with Miyuki, but he wouldn't act like he couldn't read the atmosphere, like slipping away from the group he was in by himself. However, not everyone who reads the atmosphere follows it blindly. Oh my, Tatsuya-san. At least she didn't. While passing through an intersection, Tatsuya was approached by a familiar voice from the side. Ayako. Or Kuroba. Ayako. She was also enrolled in Magic University, along with her twin brother, Fumiya. Somehow it's been a long time since I've seen you, even though we are neighbors. Ayako and Fumiya live in a mid-rise apartment building 1 block away from the Yotsuba Tokyo headquarters, where Tatsuya, Miyuki, and Lina live. As a matter of fact, that building is also owned by the Yotsuba family. It was bought and remodeled as a sub-headquarters in case the Tokyo headquarters building was rendered unusable for some reason. Because it's so close, it's easy to get from one place to another in case something happens. But in terms of risk distribution, it should be located farther away. Perhaps the fact that the Yotsuba's priority is convenience over risk is a sign of their overconfidence. When Ayako said neighbors, there was a murmur in the background. She had a large group of male students in tow, in stark contrast to Masaki. Right. We live near each other, but we don't get a chance to see each other as much as we might think. Tatsuya casually emphasizes the fact that they don't meet often. His aim is to mitigate the jealousy of the group of boys following Ayako. She is the reigning princesses of the group, whose members are mainly in the same year as her. Kasumi and Izumi, like Ayako, are a year below Tatsuya, both of which are well loved by the people of the same sex. Though Ayako is a step ahead of the Saigusa twins in terms of popularity among the opposite sex. To be honest, Kasumi and Izumi have not changed much since their high school days. Kasumi and Izumi have not really changed their impression much since their high school days. The only changes they've made are that they now wear makeup without cutting corners, and they've stopped wearing ribbons to tie their hair up. On the other hand, Ayako has changed her hair into a medium layer, and her makeup and clothes have been changed for a more mature look, which gives her a more devilish impression. In regards to which one is more stylish, objectively speaking, Ayako would be the winner without a doubt. Tatsuya-san, you're going to lunch now, aren't you? May I join you? Ayako comes right beside Tatsuya, putting on a coquettish act. Tatsuya wasn't fazed by this degree of agitation, and Ayako also knows that, as she is not playing with Tatsuya, but with the boys in her circle. She is a true little devil, a true evil woman. I don't mind, but... Saying that, Tatsuya turns his attention to the boys Ayako has with her. Ayako says, "Oh." As she nodded modestly, turned back to them and bowed with a slightly pretentious gesture. "I'm sorry, everyone. I'll be having lunch with my cousin today." The relationship between Tatsuya and Ayako is that of a second cousin, though Ayako often refers to Tatsuya as her cousin, whether it's a bother or not. When Tatsuya introduces Ayako or Fumiya, he refers to them as his younger second cousin. This isn't something Tatsuya and the others chose to do on their own. Ever since Fumiya and Ayako became college students, the Yotsuba have stopped hiding the fact that they are magicians of their family. Maybe the reason why there are so many boys around her is not only due to Ayako's beauty, but also because they have interests in making a connection with the Yotsuba family. Some of Ayako's followers raised complaints, but no one complained outright, nor did any of the boys challenge Tatsuya, which was not surprising considering they were hoping for a good relationship with the Yotsuba family. Well, even without such an ulterior motive, no one would have had the courage to stand up to Tatsuya. He was avoided by his fellow Magic University students, except for his acquaintances from high school. The summer of 3 years ago, when he had struck a challenge to the world, was still fresh in the memories of those who were involved with magic. The oath of August. It was on that day that Miyakijima, the newest island in the Aizu archipelago, was attacked by rebel forces from the USNA and the new Soviet Union. I want a peaceful coexistence with magicians and non-magicians alike, but if it's necessary to use force for self-defense, I will not hesitate to do so. Tatsuya sent a message to the world via satellite global network after repelling both invading armies, together with the elite of the Yotsuba family, showing that he had the power to back that up. Eja, shall we go, Tatsuya-san? Ayako smoothly twined her own right arm around Tatsuya's left arm. There were suppressed screams and hushed moans from her followers, but Ayako didn't look back. She urged Tatsuya to move on, acting like she didn't have a lot of male friends. There were 3 female students waiting for Tatsuya at the appointed meeting place in the food court. No, there were 3 of them around the table, but technically, only 2 of them were waiting for Tatsuya. Needless to say, it was Miyuki and Lina who were waiting for him. As soon as she recognized them, Ayako untied her arm from Tatsuya's. The other girl at the table is Izumi. But Kasumi is nowhere to be seen. Unlike their high school days, Izumi and Kasumi often act separately. Especially since the courses were separated in this school year, they've been almost always acting separately. Oh my! Sagusa-san, well, if it isn't Kuroba-san, Ayako and Izumi were surprised at the unexpected appearance of each other's character in the scene. These two had been rivals ever since they clashed in the 9 schools competition of the year before last. Furthermore, their match was in Mirage Bat, of which Ayako was the winner. To Izumi, it was simply in regards to her defeat. To Ayako, it was a matter of just being one step away from being beaten in a competition in which she had the absolute advantage. They couldn't help but to be aware of each other. I didn't expect Sagusa-san to be here. I'm the one who didn't expect to see Kuroba-san here. The table where Miyuki and Lina are sitting is for 4 people. There is only one empty chair. Kuroba-san, thank you for bringing Shiba-senpai with you. No, Sagusa-san, I'm the one who thanks you for keeping company to Miyuki-san. Ayako and Izumi's words are followed by the same sentence, which is omitted. That is to say, you two go away now that you've finished your business. Izumi doesn't get up from her seat, and Ayako looks coldly down at her. Miyuki and Lina avert their faces from those two. It's a blatant, I don't want to be involved attitude. Or maybe it's just do as you please. Neither Ayako nor Izumi seems to be bothered by such a cold treatment. Both of them must have their eyes only on their rivals at the moment. Kuroba-san, unfortunately, there's only a chair left open for one more person, right? Izumi indicates the obvious facts in an overly polite manner. Yes, so it would seem. Does Sagusa-san wish to have dinner with Tatsuya-san? In regards to that, Ayako's words were accompanied by a ridiculing tone and a cold look. What? Izumi was the first to break her outward composure. And what problem does Kuroba-san have with that? Me? Of course, I wish I had the opportunity to join Tatsuya-san. Ayako responds to Izumi with a relaxed smile. If that is the case, why don't you and Shiba-senpai take a seat together? After regaining her composure by taking a short pause, Izumi shot back in a teasing tone. That would be discourteous on my part. To dine alone with Tatsuya-san, disregarding Miyuki-sama, the next head of the Yotsuba family. Ayako puts one hand on her cheek in a pompous manner. As a member of the same Yotsuba clan, it would be a real honor for me to be able to sit with Miyuki-sama and Tatsuya-san. However, If Sagusa-san says that she wants to be with Tatsuya-san no matter what, I'll give it to you. Okay. Izumi's face is slightly flushed. Looking closely, it is possible to see her clenched hands trembling. I guess that means that it was the end of the match. Miyuki-senpai, please excuse me. Izumi got up from her seat and walked away quickly before anyone could call her back. Miyuki returned her hips to the chair and turned a mildly accusing gaze on Ayako. Ayako, you really can't get along with Izumi, can you? Not only in his stare, but also in his dumbfounded voice, Tatsuya indirectly chastised Ayako. It's not like I despise Sagusa-san. I consider her as a rival. Expressing an excuse in her expression, Ayako gave to Miyuki a bow that was not too deep. I am sorry for causing a commotion. I've spoiled the atmosphere unnecessarily, so I too will refrain from joining you for today. Ayako seemed to be reflecting on the fact that she had gone too far. I understand, Ayako-san. Let's meet again another time. Miyuki didn't stop Ayako. Miyuki knew that sitting in the same place would only make Ayako feel a stronger sense of inferiority, or even guilt, towards Izumi. Yes, by all means. Ayako smiled and bowed, then took her leave from Tatsuya and the others. After lunch, Tatsuya attended a seminar. Miyuki and Lina were also in the same seminar. Since Tatsuya has a lot of things to do other than being a university student, he knows that he cannot attend seminars as diligently as other students. Therefore, he chooses seminars that accommodate his schedule in various ways. One of the Yotsuba branch families, the next head of the Tsukuba family, Tsukuba Yuka, was associated with this seminar room until last year. Professor Higashiyama Kazutoki is not a member of the Yotsuba family, but he has blood ties to the family. He is the grandson of their great-great-grandfather, grandfather of their grandfather. He is just 60 years old. And, while he hasn't made any spectacular achievements in the development of strategic class magics, he has been steadily building up his research achievements and is highly regarded internationally in the world of magic. The state of affairs that resulted on Tatsuya's, with his poor attendance, enrollment in the seminar is clearly due to his connections. In terms of funding, Professor Higashiyama research was being backed by Tudu Oba, the Yotsuba family and Tatsuya's private sponsor. For the record, Yuka was not acting as an intermediary of Tudu. Tudu is not suiting things according to the Yotsuba family's convenience, but to Tatsuya's. Even though he is often absent, Tatsuya is not a bad student in the eyes of his professors because he submits reports and helps with the research. Today, Higashiyama has been talking to Tatsuya for more than an hour, leaving the other students behind. It has become a tradition in the Higashiyama lab to listen to their discussions while the other students gave a wry smile. Although Tatsuya is spending his time as a regular university student, once he gets back home, he has more things to do besides those important to his studies. Upon returning home, Tatsuya was greeted with an email from Hyogo and Fujibayashi, reporting the same thing from different aspects. Upon reading it, Tatsuya couldn't help but frown. Tatsuya-sama, what is the matter? Is it bad news? Tatsuya's expression was so bitter that Miyuki knit her eyebrows as she asked. It seems that the eldest daughter of the Sagusa family wishes for a job in the company. Aye? Sagusa-senpai is... Miyuki's eyes widened at Tatsuya's answer, and she briskly put her hand over her mouth. Chapter New Employee Interview. Not much has changed. April T. Tukami Ryosuke came back to Japan after years, and this was his first impression after leaving the airport. It wasn't in a bad way. Tokyo looks as peaceful as it did 5 years ago. Looking at the country as a whole, it must have been exposed to the danger of invasion several times over the past 5 years. Just before he left for the United States, Yokohama, just outside Tokyo, was under attack by an armed guerrilla force. Even after that, Ryosuke had seen news of the invasion from the north. The USA, where he lived for 5 years, was not invaded by any foreign countries, but there were revolts all over the country, and the territory of former Mexico was on the verge of civil war. The cause of the riots was racial. No, it was a conflict of species. It's the conflict between the majority, who cannot use magic, and Magians, who can use it. At this point in time, majority does not yet mean the majority of humanity, who cannot use magic. The term Magian is not commonly used, but the meaning is the same. The majority's offensive against the Magians. There are not only legal and non-violent counterattacks against Magians, but also some violent resistance starting to come into view here and there. The streets of Tokyo, which Ryosuke hadn't seen in 5 years, showed no signs of invasion or riot, and it's hard for him to believe that this peace will last forever. Miyuki and Lena are taking the same course at Magic University. Their practical classes are also on the same timetable. Every Thursday before noon is their free time. They were having a slightly early lunch at the cafeteria. The menu here has an unsatisfactory amount for the male students. Today, however, Tatsuya is absent from the university. Choosing the cafeteria is Miyuki and Lena's routine for the days when Tatsuya is away. Miyuki secures a table and Lena goes to get a tray for 2. These roles are not set in stone, they take turns. Today it was Miyuki's turn to wait at the table. Miyuki-senpai ... Miyuki, now alone, is approached by a joyful voice. Izumi-chan ... The owner of the voice is Izumi, who was forced to withdraw from the scene yesterday. Although Miyuki calls Ayako Ayako-san, Izumi is called Izumi-chan, as a strong request from the person in question. When they reunited in college, Miyuki tried to change her way to address her to Izumi-san, but Izumi begged Miyuki to call her in the same way as she did in high school. So far, Izumi is the only university student that Miyuki uses chan. In this sense, Izumi thinks she has become Miyuki's special in a way. Maybe that was Izumi's intention. Well, may I join you today? Her reserved tone is undoubtedly because of yesterday's event. Yeah. It's okay. Tatsuya-sama is off today too. Miyuki smiled and nodded, and Izumi's expression brightened in a flash. Yes, if you'll excuse me. With a bouncy voice that seems to have a musical inflection at the end, Izumi bowed and set her bag onto the vacant seat. Miyuki-senpai ... Would you like me to go get your order? It's okay. I've asked Lena to. I understand. Then I'll go get my own share. Without wasting any more time, Izumi quickly walked to the order counter. Miyuki and Lena sit around the same table every day. However, they don't always decide to eat alone. On days when Tatsuya is absent, it's not unusual for them to spend their lunchtime chatting with other female students. Rather, a few days when it is just the two of them. Actually, it was not unusual for Izumi to join them. Izumi often talked to Miyuki as if she had won the lottery. Of course, she never forgets to hear when Lena brings up a subject. They talked so constantly that they seem to have run out of things to talk about. Towards the end of lunch, Izumi brought up Tatsuya into the conversation. Is Shiba-senpai working today? Tatsuya-sama is at the headquarters in Machida for interviews with a job applicant. By Machida, you mean in the Meijin company, right? Izumi was checking out Tatsuya's Jano, Miyuki's fiancé's information carefully. What sort of person is coming for an interview today? Izumi's question is answered by a quizzical look from Miyuki and Lena. What is it? Izumi, you don't know that. Even so, Izumi had no idea what to expect. After Lena exchanged glances with Miyuki, Miyuki gave her consent to Lena with her eyes. It's Mayumi who's coming for the company interview today. Wani-sama. It didn't look like Izumi's surprise was an act. You really didn't know that. Well, my father was talking about that with Anne, but it was only 3 days ago. Even if it's my father, it's so early. Izumi corrected herself with Wani-sama to Anne. As expected of the head of the Seiyuga's family, he works fast, Miyuki said in an indifferent tone as if she was talking to herself. Aren't you angry? Izumi fearfully asks Miyuki. I'm not going to get mad at you, Izumi, Miyuki replied with a genuine smile. The fact that there was not a single strain of pretense in that smile instead made Izumi even more anxious. Izumi, didn't your father mention the reason when he spoke about it? The reason? Izumi's consciousness was being pulled by Miyuki's true intentions, but she couldn't simply ignore it if asked. Yes, the purpose of sending Mayumi to the company. He said he wanted to know what Shiba-senpai was trying to do though. After hearing Izumi's answer, Lena tilted her head. Then why doesn't he ask the person in question directly? Besides, if it's about the company's purpose, then Tatsuya's side will announce it right away. Otherwise, there's no point in establishing a corporation. If it has a secret purpose, it's better to keep the organization a secret too. If he wanted to have an outward facade, then Tatsuya already here. It's his used, which means older sister. As one, doesn't the head of the Segusa family not know that much? Once again, Lena's arguments were all plausible, and Izumi felt the same way. I wonder if Mayumi knows about this. My father's aim, you mean? Lena silently nodded at Izumi's reflexive rejoinder. I don't think my sister knows anything about this. Izumi's tone of voice is unsure. The relationship between parent and child in the Sagusa family is cold. Izumi is the one whom Koichi adores the most, but even she feels a wall between her and her father. To Izumi, it doesn't seem that her sister is cooperating with her father's secret plan, but on the other hand, they could not deny the possibility that the contrary was true. Eijo Izumi and Kasumi are not so much interested in the interests of the Sagusa family or the responsibilities of the 10 master clans. They are not willing to give up their privileged situation, but on the contrary, if the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, they could easily abandon their position as Sagusa family's daughters. But their older sister is different. Izumi believes that it is not her brother Tomokazu, but her sister Mayumi, who is most concerned with the duties of the 10 master clans. Even if she doesn't want to work for her father, if it is a matter of 10 master clans' duty, she might follow it. Izumi couldn't deny that possibility. I'm curious. Miyuki, don't you think so? Yes. It's not that I doubt Sagusa-senpai, but neither Lina nor Miyuki thought that Mayumi was planning to sabotage them, but they didn't feel reassured by the fact that they couldn't understand her purpose. Miyuki, do you want to go? What? Where? To the company headquarters in Machida. The interview starts at 2 o'clock, so there's still plenty of time to get there. Miyuki is the chairman of the board of directors, and I'm on the board of directors as well, even if it's only in name. So it's not surprising that we would be in attendance. What about the afternoon lecture? It won't matter to your evaluation if you miss one or more lectures. Even other people have missed lectures because of work. As Lina said, Magic University students, especially the children of the numbered families, are often forced to miss lectures to help out with the work at home. The university understands that and doesn't complain about it unless it's too frequent. Yet Tatsuya's absences are so frequent and are overlooked. But there's also an experiment this afternoon. If you're worried about the report, why don't you get Tatsuya to help you? To make Tatsuya-sama go through that kind of trouble. Student reports aren't even a boring odd job for Tatsuya. I don't think it's even a waste of time. You say that. I don't think you're telling me this. But you're not just trying to make things easier on yourself, are you? No, of course not. As Lina answered, she didn't stutter or bite down on her answer, but her face twitched for a moment, which Izumi as well as Miyuki didn't overlook. However, Miyuki did not press that issue. Sure enough, at this rate I might not be able to pay attention to the class because I'm worried about it. To tell the truth, Miyuki was more concerned about it than Lina was. Miyuki-senpai, your next lecture is in the auditorium, right? My next hour is free. Leave it to me to take up the notes. Without a moment's delay, Izumi offered to help. In the Magic University, even if you don't register for a class, you won't be barred from it. It's just that if you don't attend a class, you won't gain credits. What? It would be hard on you, wouldn't it? I couldn't let Izumi-chan do something like that. The usual level of classes at Magic University is not that easy to follow. It's questionable whether a sophomore like Izumi will be able to keep up with the lectures of a third year. No. It's fine. It's my free time anyway. Really. You don't have to push yourself. Yes. Miyuki did not hesitate any longer. She comprehended Izumi's feelings, whether she accepted it or not. It didn't take Ryosuke long to look up at the public information about the Meiji & Company. While his first impression of Tokyo was that it hadn't changed in the last 5 years, there was a small but definite improvement in the information infrastructure. But they are not offering jobs. As he suspected, Meiji & Company was not recruiting any employees. The corporate body who made the official announcement, that Shiba Tatsuya and that Yotsuba family is involved in the establishment of this company. Ryosuke had expected that they would hire their family members for the organization even before he came back to Japan. For now, let's take a go at it. Nothing ventured. Nothing gained. Ryosuke motivated himself with some rough words in his mind and ordered the navigation AI on his portable terminal to search for a route to the company's headquarters in Machida, which was registered in the Regional Legal Affairs Bureau. After moving from the nearest individual cabinet station to an unmanned taxi, Ryosuke arrived in front of the Meiji & Company's headquarters at around p.m. After getting out of the unmanned taxi, Ryosuke was brought to a standstill in front of the building, which the navigator indicated as the headquarters of the Meiji & Company. There was no signboard on the building. He didn't know which floor of this 7-story building was the Meiji & Company office, or whether the whole building belonged to the Magian company at all. He doesn't have any appointments. Ryosuke intended to barge into the company's office unannounced. But in this situation, he didn't know where to barge in. Even if he wanted to try on every office, starting from the top floor, he didn't even know how to get in the building to begin with. If he was a seasoned salesman, he would have stepped into the entrance without hesitation. He might have even considered the police incident as a chance to make contact with the company's people. Strictly speaking, Magian Company is a non-profit organization, not a company. But Ryosuke wasn't seasoned, and not even a salesman. When it came to the rough stuff, Ryosuke had a certain experience with it. But he had dropped out of the university in which he was studying abroad, and the only part-time experience he had outside of fair activities was working as a janitor or a security guard. So Ryosuke didn't know what to do in a situation like this. Hey, there's no point in thinking about it. Anyway, let's enter the building. With that in mind, Ryosuke went to the automatic doors that separated the inside and outside of the building. Just then, a young woman passed him on his left and stood in front of the door. The automatic doors opened in both directions. The woman stopped under the optical sensor and turned to Ryosuke. She was about the same age as Ryosuke. She was small in stature, but she was a beautiful woman with feminine proportions. And after seeing her face, Ryosuke recognized her. Without a doubt. It is Sagusa Mayumi of 10 Master Clans. From Ryosuke's high school days standpoint, as someone who has an actual level of magic skills but didn't enter a high school of magic, she is more than a mere object of admiration, as someone from the same generation. To be more specific, she was a year younger than Hinyaji. He has mixed feelings about her. Why is Sagusa's girl at a Yotsuba family-affiliated company? While thinking about this, Ryosuke, "You're not going in," did not immediately understand the meaning of what Mayumi had said to him. Mayumi tilted her head at Ryosuke, who was staring at her in silence, and turned her back on him, disinterested in getting any further involvement. That's when Ryosuke finally came to himself. No, I'm going in." Casting a hurried voice at Mayumi's back, he took a quick step and lined up beside Mayumi. You're Sagusa Mayumi, right?" And now Ryosuke speaks to her. "Yeah. Indeed I am." Mayumi's caution was only natural, and Ryosuke was aware of it. "My name is Tukami Ryosuke. I was one grade above Sagusa-san, but I am a failed magician who didn't make into a magic high school." "Tukami-san, is it?" Mayumi listens to Ryosuke's self-introduction with a somewhat expression on her face, but as soon as he mutters his surname, her expression suddenly changes as she realizes what's going on. Ryosuke could read from Mayumi's expression exactly what she had noticed. "As you may have guessed, my parents are former Tugami extras." The extras are magicians who were developed at the National Research Institutes of Magician Research and Development that produced 10 master clans, but were dismissed because they couldn't meet the expected performance. The Magician Research and Development Institutes, which existed from the 1st to 10th, gave their works a surname that included the number they bore. For example, Ikiju and Itsushiki for the first institute, Futatsugi and Nihai for the second institute, Mitsuya and Mikazuki for the third institute, and so on. Magicians who were expelled after being judged to be defective products were called extras, because they had their numbered surnames removed when they were expelled. A magician who has been dropped from the group of magicians whose surname includes are numbered is called an extra. Magicians excluded from the elite group are entitled as extras. It was customary for magicians who were labeled as defective to be assigned a surname that was similar in reading to their original surname. So, for example, like Ryosuke's, Tukami, which fell from Tugami. Extras are sort of taboo for Japanese magicians. They are living proof of the inhumanity of the Magician Research and Development Institutes, and, to the 10 master clans who reign over the Japanese magic community, they are proof of the sin of their own people's abandonment. Because they are inexplicably guilty entities, they are the targets of discrimination and avoidance, and their pedigree has led to a vicious cycle of increased guilt. Nowadays, the sense of discrimination against extras has faded, and the feeling of guilt is usually buried deep into the subconscious. While a sense of guilt is hidden, it has not gone away. It is deeply rooted in the depths of the consciousness and rebounds back to the head at a moment's notice. "Tukami-san, why did you come here?" The reason Mayumi couldn't ignore Ryosuke was because of the guilt she felt. Mayumi has a stronger awareness of the extras problem than any other 10 master clans. Uongo magician. One of her high school classmates, Ichihara Suzuna, who served as Mayumi's treasurer in the first high school student council, was also an extra graduate. As mentioned earlier, the sense of discrimination against extras has faded. Still, it hasn't been completely eliminated. The expulsion from the institute is not a story from their distant ancestors, but rather an event from the near past of Mayumi and others' parents' generation. Because there are only a few of them who have been dropped, they have no way to fight back and restore their rights through the use of force by forming a faction. They have no choice but to hide in a corner of the world to avoid being exposed as extras. Mayumi thought that Suzuna's stance of not being assertive and taking a step back in everything she did might not only be due to her natural disposition, but also due to the influence of her parents being extras. Because of their friendship, Mayumi could not remain indifferent to extras. "Are you affiliated with the Meijin company, Segusa-san?" Ryosuke was at a loss as he didn't have a foothold in the company, so he was clutching at straws. The rumor of the Segusa family's antagonistic relationship with the Yotsuba family was so well known that even Ryosuke, who didn't have a Japanese magician license, had heard it before. The possibility that the daughter of the Segusa family was clearly related to the Meijin company, an organization affiliated with the Yotsuba family, was slim in his opinion. "No, I'd say I'm not involved yet. As a matter of fact, I'm about to have an interview." Ryosuke's prediction was correct. Mayumi was not a company official at the moment, but it was the breakthrough he wanted. "Would you be willing to take me as well to the interview with you?" "What?" "Please. I want to work here." "Even if you say that, I'm the one being interviewed, so..." Ryosuke is aware that he is asking too much, but it's a foolhardy plan to infiltrate the company from the start. However, if it was for their saint, he'd have to pull it off no matter what. That's the duty of the fair members. Please do something about it. Mayumi was puzzled. As much as she wanted to do something about it, Mayumi had no control over the company. Something impossible is impossible. But this time, the luck was with Ryosuke. "How can I help you?" A voice called from the building's entrance. Ryosuke and Mayumi turned to see two beautiful women, one with black hair and the other with blonde hair. Ryosuke gasps for breath at their otherworldly beauty. If it wasn't for the subject of his allegiance, the St. Rena Fair, he might have become a victim, not only on his consciousness, but also on his soul. Both of the owners of the beauty made Ryosuke think so. It's no longer an exaggeration to say that this is the beauty's violence. Their beauty didn't do any damage to Mayumi. It was partly because they were of the same sex, but more so because they were Mayumi's acquaintances. Still, she couldn't help but be struck by a sense of surprise. "Miyuki-san, Shield-san, why are you here?" Miyuki smiled at Mayumi, who asked a question in the midst of a daze, and gave her an exemplary smile of a lady. Her outward appearance was impeccably friendly, but she wore a smile that didn't let one read her true intentions. "It's been a long time, Segusa-senpai. Is it strange for me to be here?" No, Mayumi feels an indescribable pressure on her, and she can't give a proper response as Miyuki's smile deepens. "Miyuki, that question is really mean." Lena chastises Miyuki from beside. "Oh my, now that you mention it, I guess that's true." Miyuki blinked 2 or 3 times. Shortly thereafter, the pressure that had entangled Mayumi disappeared. Mayumi let out a covert sigh. It wasn't hostility or malice that was emanating from Miyuki, but it was something that made her inevitably nervous. "Segusa-senpai. And who might that be?" "I am called Tukami Ryosuke." Miyuki's question was directed at Mayumi, but Ryosuke snatched the answer away from the side. He had finally attained Miyuki's identity just before this. "I've returned from Canada because I really wanted to work at Meiji & Company. At any rate." Lena frowns at those words. Americans nowadays don't call the former Canadian or Mexican territories Canada or Mexico. The usage of those names was avoided because it meant the USNA's segmentation. But Lena didn't complain. It's relatively common for foreigners from the USNA to inadvertently mention the name of their old country, especially when they are in another country outside the USNA. And this is Japan. Since it's not within the USNA, she didn't do something like sharpen the corner of her eyes out of prudence. "At any rate, let's hear the story inside. Please follow me. And Segusa-senpai, please come in." Miyuki walks past the reception desk, which is of course unmanjog, and proceeds to the elevator in the back. Lena is behind her, followed by Mayumi and Ryosuke at the end of the line. Ryosuke followed them at the end of the line, accomplishing the infiltration of the company for the time being. In this 7-story building, Meijin Company's offices were only on the 6th and 7th floors. However, other floors are also used by companies affiliated with the Yotsuba family, such as the real estate company that nominally owns Miyakijima on the 5th floor. The elevator that Miyuki and the others took stopped at the TF floor. The order they got off the elevator was the opposite of when boarded. Walking past Mayumi and Ryosuke again, Miyuki takes the lead, and Lina follows next to her. While walking beside Mayumi, Ryosuke was pondering in his head about Lina's identity. There are no openings. Miyuki was surprisingly seamless, too, but there were almost no openings to be found that could be taken advantage of in Lina's jaw at this point in time. Ryosuke didn't know her name, Yajo back. It was, at least, beyond Ryosuke reach. Ex-military. It's almost as if it's the stars. He didn't have any experience in dealing with the stars. However, he did have the experience of seeing stars in action up close when they were sent to put down a riot in the former Mexican territory. The riot that occurred in April in Monterrey, a former state of North Mexico, was triggered by an anti-magic group, and Ryosuke and the rest of the fair were not involved in it. But they were afraid that their compatriots would be targeted by the angry mob, so they had ridden there with the intention of intervening by force if the situation arose. The blonde beauty's back reminded him of the masked red-haired female officer he had witnessed back then. After returning to the fair headquarters, Ryosuke found out that the masked red-haired female officer was that this woman. It can't be. Is she a prodigy who is a match to Angie Sirius? She looked a couple of years younger than himself, but that didn't make him look down on her. Judging from appearances, this woman was probably Shiba Miyuki's bodyguard. Even though it is to protect a key figure, who is the next head of the family, it is a dizzying luxury such as using a magician who may be a match to Sirius of the stars for personal escort. So, this is the power of the untouchable Yotsuba family. Ryosuke had to be very careful not to tremble from the shivers of fear. Yuki led Mayumi and Ryosuke to a room at the far end of the 6th floor. Tatsuya-sama. Excuse me. After unlocking it herself, Miyuki bowed politely in front of the open door. Come in. You too. Come in too. Tatsuya was standing right near the entrance. Had he been watching them on the security camera, or had he sensed Miyuki's presence through the door? Either of these could be the case. Tatsuya's office was a private room. There was a large desk and a chair with a high-back armrest at the back. In front of the desk there was a lounge suite. It's not that big. It's like a branch president's office or a branch manager's office. A while, Saigusa-san. Tatsuya called her Saigusa-san, not Saigusa-senpai, probably because of his position as the executive director of an incorporated association, referring to a candidate for a position in the company. By the way, Miyuki, and who might this be? Instead of talking to Ryosuke directly, he asks Miyuki about his identity. As Miyuki is the one who brought him to the office, it's only natural for her to answer Tetsuya's question. His name is Tukami Ryosuke. Since he was very eager to join the Meijin Company, I brought him along to talk to you, if only to see what you had to say. Tetsuya frowns doubtfully for a moment, but he quickly erases the wrinkles between his eyebrows and gives Ryosuke a poker face. I see. I'll be interviewing Saigusa-san first, so can Tukami-san wait in the other room? Yes, with no choice but to agree, Ryosuke accepts Tetsuya's instructions with a victorious expression on his face. Lina, I'm sorry, but could you take Tukami-san to the common room? Okay. Lina nodded at Tatsuya's words without a trace of reluctance. Follow me. Then she directed Ryosuke in a rather blunt tone of voice. Feel free to sit over there. Tatsuya offered Mayumi a couch in the lounge suite after Lina and Ryosuke had left the office. Excuse me. While watching a reserved Mayumi sit down, Tatsuya simultaneously sat across from her. A moment later, Miyuki sits down next to Tatsuya. Not glued to him, though. They are sitting on two single-seated sofas next to each other. There is a side table placed between the two of them. This is another aspect that has changed since their high school days. Once again, it's been a while. The last time was in the party just before Saigusa-san graduated from college. That was about 2 months ago. Yes, that's right. Mayumi displays a slight bewilderment, possibly because she is not used to being called Saigusa-san instead of Saigusa-senpai by Tatsuya. If I recall correctly, weren't you planning to work at an investment firm after graduation? You're right, it's not surprising that Mayumi's tone is becoming evasive. It's only been a month since she graduated from college. It's too early to be looking for a new job. Why did you decide to switch jobs to our company? Knowing as much, it might be deliberately mean for him to be asking this, even though it's a standard question. I am interested in your company's activities. Interested? Yes. About Shiba-san, who has founded an international association of magicians, or rather, magians, separate from the Magic Association, trying to do something here in Japan. I didn't want to sit on the sidelines and watch it unfold as a concerned party. I see. Tatsuya gave a wide nod, but he didn't really seem to be convinced. Eigusa-senpai. Miyuki interjects at this point, addressing Mayumi by the way she did in high school. Why don't we speak honestly? Just like the old days. Senpai was sent here by your father, Segusa Dano's instructions, wasn't it? Miyuki's use of Segusa Dano is a customary practice among 10 master clans. The heads of the other families are often referred to with the suffix Dano in their surnames. Mayumi also didn't want to behave as if being probed for her true intentions. Yes. It is like you said, Miyuki-san. By using her old tone from her student days to respond, she expressed her willingness to have an honest conversation. I've been ordered by my father to infiltrate the Magian company. For what? Tatsuya asks Mayumi in a quiet tone, to find out what Tatsuya-kun is scheming. Hearing Mayumi's answer, Tatsuya let out a sigh. Segusa-san ... His tone changes to one of reproach. In response, Mayumi winced in a jolt. I don't mind the informal speech, but could you please stop with the Tatsuya-kun? I think I don't need to tell you why, right? I'm sorry. I'll try to be more careful. Mayumi also felt maybe it's awkward. She turned to Tatsuya and immediately apologized. Tatsuya nodded silently, accepting her apology, and then changed the subject accordingly. And then what I'm scheming, you mean? It's not a secret just because we haven't announced it yet, so I can answer that now. Eh? Mayumi only let surprise slip a surprising feeling to me, but she didn't say I'll ask. Or I won't ask. Tatsuya, however, continued to speak regardless. The Magian Society's aim is the self-defense of Magians' human rights, who are the holders of the magic gift. Tatsuya dared to use the unfamiliar term self-defense of human rights instead of human rights preservation. This reflects his awareness that he too is a Magian and that he too is a concerned party to human rights violations committed from the outside, rather than protecting them from a superior perspective. Mayumi understood that with these few words. The Magian Company is a non-profit corporation designed to pave the way for those with magical qualities to be able to take an active role in society, even if they don't meet the standards that have been set for them. Specifically, we will handle non-military vocational training projects for wizards and non-military job placement projects. For vocational training? Job placement? At the unexpectedly mundane nature of the project, Mayumi can't help but parrot the question back to herself. Is that it? A person from the Yotsuba family, who disregarded not only the Magic Association, but also the Japanese government, formed an independent nation with the Indo-Persian VIPs and set up an international association, and even set up a new corporation to manage it. The more she thought about it, the more she didn't understand. Mayumi was completely confused. Fortunately for the job placement part, I can provide employment opportunities through Stellar Generator. But with Tatsuya's subsequent words, the tangled threads seemed to unravel a bit. First of all, I want to provide Magians with somewhere where they can learn enough practical knowledge and know-how to be able to set themselves up as technicians. You are setting up an academy. Yes. Tatsuya quickly affirmed Mayumi's word-for-word question. Apart from Magic University. This time, she sounded like she was searching for hidden intentions. That's right. Tatsuya immediately responded affirmingly this question as well. At the same time, we do not intend to compete with Magic University. We expect students to have a normal high school diploma for admission, but we also do not intend to exclude Magic University students. Please think of it as a kind of prep school for high school graduates and students. And then you will send the graduates of that academy to Stellar Generator. Tatsuya shook his head in response to Mayumi's confident question. I vertically, not horizontally. I'm considering a partnership with a Stellar Generator, but I'm not going to force a career path. It's against the freedom of choice of profession. That said, for those holders of the magic gift who are not apt enough to work in the field of magicians, Stellar Generators would seem to be the most attractive place to work, especially if they have a technical education. The establishment of an educational institution managed by the Magian Company would directly result in the recruitment to the stellar generator, who would eventually grow up to become Tatsuya's colleagues, or rather, loyal subordinates. Mayumi shuddered as she realized what Tatsuya was up to. It's not so complicated of a plan as to be considered a far sight and deep design. But the more complex a plan is, the more variables there are in it. The simpler the plan, the less likely it is to be affected by misfortune. Mayumi thought that this plot was extremely realistic. But despite such sober thoughts, one enthusiastic idea was born in Mayumi. Shiba-san. No. Executive Director Shiba, would you allow me to help you with that academy? Even though there are no other plans other than the one I described to you right now. Implying that there is no reason to infiltrate the company, Tatsuya tells her with a quizzical look on his face. I don't doubt that. Regardless of my father's intentions, I want to participate in the management of this academy for people who have the magic gift, but could not become magicians. No, for Magians. Mayumi herself has no idea why such enthusiasm has arisen in her. Please. She was simply driven by that urge and vigorously bowed to Tatsuya. Tatsuya-sama. ... Miyuki spoke in a whisper from the side to Tatsuya, who couldn't hide his confusion. Saigusa-senpai, Saigusa-san seems to be serious about it. I know that you are highly capable, and I believe that it would be good if you were to assist us. Tatsuya says it without hiding his surprise, but the change in his expression is so small that those who don't know him well would not notice it. And soon enough, Tatsuya regains his usual poker face. The head of the Magian company is President Miyuki. If she is willing to hire you, I'll accept her decision. Thank you very much. Miyuki gave Tatsuya a small but nondescript bow and shifted her gaze to Mayumi. Saigusa-san, would you be willing to lend your strength to the Magian company? At Miyuki's words, Mayumi gave a full blooming smile and quickly reformed her mysterious expression. I will do my best to help you, President Shiba. You can talk to me as you always have. I understand. Miyuki said. I look forward to working with you. Miyuki and Mayumi started to chat with each other in a moderate but harmonious atmosphere, while Tatsuya got up and sent a message from his desk to Lina to bring Ryosuke to her. As Lina brought Ryosuke into another room, she stood next to the window, looking at the outside. She poses as if she doesn't want to have a conversation with Ryosuke, who is sitting in a chair, not a sofa, but an ordinary employee's office chair. Ryosuke doesn't seem offended by Lina's attitude. Ryosuke is self-aware that he looks suspicious, and in fact he's trying to spy on the Magian company. The suspicion is not unfounded. On the other hand, Lina's attitude is not out of spite, nor, of course, from shyness. This guy was eyeing me earlier. He seemed to be trying to do a measure of the enemy's strength. Lina could feel his eyes on her back as he measured her combat prowess until they arrived in this room. It wasn't as clear if it was hostile, but it was a gaze that could hardly be described as friendly. It's not the kind of thing you'd point uninvitedly at a member of the group you're trying to join. No. Didn't he say he wanted to be a colleague? Lina remembers what Ryosuke said at the entrance. This young man only said, I want to work at Magian Company. He didn't even say, I want to work with you. Let alone, I want to be a part of it. In some sense, is he the type that can't lie? While that may be the case, it doesn't mean he's a good guy, though. Personality aside, he was certainly a person to be wary of. Lina thought from the perspective of an ex-military officer. Fighting ability, in particular, cannot be underestimated. Lina's own real non-magical combat skills were by no means high, but in the unlikely event that she's forced into a situation where she can't use magic, she had her close combat skills rigorously trained in stars. That's why I know. This guy's pretty good at it. By the looks of it, Ryosuke is slightly shorter than Tatsuya. He's probably about centimeters tall. Except for his height, he had a very normal build as far as what could be seen from an overclothing observation, and his muscles did not seem to be particularly well developed. However, the way he carried himself was clearly not that of an amateur. Unfortunately, with my abilities, I can't say how strong he is. As Lina is aware, it's impossible to tell, for example, whether Ryosuke or Tatsuya is stronger, or, if they fight without magic, who would win. But without magic, he is probably stronger than her. That was Lina's conclusion. Hence, Lina couldn't relax and couldn't even allow herself to be relaxed. Suddenly, Ryosuke spoke to her and Lina reluctantly turned around. From the start, she didn't take her eyes off him. In her pose, she was looking outside, but, in truth, She was using the reflection of the glass to keep an eye on him. Still, it would be unnatural to remain in the pose of looking out when you're approached. Besides, it's not polite. In places such as this, Lena is the one who would be described as a virtuous person. What is it? Lena's response was even more curt than she had intended, but Ryusuke didn't show any sign of caring about it. May I ask your name? Lena realizes, now that she hadn't said her name. She thinks to herself, shoot. She thought, but she didn't show it in her face. It's Angelina Kudu Shields, thank you. It's Shields-san, right? I am... No, it's fine. You must be Tukami Ryusuke, right? Lena herself was puzzled by her own blunt tone, but at this point, she gave up on correcting it. Perhaps it was an unconscious reflection of the wariness she had been pining for towards the other side. It wasn't a desirable behavior as Miyuki's bodyguard, but it wasn't like he was someone she needed to take into consideration. Lena convinced herself of that. Yes, that's right. Shield-san. What? What? Can I ask you one more question? You can ask questions, but I may not be able to answer them. Lena responds in a bothered manner. The arrogant attitude of a woman who appears to be younger than him may have offended him, as Ryusuke's expression tightened slightly, but he didn't reveal any more emotion further. I won't insist for you to answer me. Well then, ask it. Shield-san, are you a mercenary of the Yotsuba family? Huh. Lena's unintentional dumbfounded voice was not an act. What are you talking about? This guy. She might appreciate his observation ability to see that she was not a mere young girl, and that she was at least at the level of combat power beyond a mercenary employed by the Yotsuba family. But does he really think that the person he just met today would answer such an intrusive question? The answer is no. I'm one of the directors of the company. I don't have the right to represent it, though. There was no righteousness in that, however, Lena answered honestly. She wasn't a mercenary of the Yotsuba family, since the person she was on loan to was Tatsuya personally, not the Yotsuba family. But why are you asking me that? Did Lena give an honest answer to the question to give it more strength? Ryusuke actually looked hesitant for a moment, but then opened his mouth as if he felt it was unfair not to answer, as if he was the only one who didn't have a choice. I saw with my own eyes the commander of the Stars at the site of a riot in the former Mexican territory before. The former Mexican territory. That time, Lena raises her voice in her mind. Lena hadn't forgotten the time she had been dispatched to suppress the insurrection that had occurred in the former Mexican territory in April of. She had stood at the front of the line in the form of Angie Sirius at that scene, keeping her compatriots from running amok and calming the situation down. I got a sense from Shield-san that your true strength is as good as the commander at that time. Don't tell me that. This guy realized that I'm serious. Lena barely suppressed the agitation under her skin, only to get a quizzical look from Ryusuke's eyes in return. I was wondering what on earth, sort of purpose, that the Yotsuba family had to hire a foreign magician that was as good as the commander of the Stars. Looks like he didn't discover my identity after all. Lena gave herself an imaginary pat on chest on her mind as Ryusuke continued. As good as the Stars, Ryusuke expressed. That meant that he didn't consider Lena a member of the Stars. That's not true either. What is? I'm not a foreigner, you know. I'm now a naturalized Japanese citizen. This was unnecessary information that didn't need to be given, but Lena must have served it up involuntarily in response to her relief. Oh, that was it. I'm sorry for being rude. It's not rude, since the result reinforces the answer. I'm not a mercenary. And for that matter, why was he even at the site of the riot? In fact, it could be said that Lena got more information from this conversation than Ryusuke did. Lena's suspicions about Ryusuke just got deeper and deeper. She received a call from Tatsuya just before the silence after their brief conversation turned uncomfortable. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go. Lena doesn't even try to mend her tone at this point. She turned to Ryusuke once and promptly headed for the exit of the room. Ryusuke followed behind her so as not to fall behind. Facing Tatsuya once again, Ryusuke felt tense, as if it was too late for backing up now. This guy's 3 years younger than me, if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't the tension of the job interview. Having said that, Ryusuke didn't have any burning desire to work for the Magian company, nor did he feel pressured by the title of the strongest magician that surpasses strategic class magicians, or the title of genius magic engineer, Taurus Silver. It's totally flawless. Isn't this guy stronger than those bullshit masters? Ryosuke's inherited Togami magic has an almost invincible defense once it is activated, but unfortunately it is not suitable for long-term deployment. It's the same as other magic, in that it is useless for defending yourself if you are caught by surprise, in which case, bringing such a defensive power would be a waste. In order to learn how to deal with surprise attacks, Ryosuke put more effort into developing his martial arts skills than practicing magic when he was in high school, devoting himself to the point where he forgot to eat and sleep. Fortunately, Ryosuke met some strong masters in Hokkaido Yoabut, not good Master Jog, and learned enough skills to approach a level of mastery at a young age. But even through such, Ryosuke's eyes couldn't see the extent of Tatsuya's might as a warrior. Ryosuke was in a state of profound shock. He secretly thought that he could win if he could bring him to a close combat fight, even if he was a strategic class magician. The reason for his tension and shock is from this shake in his confidence. It hadn't reached the point of being shattered yet. Even in the face of Tatsuya, Ryosuke knew he could handle hand-to-hand combat, but he wasn't so sure anymore. You don't have to stray so far. Let's talk and try to understand each other first. Ryosuke felt dismayed when Tatsuya pointed out that he was feeling overwhelmed. He didn't realize that he had been subconsciously simulating in his head how he would fight against Tatsuya. They aren't at that stage right now. No, Fair didn't decide to make Tatsuya an enemy in the first place. He cannot allow himself to fall into an hostile relationship with him at his own discretion. Ryosuke did his best to calm his mind by remembering the smile of his beloved and respected Rina. That smile. I can't let it be clouded because of me. He repeated a few quiet, slow, deep breaths. After all that, Ryosuke's mind regained its composure. Tokami-san, seeing that it was a good moment, Tatsuya spoke to Ryosuke. Did he read my breathing? Ryosuke didn't think it was a coincidence. He has been holding the pace completely up to this point. Why do you want to join the Magian company? Ryosuke quietly exhaled and blew out the residue of his turmoil. After calming his mind, Ryosuke pulled the answer he had thought of beforehand from his memory. It's because I want to participate in activities to protect the rights of my people in the growing crisis of persecution against the holders of the magic gift. This isn't a lie to infiltrate the Magian company. The fair of which he was a member had the same underlying goal. There was no hesitation in saying it. Tokami-san, I understand that you returned from the former Canadian territory in the USNA. But which one of the former Canadian territories? He hadn't expected this question, but he didn't feel the need of dodging it. Vancouver, wasn't there a political organization in Vancouver called FAIR, which was supposedly dedicated to protecting the rights of magicians? Didn't you consider joining that one? Ryosuke couldn't help but choke for a moment. He had to do everything he could to hold himself together so that no more agitation would show on his face. It was completely beyond his expectations that Tatsuya would know about the fair. I still wanted to work in my home country rather than work in the USNA, I see. Tatsuya didn't seem to doubt Ryosuke's words, but Ryosuke couldn't lose focus. He couldn't read Tatsuya's true intentions, which made him feel impatient again. Nevertheless, the Magian company has no intention of being a political organization. It may not be in line with your wishes, Tokami-san. This was another unforeseen surprise attack in Ryosuke's eyes. So what is Magian company's business? But this time, he quickly shoots back with a rejoinder. You're here for a job interview, but you didn't even look into it. I know. But Tatsuya didn't say that. Tatsuya repeated the same explanation he gave to Mayumi, and yet she is still in the room. She looks uncomfortable in the spare chair put out by the wall, probably feeling embarrassed now that she had come for an interview without looking at the side and researching the business of the company she was going to join. Is magical engineering the only thing you teach at that academy? Ryosuke asked after hearing Tatsuya's explanation. It's not magical engineering, but the knowledge and methods of applying magic to industrial technology. We are also arranging for related courses on magical engineering and regular chemistry and engineering. I'm sure there are holders of the magic gift who are not suited to be technicians. That's probably true, but we can't cover everything from the start. And there's a limit to what Magian Company can do on its own. In the future, we'll be partnering with other institutions of specialized education, such as with private military companies, for example. At the time of World War III, and for a while after the end of the war, the standard in the world for combat magicians was to be enclosed within the National Army. However, at a certain point in time, it became possible to allow the existence of combat magicians in the private sphere. Japan's 10 master clans is a prime example. Along with this, private military companies, PMC made up of magicians have also emerged, albeit in small numbers. Examples of these companies include Britain's Unseen Arms and Spain's Soldad Mysterio. Hanabishi Hyogo, who serves as Tatsuya's butler, also belonged to a private military company, Unseen Arms. These private military companies are also commissioned to train magicians in combat. If he's willing to reach out to train mercenaries and guards, he would naturally look to partner with these companies. That's not going to happen. But Tatsuya's answer was a resounding no. Meiji and Company will never touch the military side of things. And when I say company, I don't mean that. I mean in the association of people. The word company in English can also mean company of infantry, which is what Tatsuya meant when he said mean. Ryosuke didn't doubt his words. Within Fair, Tatsuya is perceived as a person with an extreme dichotomy. On one side, there is Demon King of Destruction that caused the scorched Halloween, and on the other side, there is the creative Taurus Silver, the magical engineering geniuses. Ryosuke had concluded at this stage that Meiji and Company apparently reflects the creative side of Shiba Tatsuya.s, but there's no guarantee that it's not just unsubstantial. Even if it wasn't, it would be impossible for Ryosuke to discern the answer just by listening to him. If that's true, then please let me work at that school. Ryosuke bowed his head vigorously. He meant to bow in order to complete the task assigned to him by Rina, the leader of the fair. But Ryosuke didn't realize that he had just called himself Or. He was so agitated that he forgot to keep the appearances and correct his speech style. Fair's purpose is to protect the human rights of the holders of the magic gift. But you can't just live off of advocating for human rights. They need jobs to make a living. Deep down, Ryosuke was aware of that. The urge that arose in his heart was almost the same as the one Mayumi had felt, only that he was even less self-aware of its nature than Mayumi was. To Kami-san ... I have one concern in hiring you. What is it? Ryosuke turns his passionate, almost seething eyes to Tatsuya. You are our extra of the 10. Based on your age, the exile happened in your parents' generation. Or one generation before that, right? It was my father who became an extra. I see. To Kami-san, if you have some kind of lingering grudge against the former 10th Institute and its associated people, I hope you won't bring that into your work. The company does not give preferential treatment or cold shoulder to any individual Meijian, no matter his or her background. If you do demand any kind of special treatment because you have been a victim in the past, we are not going to respond to it. Do you understand that? It's understandable, and I think it's only natural. Ryosuke immediately agreed in response. There were no lies or tricks there. Here, he refers to himself as Or. It's a male term, or language, that can be considered rough or arrogant originally. Ryosuke didn't have any grudges or an inferiority complex about the fact that he was of a lineage of extras. Splendid. After going through a few more questions and answers, Tatsuya decided to employ him at the Meiji Company. PM. Returning to her room on the top floor of the building that served as Yotsuba family's headquarters in Tokyo, Lena switched on the encrypted communication device. Hello, it's Canopus. Long time no see. Lena, the correspondent, is Benjamin Canopus. Her subordinate during her time with the Stars, and perhaps her most trusted former colleague, or rather her confidant. His current rank is that of colonel. He was promoted to the newly created position of Commander-in-Chief of Stars Base, and now commands the Stardust Unit, which was previously a separate organization. In addition, the position of General Commanding Officer Sirius's is currently vacant in Stars. Morning. Ben, it's been a long time. You are still early in the morning. It is A.M. in New Mexico, where the Stars headquarters base is located. It wasn't surprising that he hadn't yet gone to work at the commander's office. It's probably the middle of the night over there, right? Was there any trouble? It's not so much to the point of trouble, but Ben, I could use your help. Please, do not hesitate to say so. I've been told by the General Staff to do my utmost to suit Lena's needs. These words Canopus said weren't said without thinking, nor were they social pleasantries. The Pentagon Journal. The White House saw Shri Yotsuba and Shiba Tatsuya to be more important alliance partners than the Japanese army. 3 summers ago, Liam Spencer, who still holds the position of Secretary of Defense, sent his confidant Jeffrey James to meet with Tatsuya, and, through him, established a personal connection with Tatsuya. Spencer was also the leading candidate in the presidential race scheduled for this fall. From the perspective of modern international politics, Tatsuya's presence is a sort of joker. He can strike a decisive blow anywhere in the world with little or no preparation, and without being bound by egregious budgetary constraints. Not that he's a fearmonger that brings desperation because of his effectiveness, but he isn't an existence that can be ignored either. A personal connection with Tatsuya is a powerful weapon for politicians, even if it isn't open to the public. Lena is a tool, for lack of a better word, that the Secretary of Defense Spencer uses to maintain his connections with Tatsuya. It was also the tool that buried itself in Tatsuya's deepest reaches. Ordering the Chief of Staff to cater Lena's needs was a way for Spencer to secure his superiority over his rival. I'm sorry for making you indulge me. It's okay. Aren't we friends? So, what can I do for you? I'd like to ask you to do some research on a certain person. Oh, a research. There was an infiltration by a spy. He could be a spy. That's what I want you to find out. Ace, understand. Do you have the name of the subject? The name is Ryusuke Tokami. He's a Japanese man of 23 years of age who returned from Vancouver today, Japan time. In a usual back-and-forth order, he checked his passport used shortly after he was hired by the Meiji Company. Lena has also checked the data as an employee. Not an employee, but an associate who is a shareholder in the corporation. Vancouver.no. There's a magical supremacist organization there. As I recall, he seems like the exchange student we used to infiltrate Japan 4 years ago. In January, USNA sent a large number of secret agents to Japan to investigate the identity of the strategic class magician who caused the scorched Halloween. At that time, the USNA offered a mass exchange program to Japan in order to send magicians to Japan, which would normally be restricted from entering the country, and got their consent. This man was a college student before he came back to Japan. According to his own declaration, he had dropped out of college and was working as a security guard at a shopping mall just before he returned home. It's a common occupation to cover up underground activities. Understood. I'll take care of it. I'll send you a copy of the passport as investigation data. As she said this, Lena sent the image data of the passport from the storage medium she had set in the encrypted communication device. I've received it. I'll have it checked out as soon as possible, please. He will let you know as soon as I find something. Thank you very much. Then, until later. After finishing the transmission with Canopus, Lena took off her clothes and crawled into bed. Chapter Wintrudery Friday, April. Kyoko-san. When Mayumi arrived at the company's headquarters in Machida, she was greeted by Fujibayashi. Fujibayashi is the grandchild of the late patriarch of the 10 master clans, Kuduretsu. Mayumi's father, Sayusa Koichi, was a student of Kuduretsu when he was a child. Due to this connection, they both had known each other since before Mayumi entered high school. Good morning, Mayumi-san. Do you two know each other? Ryosuke, who had just arrived at the office, asks quizzically. Furthermore, Ryosuke and Fujibayashi have already introduced themselves to each other. Yes. I think we've known each other for about 10 years now. We first met 9 years ago, Kyoko-san. But this is the first time that we're working together, isn't it? If it meant that they would work for the same company, since Mayumi just graduated from university this year, it would be obvious. But that's not what Fujibayashi meant. Fujibayashi was in the military, and Mayumi had been a member of the 10 Master Clans since before graduating from college. It would be a good thing if they were to work together on the same mission, but for some reason they didn't have the opportunity to do so. When Yokohama was invaded by the Allied forces in October of, they never got to fight side by side on the same battlefield in the end. Together, you mean? Kyoko-san is also working for the Meiji Company. I don't think it's that surprising. Didn't you know that I left the defense forces? Yes, I knew that, but as mentioned, Mayumi and Fujibayashi knew each other through their families. And even though Kuduretsu passed away before Fujibayashi retired from the military, that did not break the relationship between the Kudu family and the Fujibayashi family, to whom Kuduretsu's daughter married, and the Seguza family. While neither family was informed individually about Fujibayashi's resignation from the military, It wasn't a secret either. The Saigusa family didn't overlook this information. Of course I have to work somewhere, don't I? I just thought that you returned to your parents' house. No, I don't want that. If I went back to my parents' house or such, they would surely force me into marriage. Unlike Mayumi-san, I've already passed the age. Mayumi couldn't deny Fujibayashi's self-deprecating words. It wasn't just numbered magicians who were required to marry early. Given that the Fujibayashi family is from a prestigious lineage of ancient-style magicians, the pressure and ties of tradition are stronger than those of the younger, less prestigious 10-master clans. It was easy for Mayumi to guess that the phrase forced into marriage was more than a joke. Fortunately, after I quit the army, the Yotsuba family picked me up, and, as a result, you joined this company. That's it. I've been working with Executive Director Shiba in various things since before I started working here. When Fujibayashi said work, it was neither FLT nor stellar reactor related. It was the sort of work that was not openly talked about, but Mayumi did not understand that much. That's enough small talk for now. Mayumi-san, Tokami-san, are you both ready to depart right away? I've been assigned by the executive director to guide the two of you today to the Industrial Magic Academy that is under construction. Switching to a business tone in the later half, Fujibayashi asks Mayumi and Ryosuke. Yes, I'm fine. Ryosuke was the first to respond to Fujibayashi's question. I'm fine as well, but... Mayumi soon followed, but she didn't just obediently agree. Industrial Magic Academy. Is that some kind of facility? As the name was unfamiliar, Mayumi couldn't help but ask a question that might have been unnecessary. You didn't hear it from the executive director? No. I don't think he told me about it. Mayumi looked at Ryosuke as she replied unsurely. I didn't hear about it either. Meeting Mayumi's gaze, Ryosuke concurs with her. You've been briefed on the nature of Meiji & Company's business, right? This time, both of them nodded at Fujibayashi's question. The Specialized Academy of Industrial Magic Technology, abbreviated as Industrial Magic Academy, is an educational institution for the purpose of studying the applications of magic in the industrial technologies. Although it is an unlicensed school rather than an academy for specialized training or a vocational school, our educational environment, including facilities and instructors, is as good as that of a university. Many companies have invested in the Academy's operating funds, so it should be a safe bet for the next 10 years. And although the graduation will not be considered an academic degree, the companies that fund us have made a private agreement to accept our graduates willingly. It is a school for magic engineering, separate from the Magic University. No, the Japanese pronunciation of the abbreviated name is Makoin. Fujibayashi shook her head at Mayumi's question. It's not magical engineering that is taught, but the application of magic in industrial technology. How is it different? This time, Ryosuke asked, looking like he couldn't understand. Actually, Ryosuke didn't understand the differences also when Tatsuya explained it to him. The study of magic engineering has more of an electronic engineering and materials science and engineering approach in the university's course. While the Industrial Magic Academy will also cover magic engineering in class, the main focus will be the applications of magic in the field of industrial technology. Are you saying that you are only aiming for a practical education? When Ryosuke asked again, Fujibayashi gave him a sly smile. You might say it's a practical or a pragmatic education, but the company's goal is to promote the employment of Meijians. I understand. Ryosuke straightened his back and bowed. Fujibayashi picked up the scent of a soldier from such a movement and was on guard for a moment. But Mayumi didn't notice it, not to mention Ryosuke's with his face facing the floor. The under-construction Industrial Magic Academy was situated at the tip of the Aizu Peninsula. Mayumi and Ryosuke could not help but be amazed at the impressive facility when they got out of the self-propelled car driven by Fujibayashi. The Industrial Magic Academy was located at the seaside. The site was adjacent to the port. The harbor is not large enough to dock a tanker or a large cargo ship, but the quay is well built and the water seems to be deep. There is even a large crane. The location was evidently designed to be accessible by sea. The building did not feel like a school building. It looked more like a factory plant and a 5-story administrative building attached to it. When is the academy scheduled to open? Mayumi asked Fujibayashi as she looked at the building, which appeared to be almost complete. It's due to September. Then Mayumi-san and Tukami-san will be working here. Even though I've never worked in school administration before, Fujibayashi's tone softens to appease Mayumi, who has her wariness bare. You won't be asked to take on specialized tasks off the bat. Initially, you'll be working on drawing up standardized documents and processing internal data. In offline data processing, Fujibayashi's sharp ears picked up on Ryosuke's hushed soliloquy. Are you dissatisfied? No, I think I can work with that. Ryosuke was majoring in robotics at university, but then he met Rina and dropped out of university when he found out about FAIR. He has no knowledge of accounting, which would be useful in business management, and he has no confidence in his ability to be an instructor in engineering, which was his specialty when he was in college. On that point, Ryosuke thought that he could handle the operation of standardized information appliances to the extent which would commonly be entrusted to a subordinate. That's very good then. I'll show you around inside. Fujibayashi lead them into the grounds. Mayumi and Ryosuke, respectively, follow Fujibayashi in line behind. The only thing that wasn't finished was the practice equipment. The office rooms and office equipment were set up ready for work to begin at any time. You can start preparing for the opening of the academy here as soon as you are ready. How will you commute to work? We have company housing if you wish. Yeah, that's right. Can I request for company housing then? Mayumi's decision to Fujibayashi's question was quick. It takes 2.5 hours to get here from Tokyo by a private car, and it would be over an hour by train. That was a long commuting time for this era, so Mayumi chose to rent company housing, though getting out of her parents' house must have been one of her motivations for it. No doubt about it. Mayumi had lived in her parents' home until now. She is an authentic Oju-sama, surrounded by a cluster of servants. It's not surprising that Mayumi, who is reasonably confident in her housekeeping skills, would want to take this opportunity to live on her own. Is there a parking space in the company house for a private car? Ryosuke wanted to know about the availability of parking before the layout and location. There is a communal parking lot without a roof if you'd like. I understand you just returned from USNA. Do you have a car? No, I don't have one right now, but I'm thinking of buying one soon. I enjoy driving. I understand. Then we'll go through the procedures with you as well. You want to see the apartment too, don't you? I'll show you. It's about a 5-minute walk from here. Mayumi gave a wide nod and Ryosuke a modest one at Fujibayashi's words. When they returned to the front of the Industrial Magic Academy after a private tour of the condo-style company housing, there was a plane floating at the harbor. Is that a ground effect vehicle? Seeing this, Ryosuke asks Fujibayashi. Ground effect vehicle, you know your stuff well. A ground effect vehicle, which is more commonly referred to as a ground effect aeroplane. It's an aircraft that is capable of a high weight capacity in exchange for limiting its flight altitude to extremely low levels. This transport vehicle is meant to do round-trip flights to and from the Stellar Reactor plant at Miyakijima. At the moment it's only used to transport cargo, but once the Industrial Magic Academy opens, it will also be used to transport students in induction course at Miyakijima to and from the site. But isn't the ground effect vehicle only for calm water surfaces and not for the open sea? That problem has been solved with some technological improvements. What do you mean by induction course? Mayumi, who had been left behind, interjected into Ryosuke and Fujibayashi's conversation. Students who have achieved a certain level of academic performance will be able to receive training at the Stellar Reactor plant if they wish, which is the selling point of the Industrial Magic Academy. A lot of people will be jumping on. Considering that the admission requirements is being a Meijin with a high school diploma, and there's no age requirement, I'm sure there will be an influx of working people wanting to learn more about stellar reactors know-how. Indeed. Now, Mayumi-san and Tukami-san, you should work out a system to give priority to young people who truly need an education at Industrial Magic Academy. That will be the first task for both of you. Fujibayashi's position at the company is that of office manager. That is Mayumi and Ryosuke's superior. Mayumi exclaims in astonishment at the sudden task assignment. Wasn't our job offline data processing? Ryosuke demurred in a modest way. It's a common practice not just in businesses, but also in Japanese organizations. But Fujibayashi didn't address any of Ryosuke's protests. Seeing this, Mayumi felt secretly afraid. Perhaps this place is one of those black companies. After that, Fujibayashi had boarded the whole private car and the ground effect vehicle. shuttle by the Miyakijima staff and they brought Mayumi and Ryosuke to Miyakijima. This is the stellar reactor plant. This isn't the first time that Mayumi-san has been here, is it? Yes. I've had the pleasure of visiting it with the 28 families before. The families were the remaining bloodlines that came from the 1st to 10th Magician Research and Development Institutes, which did not have their numbers stripped away. The 10 master clans are chosen among these families. In April of Jumonji Katsuto gathered the young members from the families for a meeting to discuss countermeasures against the anti-magic movement. The meeting itself was a one-time event, however. The young people from that time kept holding the meeting and exchanging information in something like a workshop. The visit to the stellar reactor plant was one of those meetings. Yet Tatsuya and Miyuki have never been invited to those meetings. This was probably due to Tatsuya's flagrant antagonism with the other attendees at the April meeting. Well, these episodes are irrelevant for now. If you've been here before, you've been black companies is a popular Japanese term for companies with little to no care for the health of its employees. The general characteristics of one involve extreme long working hours and quotas are imposed on workers, low awareness of compliance throughout the company, such as rampant overtime for non-payment of wages and power harassment, and excessive selection of workers under such circumstances. Briefed on the whole thing. Tuami-san, is there any area you'd be interested in focusing on? If there are areas of particular interest, it is necessary to call in an expert for the guidance. No, not particularly. Can I take a brief look at the power generation facility? All right. While a bit relieved, Fujibayashi agreed to Ryosuke's request. During the tour, they met Tetsuya in the control room of the Stellar Reactor Main Unit. Executive Director, thank you for your work. Thank you for showing them around, Fujibayashi-san. Surrounded by the technicians in charge of the control room, Tatsuya and Fujibayashi exchanged a few words under their outward masks. Is there any trouble? I thought you were planning to visit the northwest area today. For the sake of convenience, Miyakijima is now divided into 4 districts. This is the northeast area where the Stellar Reactor plant is located, the southeast area where the airport is located, the northwest area where the Yotsuba family's facilities are located, and the southwest district is where the secret experiment site, which is essentially the virtual satellite elevator that connects the surface to Takachiko, where Minoru and Minami are living Joel, is located. Of these, the northwest and southwest areas are off-limits, except for those related to the Yotsuba family. Nonetheless, the border fence is not built in the center of the island. The northeast and southeast districts comprise 70% of the island's land area. And, even though 30% of the land was off-limits, the residents of the east side of the island were not inconvenienced, and, according to his schedule, today Tatsuya would be holed up for the day in his lab in the northwest district, where outsiders were not allowed to enter. There aren't any troubles, but I've been asked to make sure I'm prepared for tomorrow. Oh, I see. Not only Fujibayashi but also Mayumi expressed her understanding, while Ryosuke didn't seem to grasp the situation. As Mayumi noticed this, she addressed Ryosuke in a whisper. Tomorrow is the day of the establishment of Stellar Generator Inc., and there are a large group of guests invited. In addition to the buffet party, a tour of the plant is also on the schedule. A hint of understanding appears on Ryosuke's face. That's right, Mayumi-san. At that moment, Fujibayashi turned around. Could you help with the party tomorrow? Is that a work order too? No. This is a request. Mayumi-san, you're used to parties and such, but we don't have enough entertainers. We can't let Miyuki-san deal with the old-timers that you don't know very well, can we? In this regard, Mayumi-san is a veteran of the Segusa family's parties. I'm not that much subtle. Executive Director, please say something too. It's for Miyuki-san's sake, to help ease her burden. Perhaps having enough of Mayumi's shakes of head and refusal, Fujibayashi requested reinforcements from Tatsuya. Segusa-san, could you please help us? The phrase for Miyuki's sake is very effective against Tatsuya. There will be people from the Magic Association here tomorrow, and I haven't been getting along very well with them. As a matter of fact, it's needless to say that Mayumi is a very good-natured person. Besides, she knows the stories of the unreasonable hostility Tatsuya receives from the Magic Association of Japan as an inside gossip. Let me talk to my father about it. That said, Mayumi also has her own position as the eldest daughter of the Segusa family to consider. It was only natural that she couldn't make a decision by herself. After ending the tour of the plant in late afternoon, Mayumi went home to consult with her father about the party. Since Ryosuke had just come back to Japan and he didn't even rent an apartment yet, he decided to keep his hotel room and rent the staff lodging in Miyakijima for this night. After dinner, Mayumi discussed with Koichi the idea of acting as a hostess at the founding party of Stellar Generator Inc., and he gave his approval immediately. It's a good opportunity. In addition to that, you can get some presence within the business community. In tomorrow's party, presidents and executives of companies that have invested in the Stellar Reactor plant will be in attendance. And while the Sagusa family is quite wealthy, they lack a lot of real ties to top-tier corporations. It was perhaps rather natural for the head of the family to take this opportunity to use his daughter to strengthen his ties to the business world. Naomi, are the dresses and accessories that you already have okay to wear to the party? Just go get new ones if you need. Maybe he sees too much importance in this, or maybe he's just counting tanuki skins before they have been caught. But Koichi is being quite generous. At this hour, I don't want to. What I have is good enough for me. It's just before p.m. The shops for the general customers are about to close, but the department stores are still open for business. The street shops are still open for customers. At this time, it is still possible to buy everything from dresses to shoes to even jewelry. But Mayumi was more concerned with her desire to rest than with her need for material goods. Right. Oh, in that case, you should rest early tonight to prepare for tomorrow. Yes, I'll do that. Mayumi gave a curt response to her father's words and left her seat and walked out of her father's study. The staff lodging Ryosuke rented was located right across the street from the Stellar Reactor plant. If something unusual happened at the plant, he could be the first to arrive at the site. Incidentally, the hotels for the media and other outside visitors are located near the airport. In the middle of the night, when Ryosuke was thinking of getting into bed, he suddenly felt a strange magic sign coming from the plant's direction. He changed out of his rented pajamas into his normal clothes once more and left the room. The lodging house is a 3-story residential apartment that is available on a daily basis, with no lobby or front desk. There is freedom to come and go as desired. And, other than security cameras, there are no security devices. There was no fence or wall surrounding the Stellar Reactor plant, because the island and equivalent to the English expression, counting one's chickens before they've hatched itself, is a private property. On the contrary, the fence has been built surrounding the whole area of the airport. However, it is easy to get over the fence since it is not equipped with barbed wire or high-voltage electric current. Entering private property without permission is unlawful entry. In modern domestic law, the flaws have been resolved such as if there is no building. It's not unlawful entry. Under these circumstances, it's easy to enter the plant's property. But even if you don't enter the building, you would definitely be deemed suspicious if you are found wandering around at such an hour. Ryosuke has infiltrated the Meijin company at the behest of Rina, the leader of the fair. Considering his position, he should avoid any suspicious behavior. But, for some reason, he couldn't leave this magic sign unattended at the moment. Ryosuke is not very good at sensing magic, but he's skilled at detecting signs of magic. This is not a skill related to magic, but rather a skill acquired through martial arts training. So, he followed the sign. The presence was in the center of the plant, in the Stellar Reactor building. The building that housed the Stellar Reactor. Inside this building, there is the control room where Ryosuke had met Tatsuya during the day. The door to the Stellar Reactor building was open for some reason. It wasn't so much that the door was unlocked. The service entrance was open for people to get in and out. Why didn't the alarm go off? Did, by some chance, the patrolling guard forget to close it? Naturally, if you unlocked the door and entered through proper means, the security system would not respond. Ryosuke hesitated for a few seconds, then went into the Stellar Reactor building. He decided that if he was spotted, he would make an excuse by saying that he wanted to be careful about the fact that the service entrance was open. The first sign of human presence came from the containment room where the Stellar Reactor itself was located. If someone wanted to steal the Stellar Reactor's technology, they would aim for the control room. The control program is located in that room. After all, are they security guards, or was I overthinking the whole intruder thing? Though Ryosuke lost his confidence, he didn't stop walking. He erased his own presence, muffling the sound of his footsteps and following the presence of the other persons. The source of the presence was also in the containment room. The name containment room was appropriated from the name of the reactor's containment vessel. Fusion reactors, including stellar reactor and nuclear reactors, fission reactors, have fundamentally different mechanisms, but they share a similar name under the same label of nuclear energy. The door to the containment room was also opened. Maybe they left it open to facilitate their escape. Growing even more suspicious, Ryusuke peers into the room from the doorway. There are two men wearing eyeglass goggles to hide their features. Both of them are doing some kind of fumbling with some tools attached to one of the 6 stellar reactor units. And they're a repair. No, is it parts theft? If it was a repair, there was no reason not to turn on the lights in the room. It was most likely industrial espionage looking to steal important parts. There was no proof, but Ryusuke concluded so. He was about to sneak into the containment room to catch the thieves when, "What are you doing in there?" A voice and a light were pointed at Ryusuke. It was a patrolling security guard. No, it might not be a patrol, but they might have sensed something unusual and rushed in. In response to the voice, the thieves in the containment room jumped out from inside. Ryusuke quickly extended his foot out as soon as he could. One of the duo fell over, caught in his foot, but the man quickly got up and ran for the exit, one step behind his partner. Unfortunately, the security guard wasn't there though. Blocking the retreat, it's simple. Cursing the security guard in his mind, Ryusuke chases after the thieves. Ryusuke's legs were faster than theirs. Ryusuke extended his hand to catch the one who was lagging behind, but at that moment, close sesame. As soon as he heard the unfamiliar language and the well-known meaning of the incantation echoing double in his head, it went pitch black in front of his eyes. There were no lights on in the corridor even before that, but the light from the emergency lights ensured that it wasn't completely dark. It was bright enough to be unimpeded for the capture. Self-preservation instincts caused Ryusuke to stop in his tracks. He regained his vision in 3 seconds. Immediately after that, he was wrestled from behind by a violent force. In the instant he was falling forward, he slammed his elbows reflexively and threw away the arms that were loosely wrapped around his neck. The opponent, illuminated by the lingering illumination scattered across the hallway, was a uniformed security guard. Damn it. I just went to... While he was stunned, Ryusuke was firmly restrained by another security guard. Taken into the security room and handcuffed to a chair, Ryusuke honestly spoke about the magic sign he felt and the intruders in the containment room. But was it a mistake to reflexively fight back? They assumed he was one of the trespassers. Ryusuke had to remain in custody until Tatsuya arrived in the security room after receiving the news. Tatsuya asked to remove Ryusuke's handcuffs at last, but he wasn't released after that. In the meantime, he was to be questioned by Tatsuya. 2 burglars used magic to break into the stellar reactor building and unlock the containment room in order to steal parts from the stellar reactor. Right. The part where they used magic to unlock the door is just a theory given the circumstances, but I saw with my own eyes that they were fumbling around with tools attached to the stellar reactor. I see. It would certainly be natural to see that as an attempt to steal parts, but for some unknown reason, the surveillance cameras in the hangar room were out of service at that time of the night. A security guard was hastily dispatched because of the malfunctioning security camera. Tukami-san. I'm afraid we have no evidence of your innocence. Ryusuke held his breath. He understood that, objectively speaking, his actions were extremely suspicious. Are you going to hand me over to the authorities? No, we won't take it to the police. This is a scandal that the media would love to see, such as a newly hired employee being caught in an attempted theft. Tomorrow's no. Today's party would be ruined. As Tatsuya's words indicated, it was already after midnight. Besides, while there's no proof that Tukami-san is innocent, there's also no proof that you are guilty either. However, I just have to say that it will be difficult for you to continue working for the company in these circumstances. Ryusuke looked down and clenched his back teeth. He hadn't finished any of the investigations that Fair Leader Rina had asked him to do. He had only gotten a superficial idea of the Meijin Company's purpose. He had been able to infiltrate inside with great effort. But if he was forced to quit now, he would be betraying Rina's trust. Did something get stolen? No, nothing. Tatsuya answered Ryusuke's abrupt question without changing his expression. He also didn't inquire, what is it? There was no reaction. Ryusuke wondered if Tatsuya had already decided in his head to dismiss him. Ryusuke managed to muster what remained from his seemingly broken heart and continued to speak. The stellar reactor is a treasure trove of revolutionary magical technology. I don't know what the burglars were after, but I don't think they'll give up in just one try. I'm sure the bandits will try to steal it again. Tatsuya's expression did not move. He probably knows that much without being told. Can you give me a chance? Chance. He finally got a response from Tatsuya. I'll catch the burglars with my own hands. Let me prove my innocence this way, or you'll be pretending to be staking out the bandits to capture them and then help them get in and escape." This wasn't Tatsuya's statement. It came from Hanabishi Hyogo, who had followed Tatsuya to the security room and had been silently standing behind him until now. "I'm not an ally of the thieves," Ryosuke exclaims with an wholly unexpected expression. "It's still possible to assume so. Tukami-san, you know that yourself, don't you?" Ryosuke is at a loss for words. Certainly, considering his current position and the situation that led to it, it is reasonable to speculate, as Hyogo said. "Tatsuya-sama, how will you handle this?" Hyogo leaves the decision to Tatsuya. He didn't vehemently oppose to Ryosuke's proposal. As a matter of fact, Hyogo wasn't seriously suspicious of Ryosuke. "Fine. However, you are not allowed to act alone. The selection of your partner will be made within a day or two. For tonight, please return to your lodgings." Being prohibited from acting alone was like being told we still suspect you, and honestly, he wasn't happy about it. But from Tatsuya's point of view, it was an unavoidable decision. If he had unconditionally accepted Ryosuke's offer, he might have been accused of favoritism. Understanding such, Ryosuke had no choice but to follow Tatsuya's judgment. May M. The party for the establishment of the new company is planned for today. However, there is no over-the-top ceremony planned. The project itself was started 2 years ago and is performing well. The establishment of the company is simply a cosmetic change. The party is nothing more than a slightly larger, standing buffet party. The guests may be a bit special, though. Still, it was not so important to start the preparations in the early hours of the night. In the darkness of the moonless dawn, Ryosuke left his quarters and headed for the harbor. With the construction of the airport in the southeastern part of the island, almost no one goes to the island by sea anymore. However, cargo ships were still coming and going actively. The undersea cable that transmits the electricity produced by the stellar reactor to the Honshu Island is still in the process of being installed. Currently, the electricity from the stellar reactor is mainly used to produce hydrogen. The product is then sent by container ship to a plant in Honshu, where it is processed into a more manageable fuel. From the sales of the hydrogen gas alone, the stellar reactor plant was expecting to recoup its entire investment next year. Discussions of establishing a new subsidiary to expand the business should be proceeding at a brisk pace. However, there was no one in the harbor at this time of the night, even though container ships were actively coming and going. Ryosuke moved to the end of the pier and took out a somewhat large portable terminal from the inside pocket of his jumper. No, it should be called a mobile phone. A terminal for voice calls through satellite communications. With the development of the global net, Global Area Network, or GAN, it has been relegated as a minor form of communication, but through steady technological improvement, it has remained an active form of communication, even in the last years of the century. However, they are not common. At least it was not for private use. If all you need to do is to have international communication, it's much more convenient to use the usual global net. As of the only merit of using a satellite communications terminal instead of the global net is that it doesn't go through the base station at the source, at the very best. "Hello, milady. It's Ryosuke. I'm sorry for interrupting your lunch hour." Ryosuke starts a conversation in English. He was oblivious to the eyes staring at his back from the shadows. "Fair, a magician's human rights political organization. At noon, April, local time, in a private office at its headquarters in Vancouver, the representative, Rena Fair, picked up the ringing satellite phone terminal. She looked at the caller on the display. The caller was Tukami Ryosuke, the person she just dispatched to Japan. Rena pressed the answer button and held the speaker to her ear and the microphone close to her mouth. "Hello, milady. It's Ryosuke. I'm sorry for interrupting your lunch hour. I need to discuss something with you. Is this a good time?" "Oh..." But Rena wasn't even able to say the hello set phrase. "Lady, if this is inconvenient for you, I can call you later as a leader. It is certainly good to be respected rather than being taken lightly." But Ryosuke seems to take things a bit too far. Rena thought the same thing today. "No, there is no problem. Did something happen? I have been hired by the Magian company. Isn't that a great success?" While answering, Rena tilted her head. He was able to enter as an employee inside the organization, the object of the information gathering. "It's close to being the best first step of all. What on earth would be the issue? But I'm already being under suspicion for attempted theft and I'm likely to be fired as soon as possible, huh? It's only been 3 days since you returned to Japan, right? What is that rapid development? That was Rina's feigned reaction. What happened? Actually... Ryosuke describes the events of last night. The two thieves? I remember seeing them somewhere, but they're not members of the fair, are they? Ian? Ryosuke asks Rina. Perhaps this question was the main purpose of the call. I, at least, didn't order any other member of the team to go to Japan except you, Ryosuke. Right. Rina felt that Ryosuke's voice indicated a feeling of dejection. Rina's title of saint comes mainly from the magic she's good at, but the fact that she sincerely thinks that I have to do something about it may be another reason why she is called a saint. They aren't members of fair, but it might not be your imagination, Ryosuke, that you feel like you've seen them before. Milady, do you happen to have any idea who they are? The voice overflowing out of the speakers is filled with anticipation. I didn't witness it firsthand, so I can't say for sure. That's fine. Please tell me about it. Irina didn't happen to have the bad character to put the answer on airs in this situation. From what Ryosuke said, I'm guessing that the duo is most likely to be the Janices. She simply informed Ryosuke of her own deductions. Janus, that duo of criminal magicians. The name of a pair of criminals began to be rumored in the USNA's underworld about 2 years ago. They are experts in the practice of information theft, breaking into high-security buildings and stealing highly sensitive data and high-tech products. This Janus is not a code name given to them by the police, the media, or any other third party. It was transmitted to the underworld as the name they themselves used to buy and sell the information they stole. The magic that took away Ryosuke's vision was probably their special magic Arabian Nights. Arabian Nights. This is a special type of magic that is said to be used by Janus and does not belong to either systematic or non-systematic types of magic. It is activated by the keywords open, sesamen, and close, sesamen, and is said to provoke a wide range of phenomena that qualify for the concept of open and close. Sesame. Isn't that from Alibaba? Yes. That's probably where the name Arabian Nights comes from. Wasn't the Alibaba episode not part of the original Arabian Nights? Do we need to be concerned about it? Rina let out an involuntary tone of dismay at Ryosuke's out-of-focus comment. No. My apologies. Ryosuke also apologized right away. Probably because he felt that his comment was out of line with the situation. Although, if he was blamed by Rina, he'd probably apologize even if he wasn't wrong. Even so, as expected of you, you know a lot. Because it's not the radical anti-magic activists that are the real obstacle to our work. It's the magicians who use magic for crimes and unjustifiable violence to stir up terror and animosity. Ian's people. As a representative of the fair, I cannot afford to be negligent about gathering information about those people. It's not uncommon for legitimate political activity to be sabotaged by extremists with similar claims. It's exactly as you said. Ryosuke also had an idea of what was going on, and he chimed in with his conviction. I think Ryosuke's eyes were momentarily obscured because he interfered with your mind and closed your vision. Do you know any countermeasures? Well, I guess so. Rina ponders. Ryosuke waits silently for her answer. Any tool that is limited to a specific use, not just magic, will perform better in its area of expertise. Conversely, the effects of an all-encompassing magic, namely whatever is included in the concept of opening and closing, are not as strong as those of non-systematic magics that interferes with perception, such as Nyx, for example. I think that's why the duration of the visual blocking was so short. I see. As long as I understand that it's only going to last a few seconds, I can deal with it. It's just a guess. It's better not to fall victim to magic. No, it's better not to let the opponent cast magic at you. So, the preemptive strikes are the best defense, right? I understand. Thank you very much, just don't overdo it. At Ryosuke's voice, full of motivation, Rina couldn't help but to remind him in a strong tone. May p.m. The inauguration ceremony of Stellar Generator in Korsha went off without a hitch, and a standing buffet party began. It's a little early for an evening party. This was in consideration of its location on an island in the Pacific Ocean, nearly 100 kilometers from Honshu, so the party was set to begin earlier to allow for the possibility of a return trip. Of course, it was ensured that there would be plenty of hotel rooms available for them to stay in without trying to force themselves to return in the middle of the night. The facilities on site have expanded rapidly over the past 3 years, and not only those directly related to the stellar reactor plant. As Tatsuya was going around greeting the guests, a dressed-up Miyuki was standing next to him. Behind them followed Lena, dressed up as glamorous as Miyuki was as a matter of course. Following its investment in the stellar reactor plant, American companies, actually the USNA federal government through private companies, have also become shareholders in the stellar generator. Many of tonight's guests were Americans because of this. They were very excited to speak to Lena. Another person who drew as much attention as Miyuki and Lena in the venue was Mayumi, wearing an adult dress. While Miyuki and Lena's dress was nearly sleeveless but covered her shoulders and chest, Mayumi's dress was a strapless dress. She boldly showed her shoulders and bosom under the stole. Her skirt was long enough to not look too flashy, but her petite frame and glamorous proportions made the men's eyes happy. Fujibayashi, on the other hand, attended the event in a skirt suit. Her figure was unique among the cocktail dresses of the female audience, though she was most popular among the older ladies. There was no sign of Ryasuke at the party venue. He was working as a porter in the backstage and doing all sorts of heavy-duty work. The party was not held in the Northeast District, where the plant was located, but in the largest of the hotels built in the Southeast District. The Northeast District was now deserted in contrast to its center, where various demonstrations had taken place during the company's founding ceremony, but needless to say, it was not empty of people. The thieves were only allowed to break in yesterday. On top of that, today, they were inviting a large number of guests. Security was tighter than ever. They have already stopped accepting incoming cargo ships transporting the hydrogen gas produced. Since they had been notified of this in advance, no ships protested their non-permission to dock, but a few of them did not make it in time as a result. Those ships will be anchored a little offshore until tomorrow morning. On the deck of one of them, there is a duo of Middle Eastern men on board a cargo ship, pointing binoculars at Miyakijima. The two men were similar in both face and physical appearance. They were close in age and could be brothers, cousins, perhaps even twins. It's not surprising that some of the crew members of the cargo ships coming in and out of Japanese ports are of Middle Eastern descent. Of the 4 major world powers, the new Soviet Union and the Great Asian Union are enemies of Japan, while the USNA and the IPU are on friendly terms. Relations with the Arab League are also favorable so far. Middle Eastern workers can be seen not only on the sea, but also in the streets. However, the conversation that took place while looking through the binoculars in exactly the same stance was anything but usual. It's going to be hard to break in for a while, isn't it? The reinforced security measures won't be limited only to tonight. I don't want to come across a Yotsuba combat magician, regardless of whether it's a security guard or not. These two were the same thieves who had broken into the stellar reactor building last night. Bahadur, the manufacturing data of the thing, do you think it's in there? It seems to me that they're manufactured elsewhere. I agree, Bauman. That part is the heart of the stellar reactor system. If you think about it, it's very likely that they're keeping the production line a secret even from their investors. Where do you think that is? I don't have any evidence for this, but maybe it's FLT. Bauman, what do you think? I concur with you, Bahadur, but I also can't help but think it's here too. It seems to me so, but moving the ship now would cause unnecessary suspicion. We should wait until morning. Understood. So let's make the following arrangements tonight. Yes, let's do that. They pulled the binoculars away from their faces, left the railing they were leaning on, and headed for the cabin. The party ended before 1:00. It took almost an hour longer than expected, because many of the guests wanted to have a long talk with Tatsuya and Miyuki. After seeing the guests off and thanking Fujibayashi and Mayumi, who were not originally involved in the party, they were Magian company staff, not stellar generator employees, Tatsuya returned with Miyuki and Lena to their secondary residence in the Northwest District. It's a LGK apartment on the top floor of a residential building, converted from a facility for the administrative staff when Miyakijima was a maximum security prison for dangerous criminal magicians. Incidentally, when Lena also came to Miyakijima, She would stay in the room formerly occupied by Manami in this LDK. Thank you both for your efforts. While loosening his collar, Tatsuya thanked Miyuki and Lina. I should be the one thanking you for your hard work, Tatsuya-sama. Would you like me to make you something? You haven't eaten much at the party, have you? No, it's okay. I have been snacking here and there then. Would you prefer a bath then? Miyuki and Lina should use the baths first. I can use it later. Tatsuya said so and then retreated to his room to change clothes. He had just taken off his necktie and jacket when there was a knock at the door. Come in. Come in. Excuse me as soon as Tatsuya replies. The figure of Miyuki still in her dress walks in. I ask Lina to use the bath first. Before Tatsuya could make any remarks, Miyuki gave an excuse. I see. Tatsuya nodded and walked over to Miyuki, who was looking down embarrassed. Then, without saying a word, he hugged her body. Ah! A breath escaped from Miyuki's mouth. It was never a sign of rejection. That voice, tinged with mellowness, is not a sign of rejection, but of anticipation. Tatsuya put the fingers of his right hand on Miyuki's chin. Miyuki raised her face without resistance. Their lips slightly meet. A feathered kiss, like a teasing peck. Their lips parted, and Miyuki buried her face in Tatsuya's chest. There was a sense of shyness, but no awkwardness. Their relationship had progressed to this level in 3 years. They may be like a couple of first-time lovers in junior high school, but for Tatsuya and Miyuki, this was still a huge advance. Miyuki took over from Lina and went into the bathroom, while Tatsuya changed his clothes and went to the dining room to quench his thirst. That's when the freshly bathed Lina showed up. Give me a iced cafe au lait, please. Lina ordered the home automation for a drink instead of asking Tatsuya. She then sat herself down across from Tatsuya and grinned. Tatsuya. All. Miyuki's face looked a bit red. Have you done something? We just kissed, though. Immediately, Lina's expression dampened. That's it. Are you still at that stage? A sigh escaped Lina's mouth. If you're so backwards, you should be at least a little shy. Or are you as pure as an average low teenager? I don't think we're backwards, though. I don't think I'm pure-hearted either. In that case, you're, worthless, I guess. I'm pretty sure there's a word for that in Japanese, right? The word worthiness originally emphasized the ability to make a living, economic power. It wouldn't be strictly correct to use it to mean the same thing as guts, would it? No guts, then. Tatsuya lets out a chuckle. But more importantly, you have something to talk about, don't you? Wait a minute. Just in time, a self-driving wagon controlled by the Har brought in the glass of iced cafe au lait. Lina took the glass herself and cleared her throat. Let's talk seriously from here. Okay, what is it? Following Lina's request, Tatsuya's expression becomes somewhat more serious. I had stars look into Tukami Ryosuke. It's about the results. Did you get something? Yes. He's a member of FAIR. Oh? So it was a very honest declaration to say that he came back from Vancouver, wasn't it? I thought he would change the departure airport with some small tricks, though. You know about the fair, don't you? Lina glances up at him and asks him a question. Tatsuya nodded, as if it was nothing. Lina seemed to have forgotten that Tatsuya had mentioned the name of the fair when he interviewed Ryosuke. No. It's a political association whose name is an acronym for Fighters for the Evolution of the Human Race. It was established in December in response to the radicalization of the humanists. Its headquarters are in Vancouver. The representative is Rina Fair. The purpose of the association is to protect magicians from the anti-magic and magician exclusion movements. Tatsuya briefly described what he knew about the fair. You know a lot as usual, Tatsuya, but you don't know that the fair is under surveillance by the FBI as one of the terrorism early warning groups. I certainly didn't know that. Tatsuya nodded honestly, trying not to look pretentious. I thought they hadn't committed any specific violent acts yet. Are they just not being reported? No, I'm sure they are still in the potential suspect stage, but things aren't looking good over there. What part of it is dangerous? The charisma of the guru. Guru? Tatsuya frowns quizzically. The fair is a religious organization. I thought it was a political association. It's a political association in terms of activities, but they have a blind devotion to their leader, Rina. No, calling it fanatic would be more appropriate, I suppose. I'm sure the members would be willing to do whatever it takes, and for that matter, even suicide bombings, if she gave them the order. That's really What kind of person is this Rena? She is a magician, right? Hold on a minute. Lena sips her iced cafe au lait and stands up. I'm going to get my terminal. Saying that, she went to her room. Terrorism early warning. 2. Groups. Miyuki came into the dining room in turn. Like Lena, Miyuki's exuberant skin after a hot bath looks sensual. Her dark hair is wet and moist, giving her a chaste, yet frighteningly alluring sex appeal. It was probably a matter of taste, but it was still Miyuki who greatly shook Tatsuya's flawed heart. Tatsuya-sama, would you like a refill on your drink? Thanks. But I'll wait until after I've had my bath. Very well, then I'll get just for myself. Saying so, Miyuki put the herbal tea leaves into the teapot with her own hands. She poured the water into the metal pitcher, grabbed the cat, and the water instantly boiled. She poured the hot water into the teapot, transferred the brewed herb tea to an empty jug, and let it cool for a moment. Sitting directly across from Tatsuya, Miyuki frowned lightly as she took a sip of the herb tea she'd poured into her glass. The reason for this was evident in her murmur. "It's too cold," after setting the glass down. By the way, what were you and Lena talking about? It's not jealousy. She had already passed the stage of being jealous of Lena, whom she acted with almost all day long. She already knew that Lena had no such interest in Tatsuya. It seems that Lena had asked Stars to investigate Kukami Ryosuke's background. I was listening to the results of that investigation. Did anything suspicious come up? He is a member of FAIR. It was Lena who answered, coming back into the dining room. FAIR. What's that? Given that she had never heard of the FAIR, it was an understandable question for Miyuki. FAIR is a political organization that ostensibly advocates for the protection of human rights for magicians, but they're being monitored by the FBI for their likelihood of resorting to terrorism. It was a duplicate explanation to the one she had given him earlier, but Lena didn't show a single sign of disapproval. And there is FAIR representative, Rena FAIR. Lena sat down next to Miyuki and switched on the electronic paper. She ran the stylus pen to write in the search terms. Then she put the pen down, as the data she was looking for immediately appeared on the screen. Rena FAIR. Real name is Rena Chevalier. According to federal records, she was born in June, in Quebec, and is of French descent. It's been confirmed that she lived in Quebec until July. She moved to Vancouver 8 years ago, but her whereabouts were unknown for 11 years, from August to August. She may have been out of the country. If the government hasn't found out where she went, does that mean she might have smuggled out of the country? Or kidnapped, you know? Rena FAIR has a peculiar condition. She's supposed to be turning 30 this year, but she has an apparent age of around 16. Even in Quebec, it's been on record that she looked only about 5 years old at most from when she was 11. Anageria syndrome. Yes, that's a possibility. Anageria syndrome, Joth. Affliction of slowed aging. It's the name given by the novelist Matt Haig to the congenital disease that afflicts the protagonist, Tom Hazards, of his novel How to Stop Time. The name Anageria syndrome is a creation of Matt Haig's, but it was adopted as a provisional name for a real-life condition after people were discovered who were suspected of suffering from it. The reason why it's suspicious is because there is no real medical confirmation of the slow aging process. No. It should be said that no medical confirmed data has been published. That's why you think she might have been abducted. That's what I mean. Lena nodded. At this point, Miyuki interjected with a query from Tatsuya's counter-question. Tatsuya-sama, is anageria syndrome a disease that slows down the growing process? Should we call it a disease or a constitution? If you simply age slowly, then you can't call it healthy. Tatsuya replies to Miyuki, who tilts her head slightly, in a voice with little ups and downs. She hardly ages. That's why you think she might have been kidnapped. To Miyuki's wide-eyed inquiry, Tatsuya nodded with a slightly bitter face. With a little imagination, it's possible to understand. A constitution in which aging is slowed. That's an object of desire in the eyes of the powerful people. There must be no small number of people in power who would love to get their hands on this secret by any means necessary. Perhaps bothered by the heavy atmosphere, Lena began to mention another part of the report. No magical disposition was identified in Rena at the time she lived in Quebec. This is probably another effect of the anageria syndrome. I wonder if her magical growth was also being dragged down by her physical growth. So, that's why the government scouts didn't pick up on her. So, what kind of magic does Rena FAIR have? Unfortunately, that part they don't know for sure. Apparently, it's a powerful mental interference type magic. It doesn't seem to be an offensive kind either, but more of a type of witch soothes the heart. A mind interference soothes the heart. Certainly a great way to create a fanatic believer. This type of mental interference magic that grants pleasure is a kind of drug. Nonetheless, it's difficult to regulate. It's difficult to monitor from the outside, and it leaves no trace of its use. It's absolutely annoying. So, on the surface, she is just a leader with a good grasp on people's hearts. That's what I mean. Lena let out a big sigh. So Lena thinks that Tukami-san might be captivated by that Rina-san, too. It wasn't Tatsuya, but Miyuki, who asked Lena the crucial question that was the reason for the discussion. Maybe. No. I'm sure of it. I admit that I don't have enough evidence, but at least positive that he's a highly skilled fighter. It's impossible for such a person not to be aware that Tatsuya's dreadfulness. Yet, he's still trying to hang on to the company, so I'm sure he has a good reason for it. For example, he's been given a mission by the guru that takes precedence over his own life, for example. What's the mission? Miyuki asked Lena, who seemed to be taking the situation surprisingly seriously. I don't know about that, but he's dangerous either way. You never know what a fanatic might do. You should definitely keep an eye on him. I think Lena's overthinking it. Miyuki expressed doubt about Lena's seemingly simplistic conclusion, but Tatsuya didn't refute Lena's conclusion. Chapter Insubstantial Offense and Defense May. M. Tatsuya and Miyuki received a phone call at their secondary residence. Good morning, Miyuki-san. How are you feeling today? The person who appeared on the monitor was Ayako, dressed seamlessly despite the fact that it was early Sunday morning. Good morning, Ayako. I'm feeling great. Ayako-san as well. You don't look any different. Thank you very much. It's thanks to all of you, so. What happened this early in the morning? Is there a pressing matter for me to address? Also dressed immaculately, Miyuki asks Ayako about the information she wants to share. It's not really urgent, but there's something I would like to tell you as soon as possible. Is that for Tatsuya-sama, too, both of you. I'd like to visit you today, but I'm not sure if it's convenient to. Good morning, Ayako. Tatsuya, who has been listening to their conversation, stands in front of the camera and joins the conversation. Good morning, Tatsuya-san. Thank you for your hard work yesterday. You too, Ayako. Thank you for your efforts. I'm sorry leaving you on the outside in charge of the vigilance, Eno. Please don't worry about it. He had placed Ayako on alert with Fumiya last night for any approaching suspicious persons, just to make sure the guests were safe. I probably should have helped entertain the guests, but that kind of party is a bit. So, I was grateful to be sent to the outside instead. I don't dislike the party itself, though while both are considered to be high-class beautiful women, there is a big difference between Ayako and Miyuki. Ayako has a strong tendency to attract the lustful gaze of men, although not so much in the case of men within the same age group. It is more prominent in the case of older men. They have what would be called a strong sex appeal. In Ayako's case, even if she doesn't expose herself too much, she still attracts that kind of attention. Whereas with Miyuki, it's more likely that men would lose their nerve in her presence. So she doesn't have to deal with that kind of overt gaze. Ayako is an excellent combat magician. She does not feel physically threatened by the eyes of the opposite sex, even if they can't hide their ulterior motives. But the discomfort is undeniable. She hadn't yet reached the stage where she felt a sense of superiority over such gazes. That's why there is no need to worry about it. So, Yuja, knowing that Ayako suffers from a sort of gaze aversion, Tatsuya brought the conversation back to the main topic, in order to avoid dragging this subject on. Yuji, understand that you have an urgent report to make. Yeah. I think the sooner I report the better. Ayako seemed a little relieved when the subject changed. We can do this now. They are talking via videophone. But Ayako and Fumiya are staying one floor down in this same building. Are you sure? In the monitor. Ayako's eyes turned to Miyuki. Yeah, I don't mind. Tatsuya said it was fine. There was no way Miyuki could refuse. I will be right there. Ayako bowed politely on the monitor. In that state, the vidophone's monitor went dark. Tukami Ryosuke is a pawn of the fair's leader, Rina Fair. This was Ayako's report. Perhaps you were aware of this. Seeing the subtle expressions on Tatsuya and Miyuki, and also on Lena's face, Ayako asked hesitantly, Sorry. Bango. I had stars check that out already. Ha! The stars. Ayako's shoulders slump in response to Lena's answer. As expected, She can't hide her disappointment. So, did you also know that the thieves who broke into the plant were Janices? Janice. No. That's the first I've heard of it. I guess it's true that there was an intruder, isn't it? But this response from Tatsuya brings Ayako back to life. Is Janice a person's name? I've never heard of it either. Is it a code name of some kind? Following Miyuki, Lena asks Ayako. As Lena-san suggested, the name Janice is a code name in the American underworld for a pair of magical criminals. At Miyuki and Lena's question, Ayako exerts an eloquence with a prideful look on her face. They only became famous in the last 2 years or so. Before that, it seems that their activities were in Eastern Europe. 2 years ago. No wonder I didn't know that. Lena muttered a seeming excuse. She came to Japan 3 years ago. If it has been in the last 2 years, it's no wonder she didn't know. Why do you think it was Janice doing? There were no clues left at the scene, though. Tatsuya-san, actually, it wasn't me who deduced that the bandit who broke into the stellar reactor building was Janice. Ayako's expression changed. She took out a voice recorder and placed it on the dining room table. In the early hours of yesterday, Tokami Ryosuke was making a call via satellite phone at the harbor in the northeast area, and you intercepted it. Yes, the receiver was Rinafair. Ayako has 2 signature spells. One is mock teleportation, a combination of weight, convergence, and movement types of magic. The other is a convergence-type magic polar diffusion. The latter magic aims to make the distribution of any gas, liquid, or physical energy within a specified area averaged out and indistinguishable. It mixes reflected light waves with waves from a large area, causing them to blend together and disappear, diffusing sound waves and combining them with other sounds to turn them into a faint noise that cannot be discerned, thus rendering the sound inaudible. As a matter of fact, Ayako can also reverse this process, picking up sounds that are about to be diffused over a large space and returning them to a meaningful audio signal. She's not so good at this as to make them from inaudible noise, but she can restore whispers to a recordable condition at a distance of a few dozen meters. With this magic, she managed to eavesdrop on Ryosuke and Rina's satellite phone call. It's going to be a bit long. I'll play it back from the beginning. Please listen. The voices of Ryosuke and of a girl started to come out of the voice recorder. Their conversation was in English, but there was no one here who needed an interpreter, unless they noticed Ayako's eavesdropping and were acting out. I guess that means Tokami-san is innocent of the incident the night before last. Picking up from Tatsuya's line, Miyuki concludes, "Hold on. He might have been clean in that one case, though." But soon after, Lena countered, "You've just confirmed that he's an undercover agent of the fair. Are you sure you want to keep him in the Magian company as it is? Both of you. I think we should address the Janice issue right now." Miyuki and Lena held their tongues with an taken-aback expression at Ayako's point. "By the way, Tatsuya-san," Ayako shifts her attention to Tatsuya. "What? What? Assuming that the intruder is Janice, as Rina Fair guessed?" Tatsuya didn't contest that assumption. "What is Janice aiming for?" "Janice has been selling the stolen data on the black market for profit. Isn't that right?" "Yes. From what we've been able to find out, it is. I can't be certain that their objective is only financial gain. Regardless of the form of their reward, the most valuable data related to Stellar Reactor would be the manufacturing method for the artificial relics." Tatsuya answered Ayako's question without hesitation. "Not only limited to the Stellar Reactor. In a nuclear fusion reactor, the fusion reaction itself will stop if its control is stopped. The Stellar Reactor, Yuzhou thermonuclear reactor via gravity control type magic, will stop its operation if the magic ceases to be activated. At the moment, it's not a problem even if power is not being generated continuously, since the electricity generated is only used to produce hydrogen. But if the plant is going to be used to supply power to the public infrastructure, it must be able to operate continuously hours a day. That means the magic must be used continuously to keep the stellar reactor running. Without artificial relics with its effect of preserving magic sequences, a magician needs to stay next to the reactor for as long as the stellar reactor is in operation. If it's a hour operation, it's a continuous hour operation. That would make the magician as good as a part of the stellar reactor. Of course, if it were to be 24 hours in a row, it would be in shifts, but it would still mean the same. in which the magicians would be integrated into the power generation system called Stellar Reactor. Just like the linemen caricaturized in the classic movie of the silent films era modern times, that would only change their role from weapons to power generators. And the magician Iu Amageist could not escape the fate of being a tool. The trump card to solve this problem is Artificial Relics Magister, which has the ability to preserve the magic sequence. UDB store it doesn't mean as in like a shop, but as in storage place. The Magi and Magister is an abbreviation for magic, but incidentally, it could also mean curse or cursed charm. Using the Magister with current state-of-the-art technologies, it is possible to keep the stellar reactor running by simply inputting the magic sequence into the artificial relics once every 6 hours. In the future, it is expected that the performance can be increased to once every hours. This would only require the magician running the stellar reactor to work once every hours 40 minutes, including preparation time. It would require them to be on standby in case of an emergency, but that is also the case in a fully automated plant. In other words, the labor load will be reduced to the same extent as that of production line supervisors in a factory where the entire workforce has been replaced by industrial robots. Once every 6 hours, or maybe once every 12 hours in the future, is the amount of time that the magic sequence stored in the Magister can continue to cast magic, not the amount of time that the Magister can keep storing the magic sequence. Once magic sequence is input, it is preserved for several months if you don't do anything. There is also a lot of secret know-how on how to output the magic stored in the Magister. Be that as it may, as far as data that can be stolen, the highest price will be paid for the Magister's manufacturing methods. So, the aim of the thieves who snuck into the containment room is... It was probably an attempt to steal the artificial relics from the main unit of the stellar reactor. Tatsuya compliments the speculation Miyuki was about to make with his line, affirming it. Even if they got the artificial relics, they're not something that can be easily duplicated, though. Tatsuya gave a sarcastic chuckle as he remembered how much trouble he'd had duplicating the relic. But thanks to Ayako, I've got a general idea of what they're aiming to do next. Really? Where is it? At Tatsuya's confident muttering, Ayako and Lina asked, exposing their surprise. Miyuki, for her part, had a look on her face that said, if it's Tatsuya-sama, that's only natural. Felthy Tatsuya answered their questions with a single word. Mei-ta. By Tatsuya's orders, Ryosuke has been in Machida, where Meijin Company's headquarters are located, since yesterday. His moving to the company housing in Aizu has been postponed, so he's staying at the business hotel next door, which is reserved for the staff of the FLT Research Center. Ryosuke had just come back from Vancouver. He hasn't even been able to go out and buy some daily necessities for the company housing yet. He has already prepared a bed, dining room table, chairs, writing desk, and so forth for the company housing. And while he can leave the cooking and cleaning utensils to Har, he needs to buy his own bedding and tableware. In this regard, he was grateful for Tatsuya's directive to stay in Machida temporarily, because it gave him more time to make such preparations. However, there are some aspects he doesn't agree with. Ryosuke is determined to stay in the stellar reactor plant to clear himself of the suspicion brought against him. But after getting kicked out of Miyakishima, he doesn't even have a chance to capture the thieves. Will I be fired after all? Such worries lingered in Ryosuke's mind. Good morning, Tokami-san. You're early this morning too. Good morning, Ryosuke greets his colleague when he arrives at the office 5 minutes before the start of the workday in a cheerful voice, jolting to keep his voice cheerful. This bad habit of arriving at the office 1 hour early has been seemingly overshadowed by the stricter application of labor-related laws. Ryosuke wasn't the only one who had been changed from his newly assigned work location. Segusa-san, what shall we do today? I don't think it's necessary to go to Aizu at the moment. I've found out that I can get the data I need here, and I plan to get my hands on the documents I need to file with the authorities. Mayumi has been ordered to work at the headquarters for a while, just like Ryosuke. Tatsuya has appointed Mayumi as Ryosuke's partner in order to catch the intruders. The person selected is another thing that Ryosuke can't agree with. The temporary suspension of Mayumi's assignment at the Industrial Magic Academy has also disrupted her moving to the corporate housing in Aizu. Now she currently commutes from home. She has a starting and ending time of work, but Tatsuya told her that she can spend her time at the office as she pleases. But since there is no urgent work to do, Mayumi arrives at the office and leaves it on time. In other words, she goes home at night. This means that they can't team up to catch a thief in the first place. What the hell is that guy thinking? Ryasu complained about Tatsuya, calling him that guy in his head. Tatsuya was, of course, alert for the invading Thievjag Janices. It is impossible for him to not take any steps to catch them. In the Artificial Relics Magister's secret production line in the FLT development section, Fujibayashi was crammed into the control computer room of the fully automated production line. Today's visit was not an occasional one. It was the third day in a row since Sunday. Of course, it was a shift. The manufacturing data of the artificial relics stored in the FLT was under 24-hour surveillance. You came, didn't you? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The monitor on the console where Fujibayashi was on standby showed a clear sign of hacking. Tatsuya-kun's prediction was spot on. Fujibayashi let out a soliloquy in the old-fashioned way of calling it. Since what they want is data, it is only a matter of common sense to deduce that if they failed in the break-in to the building, the next step would be hacking. I don't think that it's genius or anything if you hit the target. Fujibayashi's soliloquy was subtle enough to be either a compliment or a disparagement to Tatsuya. But, well, as long as I've spotted you, I'll deal with it properly, Fujibayashi added, drifting into an excited atmosphere. In the evening of May and Eid, a pair of men identified as Bahadur Mufid and Baman Mufid landed at the port of Kawasaki, posing as sailors on a cargo ship. They, Janices, were hiding out in a cheap hotel for foreign workers, using private notebooks that they had stolen yesterday. They connected into the global net through someone else's account via a wireless router that they had also stolen, and attempted to break into the FLT's network. Hacking is more software than hardware, and more skill than software. Still, the speed of the human input is no match for the speed of the AI's counterparts, which requires software to support the skill. In order to run advanced software, high-performance hardware is required. No one, no matter how skilled they are, should not be able to break into the networks of high-tech companies that have built robust security with these makeshift tools. Jal should nod. However, open. Sesame. Every time Bahadur sends a thought wave that has been compiled into an incantation form towards the terminal's display, a firewall is breached. It was as if the gatekeepers had unlocked the door themselves and invited the thieves in. Nevertheless, Bahadur just stared at the display. He is not touching the keyboard, the pointer, or the stylus pen. It was Baman, sitting next to him, running his fingers over the other connected device, who was operating the computer terminals. Baman, how far in are you? There's probably 1 or 2 more firewalls left. We're almost there. Bahadur. This is not due to Bahadur being mechanically illiterate. It's that he devotes all of his mental resources to magically disabling the network's security, so he doesn't have the luxury of handling the information terminal. The unclassifiable magic Arabian Nights, a magic that interferes with any phenomenon, whether it is a mental or physical phenomenon, that falls under the concept of opening or closing. In this case, it is opening the gates of a locked network and misleading the system into believing it is legitimate access. Bahadur and Baman are BS magicians. BS stands for Born Specialized Magic Users, also known as Congenital Superpower Users or Congenital Singular Magic Users. They, like many BS magicians, can't use any other magic than their Arabian Nights, and for that reason, they have been looked down upon by the average magicians. This is another common occurrence for BS magicians, but compared to other BS magicians, their Arabian Nights has a wider range of applications. It wouldn't be that useful if there was only one of them, but as long as both the open and close were together, there was a lot that could be done, but that's only true for the both of them together. The name Arabian Nights was given to Janus's magic. Bahadur can only use open, sesame, and the only magic Baman can use is close. Sesame, one of them can only open, and the other can only close it. Bahadur and Baman look exactly like twins, but they are actually from different families. Even the surname Mufid is merely a coincidence. As soon as they met, they realized that by teaming up, the two of them would multiply their innate, singular magic use many times over. They then teamed up and began to rebel against the society that had treated them so coldly. At first, it was just a two-man rebellion. No, while they called it rebellion, what they were doing was just stealing. But 2 years ago, they were recruited by their current organization and joined the ranks of a full-fledged rebellion against human society. Trying to steal the artificial relics manufacturing process is also at the organization's behest. The head of the organization plans to use the artificial relics magister to produce magical weapons that can be used by BS magicians and magicians who have not reached the actual combat level. Good. Bahadur. We've made it. Bahman's words caused Bahadur to exhale heavily. Did you have any data on the artificial relics? In response to Bahadur's question. Wait, damn it. What's with this file system? It's not organized in a tree format. I'll have to search the entire storage system on this device's OS. Bahman swears. It's going to take some time, but it's unavoidable. Yeah. Bahman starts up the terminal and types in the commands for the search. It's primitive, but it's the fastest way to go. A string of text began to flow over the display Bahman was staring at, indicating that a search was in progress. But it soon stopped. It froze. Cheap thing. Bahman swears. No. It's not it. However, Bahadur was frowning next to him. His connected terminal was monitoring the performance of the network. Bahman, it's a countercrack. Bahadur shouted and pressed the power button, trying to force the terminal to shut down. But the terminal did not shut down. He swore and pulled out the power cord of the wireless router. The connection to the network should have been lost by this. And yet, the cracking on their devices continued. Bahadur immediately understood what was going on. From another router? It's hard to believe, but the enemy on the other side of the network has hijacked another router near to their hotel to access their devices here. Bahman, close it down. Got it. Close. Sesame Bahman's magic is activated. The connection between the device and the global net is closed. As they remembered something, the terminal turned off. Let's get out of here, Bahman. All right. They may not have been completely identified, but their location was definitely narrowed down to a fairly small area. The two of them took what they could take and ran away from the cheap hotel, and I was just one step away. Fujibayashi complains, really frustrated in front of the console. Still, this is Arabian Nights. That's some very interesting magic. But soon, she murmured with the look of a poised professional. She was working with the Yotsuba family on a research project to determine the implications of electronic informational networks in the light of magic. The magic she had just been shown was a sample of how electronic information networks could be affected by magic in the same way as physical phenomena. When this case was over, she would use it for her own research, Fujibayashi thought. There, she redirected her attention to the situation. She left the console of the manufacturing line control and sat in front of a dedicated cryptographic communication terminal. The recipient is Butler Hanabishi, who is in charge of the Yotsuba family's mercenary force. The entered text is as follows. The location of the thieves' hiding place is within a meter radius of Kawasaki City's XX Ward, XX District, XX Block, XX Town, and house number Town and house number Edits. Presumed to be a convenient boarding house as Fujibayashi had mentioned, she was one step closer to completely identifying the location where Janice was hiding. Following the information from Fujibayashi, the Yotsuba family's investigation team rushed to the site to find out where Janice was hiding. As a result, they found out that they were staying at a budget hotel and got a clue that there were two men of Middle Eastern appearance and probably Persian descent between Senkimer and Seniatral. Unfortunately, the hotel's security camera system was shut down and the image data was not available. Chapter Pursuit. May. Not a national holiday in Japan of this world. Tatsuya came to the university for the first time in a week. Tatsuya himself was feeling a sense of crisis, since he had been attending college almost once a week. Yet, unfortunately, the first period was abruptly cancelled. This is a rare occurrence at a modern university. This is because the number of cancelled classes due to the circumstances of the instructor has decreased out of respect for the student's rights, and the practice of sending a notification to the student's personal terminal the day before a cancelled class due to unavoidable circumstances is now well established. Tatsuya-san, Miyuki, and Lena are taking another lecture. As Tatsuya was wandering around aimlessly, an alto voice called out from behind him. As Tatsuya turns around, a boyishly dressed, busless, beautiful woman runs up to him. Fumiya. No. It's actually Tatsuya's second cousin, Kuroba Fumiya, a male student wearing unisex fashion and short haircut that would fit in nicely with a woman. Unfortunately, Fumiya's height had not grown as much as he had hoped during his third year in high school. He stopped growing at senior in the end. He's only 5 centimeters shorter than the average height, so maybe there's no need to bemoan his height. But most of Fumiya's relatives were tall men. Tatsuya was centimeters tall, and his father, Mitsugu, was centimeters tall. His distant relative, Shibata Katsushige, stands at centimeters. Naturally, Fumiya hoped that he could grow up too. He may be small now, but he'll grow up soon. So he thought. During his junior high school years and for 2 years after high school, but in his 3rd year of high school he came to accept the reality. On his 18th birthday, Fumiya accepted the fact that he would not grow any taller and reasserted himself. And as a result of this, the current gender-neutral outfit. However, it's not that his sexuality has become distorted or that he has developed a hobby of cross-dressing. He has simply abandoned his concern for masculinity. No. It's more accurate to say that he abandoned his obsession with masculine appearance. He mainly took in Ayako's advice and started to dress himself in a way which suits his appearance. Besides Fumiya's emotional reasons, there was also a more pragmatic one. In his bare face, Fumiya is a beautiful young man with a rosy complexion that is full of charm. He is almost years old, but he is a pretty boy. He stands out from the crowd of college students, but with the right amount of makeup, as much as men would use, he looks like an ordinary beautiful woman. Both male and female magicians tend to be quite beautiful, and many of them are also at Magic University. It is even rumored that the Magic University has the most beautiful women in the metropolitan area. Among them, Fumiya is much less conspicuous if he is mistaken for a woman. As a member of the Kuroba family who is responsible for the Yotsuba family's intelligence, it is better to be mistaken for a woman than to stand out too much. Even outside the university, it's better to dress neutrally so that people will see you as weak. They won't realize his true strength. Fumiya finally could take advantage of those merits when he became a college student. But he had to be careful about using the right amount. If he made an effort to wear makeup, Fumiya would transform from an ordinary beauty to an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Even so, Tatsuya never misunderstood Fumiya's gender. He saw Fumiya running up to him with a smile on his face, but Tatsuya didn't stretch the bridge of his nose like a male student who didn't know the whole truth. Was Tatsuya-san's class cancelled too? Fumiya's was too. Yeah. Fumiya nodded happily at Tatsuya's counter-question. Tatsuya-san, would you like to go to the coffee shop outside? That place. Yes, Tatsuya didn't have a favorite spot like Inabri's from his high school days, but Fumiya had a familiar place. Tatsuya had been invited to visit it by Fumiya a few times. He finally went there in his 3rd year at the university, but only a few times. I guess so. The store was about a 5-minute walk from the university, so there was no need to worry about being late for the next lecture. Tatsuya and Fumiya sat at a table at the far end of the cafe. There are many female students in the cafe. The coffee shop has a chic interior designed to appeal to women, but the more attractive feature is the old-fashioned partition that completely separates each table from the other customers. Fumiya took the 2 coffee cups at the counter and carried them over by himself on a tray without the help of the waitress, giving the impression he was familiar with such practices. His figure is so natural that it could be described as one of the shop's waitresses. Although he isn't wearing a dress or a skirt, nor is he wearing an apron. Some customers indeed had such a misunderstanding, but Fumiya returned to his seat, not paying any attention to the misinterpreted glances, placing a coffee cup in front of Tatsuya. Tatsuya-san, you seem to be even busier lately. Leaving the tray as it was, without returning it, Fumiya spoke to Tatsuya as he sat down. I don't want to give you guys any troubles. Don't worry about it. It's our job. What Tatsuya called trouble and Fumiya called a job is the pursuit of the duo of criminal magicians Janices, who broke into the stellar reactor plant and tried to hack into the FLT. The task of capturing Janice had been transferred to the Kuroba family from the mercenary squad under Butler Hanabishi. When it gets dark, I'll also be joining the search. The reason Fumiya didn't join the chase in the light of day is not because of his college classes. It's because Fumiya would stand out too much to move in the daytime. As one would expect, he can no longer use his girl disguise from high school. It's not a question of liking or disliking it. It's just that it's too sexually appealing. Having said so, his body is that of a slim man, so he is not suited to playing with sex appeal anymore. He was also struggling a lot with this. I appreciate your help. I wish I could work on it myself. If Tatsuya-san makes a move, the intelligence department and the others would be in an uproar. Fumiya remarked with a straight face. This wasn't a joke, but since that day 3 years ago, the National Defense Intelligence Bureau and the Public Security Police had been on edge with Tatsuya's every move. Tatsuya could only give a wry smile in return to Fumiya's remark. The organization Janus is part of does not have a foothold in Japan. Without its support, the two men were in a tight spot. The hacking had only been tracked down yesterday. It was now just before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Both Bahadur and Bahman felt that even though not even a full day had passed, the siege was definitely narrowing. Neither of them saw any of their pursuers, but their intuition, that helped them to survive the underworld, tells them the enemy is close at hand. The Janus pair themselves felt that their cornered predicament was absurd. They weren't so careless as to leave any clues at the hotel. It would be more understandable if they were caught on that occasion. It's not like they were unable to get away from the site where they were traced. So why are they being hounded? They were currently eating in a dining room of a family apartment. It is not an empty house. There was a housewife in the house. She was watching TV idly in the next room. She must have been relaxing after a day of household chores prior to their intrusion. They don't seem to be a wealthy family. Their home automation is minimal. Even so, compared to 50 years ago, household chores have been drastically reduced. Although modern Japanese women still may feel it to be an inconvenience. The reason Janus deliberately opted for a private house is that, from their experience, the security setup is looser. Bahadur's magic unlocked the front door, and Bahman's magic closed the housewife's awareness. This state would only last for about 30 minutes, even on an ordinary person with no magic resistance, but it was enough time to satiate their thirst and hunger. And once the housewife regained her awareness, she would only think she had been dozing off. Bahman, I think that... Bahadur, who was chewing and swallowing the retorted chicken, spoke to Bahman, who was still eating the retorted seafood pizza. What is it, Bahadur? Bahman returns the response as he swallows what's in his mouth. We certainly left our notebooks in that hotel. You think that was a clue to the trail? But we didn't leave a drop of sweat. Not to mention fingerprints. They were mere thieves until they joined their current organization. Without any backing, the two of them honed the skills necessary to be thieves besides their magic so that they would never be caught. Among them, the most important thing was to leave no evidence behind. Fingerprints are out of the question. DNA collected from bodily fluids could also be the smoking gun. They wouldn't let something like sweat or spit get away without being particularly conscious of it. You also kept your gloves on the whole time, I'm sure. As Bahman said, they were still wearing gloves, even as newly procured house. The old gloves they had been using had been disposed of by incineration in the oven. You're right. We didn't leave any physical evidence. There's no doubt about that. Bahadur acknowledges Bahman's claim. With that line, Bahman guessed what his partner was getting at. You think we're being tracked by psychometry or something like that? It makes sense when you think about it. Bahadur nodded at Bahman's words. The ones we're dealing with are those Yotsuba. Is it strange that they have a psychometrist in their midst? Bahman back-channeled with a hint of a sigh on his tone. Bahman, just to be sure. Bahadur didn't need to say anything else from there. Dancing to the same beat, managed to get his intentions across to Bahman. Yeah. I don't know if I can do it, but I'll use my magic to close off any paths of residual thoughts. Bahman focused his mind on using close Sesame's magic to thwart detection by psychometry. Bahadur and Bahman were right in their speculation that they were being tracked by the residual thoughts left on the notebooks left at the budget hotel. It seems that they activated caste jamming. Or could this be the magic called Arabian Nights? Can you follow it? The thread isn't broken, so it's not a problem. But the assumption that Arabian Nights would allow them to escape the hunt was wrong. The Kuroba family does indeed have a few psychometrists under their command, but those who have been sent to track Janus this time are not psychometrists. It is not uncommon for the Kuroba family to have members who can detect residual thoughts. While there is a variation in strength, about 1 out of every 5 Kuroba family members has the ability to detect and track residual thoughts. In fact, looking at the world, it is not such a rare talent to be able to just perceive residual thoughts. There are many examples of police detectives and private investigators who are said to have a keen sense of intuition, but are using this ability without being aware of it. There are only a few who are able to read images and clear meaningful information lingering in the thoughts. Those who have the superpower to read such images and clear meaningful information are called psychometrists. Those who perceive residual thoughts can only chase after it. Those with a psychometrist ability can also only read information about the past that lingers in the residual thoughts. The ability to pinpoint the current location of a search target would be considered more or less in the domain of a diviner. In that case, Tatsuya, a person who is able to know information from the present to the past and back again, would, in this case, belong to the realm of a transcendental being. With the path of perception closed, it is no longer possible to follow the same signs of residual thoughts from a distance, but it doesn't prevent them from following the residual thought in the spots where they have passed through. The Kuroba family's pursuit unit uses a combination of two methods. The reverse triangulation method, in which they get an approximate position based on observations of the sign's position from 3 points that match the direction of the residual thought, and also the method of chasing the residual thought in sequence. Amon's magic interferes with the former method, but the method of following the connected clues does not fall prey to the concept of closing. Because they can't use the reverse triangulation method, provisional name, they will be less efficient. But they already have a pretty good idea of how close they are. From this point on, there is no risk of escape. Members of the pursuit unit sent by the Kuroba family were confident on that. After finishing his college lessons, Tatsuya went to the Meijin Company headquarters in Machida. Segusa-san, do you have any plans for tomorrow night? As soon as he reached her desk, he called Mayumi and asked her this. No, I don't. Then there's one thing I'd like your assistance with tomorrow night. Hearing these words, Mayumi raised her eyebrows quizzically. Assistance, not overtime. It's not a company job. I need your assistance as a magist, Segusa-san. Magist. Oh, you mean as a magician, right? And exactly what kind of work would that be? She was just reiterating that it wasn't her job. But Tatsuya didn't bring it up. Did you know that thieves broke into the stellar reactor plant in Miyakijima the other day? Authors impute yeah. I just happened to overhear it though. As Ryosuke listened to it from his desk in the same room, he complained in his mind. That's not what you said. Isubei Real. All I sign. Ichigan, Wanda sign. Chyan. When Ryosuke wanted to catch the invaders of that night by himself to get rid of the accusations made against him, Tatsuya gave him the condition that he would get a partner, and the one Tatsuya chose as his partner was Mayumi. In other words, she was supposed to be his partner to catch the bandits of that night, and yet he didn't expect the fact that she hasn't been informed of the intrusion incident in detail. Tatsuya didn't bother with Ryosuke's indignation. Perhaps he had noticed, but ignored it and continued the conversation with Mayumi with a nonchalant look on his face. There's a possibility that that bandit may soon break into the laboratory next door. In the FLT lab are the thieves after a silver model. The Meijin Company headquarters is located next to the 3rd division of the FLT R&D lab. Even after Tatsuya announced the dissolution of the Taurus Silver at the press conference at the end of May, the R&D 3rd Division has continued to release CAD models to the world under the name of Silver Model. The building of the R&D 3rd Division next door was named Laboratory, but at the same time it also served as a factory. Not particularly unusual since the word laboratory in English also means a pharmaceutical production facility. Nevertheless, it's a usual response for anyone involved in the world of magic to associate FLT R&D 3rd Division with the CADs of the Silver Model. Mayumi's speculation is not far off the mark. Probably not. But Tatsuya's answer was no. Their objective is probably the Artificial Relics Magister, which is outsourced to the 3rd Division. The artificial relics are manufactured next door. Even though the name Magister is not common, it is fairly well known that the stellar reactor system has artificial relics at its core. I always thought that it was made inside the stellar reactor plant. This wasn't just Mayumi's assumption. Many who knew about the relationship between artificial relics and stellar reactor thought the same thing she did. There is no need for too many magistors yet, you see. A small production line is enough. There are 6 spells required to operate the stellar reactor: gravity control, plasma transition, neutron barrier, gamma ray filter, another gravity control, and Coulomb force control. Each stellar reactor uses 12 magistors, 2 per spell. At the moment, there are additional stellar reactors under construction. Considering the minimum amount of magister required for the unit's operation is a total of magistors is enough. The artificial relics or magister is not something that can be synthesized in a day or two. and is small enough for an adult woman to hold in one hand. So not much space is required to produce this many magistors. So I'd like Segusa-san to team up with Tukami-san to take vigilance on the Magister manufacturing line. This is not Meiji & Company's business, but would you be willing to take on this task? Segusa-san. Doria. Ryusuke eventually couldn't take it anymore and stood up. Please do it for me. Help me out. Apparently, Ryusuke can't keep up with his speech patterns when he's excited. Not surprisingly, he may be a very passionate person. What are the circumstances? Noticing Tatsuya's gaze, Mayumi turned to Ryusuke and asked, I was there on the night that the thieves broke into the stellar reactor plant. I just sensed something was wrong and went to check on the situation, but I was caught up in the bandits' escape and I'm on suspicion of being an accomplice. I need to clear this frame up. If I can't do that, I'll have to quit here. I wanted to keep my job at Meiji & Company. At first, Mayumi looked surprised, but she gradually regained her composure, and at last, her expression became cool and thoughtful. It was an expression that resembled her past self as first High Student Council president. I understand. Mayumi nodded to Ryusuke and turned back to Tatsuya. Executive Director ... I'll undertake security for tomorrow night. Thank you. You don't have to work for the company tomorrow. Of course I won't put you on vacation or absence from work. As you wish, sir. What time would you like us to come to the lab? 6 p.m.? Please. Also, Tukami-san. Is that alright with you? Yes, sir. Ryusuke answered in a booming voice and bowed vigorously to Tatsuya. Tatsuya and Mayumi looked at it and had the same thought. Oh, so this is the type of character he is. Bahadur and Baman were chased by the presence of an oncoming pursuer and blended into the foreigner's neighborhood. It's currently one of the most lawless areas in the metropolitan area, where the Hispanic mafia is still engaged in a power struggle with the local gangs. Despite the fact that it is right next to Tokyo, the police turn a blind eye to it. No, they may be herding troublemakers into a corner and leaving them there to fend for themselves. In fact, it was said that this area is easy to get in, but hard to get out. Even now, they could hear gunfire from nearby. Baman, who had a preconceived notion that Japan is a safe country, wondered something like, is this really Japan? They found an empty room, not an empty house. There was another intruder laying, or perhaps sitting, in the other room after taking a break. The two began to talk about their future plans. We're surrounded by them, right? I have the same feeling. They don't seem to have entered this city, but that doesn't mean they can't. Yeah. I guess they simply hate trouble. The sooner you talk to the mafia, the sooner they'll step in. We will have until tomorrow night at the most. I guess that's about it. If we just keep running around, they'll still catch us as long as we're in Japan. So, let's do it. Baman nodded at Bahadur's words. But where are we going to look? Baman then brought up their pending issue. I still think it is in the FLT lab. Bahadur's reply was clear. It looks like it. Baman, we are cornered. In this state of affairs, we can't afford picking up targets. All right, then we'll get out of here tomorrow at dusk. Very well. I'll make the call to the returning ship. I'll go get a car. I'm counting on you. I'm on you too. Baman stood up, and Bahadur opened his newly stolen information terminal. How's the situation? Fumiya looks back at the voice that called from behind him. Nisan. It's not safe for you to come to this place. Ayako gave a light shrug at her brother's candid advice. You say it while you were dressed like that, huh? You don't look all that safe either. Fumiya no longer uses Yami's, Jaja, young girls, disguise. He's wearing slim pants and a thin short coat. However, the slim pants look strangely tight because of the protector in the crotch area. Also, he is wearing enough makeup in terms of disguise. Now he looks just like an over-year-old female model. He wouldn't look like a man even if he was placed alongside Ayako in an elegant bolero and matching long skirt. I'll let anyone who gets it wrong have it to themselves. At Ayako's point, Fumiya boasted in a defiant tone. The situation has not changed since sunset. I've left one escape route open, and I've surrounded it so we'll never lose sight of them. That's Tatsuya-san's instructions, right? I wonder if Tatsuya-san is trying to lure the thieves into FLT. I suppose so. Excluding Miyakijima, there aren't many places where you can let loose in the immediate vicinity of a metropolis. Indeed. Ayako nodded at Fumiya's point with a satisfied expression. Besides, there is still something else. Ayako urges a stammering Fumiya to continue. I wonder if Tatsuya-san is planning to test Ukami Ryosuke. How trustworthy he is. It's how useful he is. I think. Ayako looked at Fumiya in profile, as he looked back at the center of the foreigners' district, and thought to herself, he's starting to think like Tatsuya-san. Chapter Song Conclusion. May. P.M. Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, Saigusa-san. When Mayumi opened the service entrance door of the FLT lab, Ryosuke received her with a brisk greeting. Tukami-san, you're early today too. Mayumi is wearing a pantsuit instead of the skirt suit she wore until yesterday, and while it is a business suit, it allowed her to be more dynamic. She wore laced leather shoes with almost no heels. She had dressed with the intention to fight. And you're very enthusiastic about it, huh? Ryosuke wore a high-neck shirt with a neck guard. Over the shirt, he wears a military vest. On the bottom, he is wearing thick work pants and, clearly, sturdy work boots. If someone told he's going to get on a transport to the battlefield, dressed like this, it wouldn't be surprising. Really. I usually wear this type of clothing. Do you like military fashion? At Mayumi's honestly hesitant question, Ryosuke lightly twisted his head. No, that's not why I'm... It's just that it's sturdy, I guess, because I used to often wear my clothes out or make them crochet for a long time. Apparently he's the sort of person who values practicality first and foremost in his choice of clothing. Okay, I guess. Mayumi had no other way to respond to it. It was past p.m. when the situation arose. Mayumi, who until now had been offering various topics of conversation every time the silence was about to turn into an awkward atmosphere, suddenly fell silent in the middle of the banter. What's wrong? Tukami-san, I can use multiscope, the remote visual type perception magic. Remote visual type perception magic. Multiscope. It is not a way of looking at immaterial or information bodies, but a multi-perspective visual radar that perceives real objects from multiple angles. Or perhaps it should be called an anisotropic ability to perceive three-dimensional space in a true three-dimensional sense, albeit in a visually limited sense. The owner of the multiscope does not reconstruct a flat image in the brain by using binocular parallax or motion parallax, but rather has the mental function to recognize a three-dimensional object as it is. But in a sense, what is important now is not the aspect of the four-dimensional cognitive ability, the aspect of remote vision, where there is nothing to block it. What did you see? You don't mean intruders? Yes. Opening the main gate, a pair of men have entered the wing. Ryosuke briskly turned to the console of the security system. However, the warning lights that would turn on if an intruder was detected remained off. For some reason, the monitors that were supposed to show the intruders also would not switch to the lobby leading to the front gate. I guess this must be the effect of the Arabian Nights that the executive director mentioned. Parallax after Mayumi and Ryosuke agreed to come tonight. Tatsuya explained to the Miaojo, mainly Mayumi, since Ryosuke had heard the gist of it from Renaha, the expected characteristics of the thieves' Genesis. Between Senient and Semi-Tall, the Middle Eastern in appearance, possibly of Persian descent, and the unique magic that is Arabian Nights. He described Arabian Nights as able to interfere with a wide range of phenomena that fit the concepts of open and close. They probably used the close magic to close off the connection to the security system, and then used the open magic to open the gate. If it is something so versatile, then the effective time should be short. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. Ryosuke felt uncomfortable as Mayumi agreed, surprised, because when he spoke just now he was just parroting Rina's take on it. In that case, Janus must be in a hurry. We have to catch them before they run away. But those thoughts were blown away when Mayumi brought him back up to speed. You must be right. Let's go. Meanwhile, Janus's duo had a bad feeling when they broke into the lab. Bahadur, isn't it weird? When asked by Baman, Bahadur replies in a low voice as he continues to crack the visitor's terminal. I know what you mean. It's certainly unusual that there's no one in the security room of the first floor. Bahadur replied, taking a moment to be aware of the stun gun in his breast pocket that he had obtained in the foreign city. According to their prearranged plan, they would neutralize the staff in the security room with non-lethal bullets before they could get to work. It's not just the security office. Isn't it only 8 o'clock? And yet, it's devoid of any signs of life. Implicitly, Baman raises the issue that it might be a trap. The reason why they broke in so early was because they estimated that if there were staff working overtime, there would be no security guards patrolling the premises. Janice's specialty is not to break into unoccupied buildings, but to break into ones that are still occupied and quickly steal it. It was unusual for them to aim at uninhabited places late at night, like at the Stellar Reactor plant the other day. This is also something that can be done because of the unique magic they carry, Arabian Nights. Once again, up to the point of breaking into the building, it was going well as per usual. But the fact that there was almost no sign of people inside the building was beyond their expectations. They don't possess a perception type, Magiche, or a superpower J to detect the presence of others. Nevertheless, as professional criminals, they pride themselves on having keen senses. That's why they can confidently say that this building is not completely deserted, yet there are no more than 10 people in it. By some chance, those few people might be the guards. Bahman felt that they both might fall into their ambush. But we can't go back to headquarters empty-handed. We were prepared to cross some dangerous bridges when we signed up. Yes, you're right. Bahman does not contradict Bahadur's words, but he was not fully convinced. Bahman truly believed that it would be better for them to flee immediately. It wasn't hard for Bahadur to see that, but Bahadur pretended to be oblivious to his partner's sense of impending danger, and continued his cracking through magic. I found it. It is probably this one. And then he speaks up in a small, yet clear voice. Really? Bahman forgot about the vigilance of his surroundings and ran up next to Bahadur. It's in this production line, on the second floor. It's completely independent of the other lines. Bahadur explains to Bahman, pointing to the floor plans of each floor, which he calls up after prying open the security of the intranet. We don't have time. Let's get over there as soon as possible. Bahman prompts Bahadur. He understood that his magic, which had closed the security system, would not hold much longer. Understood. Bahadur stood first and started running, with Bahman following behind, next to the FLT R&D 3rd Division lab. In the Magian Company headquarters office. It's about time. Muttering in his mind, Tatsuya pressed the send button for the message he had prepared beforehand. He then stood up from his utilitarian desk chair, a bit short of the title of executive director, and moved to the window. You came. While looking outside through the window, Tatsuya spoke to the person behind him, a sign of a jolt and a shiver. Don't come with you came. Like you didn't already know. But the sign was overshadowed by a brazen voice. That's not what I meant. Responding in a tone with a mix of exasperation, Tatsuya looked back. There was an hesitant Miyuki and a defiant-looking Lena, both with terrified faces. The one with the brazen voice of earlier was Lena. As she said, Tatsuya had noticed them entering the room. He then added, "You came," intended as a reprimand, meaning you should not be here at this hour. I understand what you mean, but it's only after 8 o'clock, okay? I'm not a child. We'll talk about it later. So? You came here because you intend to help me. Miyuki, who'd been keeping her eyes down, made eye contact with Tatsuya. May I help you? To be honest, I think Miyuki can handle this better than me. By all means, I'll not disappoint you. All right, I'll be counting on you then. Yes. Miyuki looked up to Tatsuya with laced fingers and moist eyes. Hey, how long will you keep this up? Lena interjects in a bland tone. Keep what? Miyuki turns around and gives her a dry smile. There's not a shred of sweetness in her voice. I know. Nothing. And Lena stiffly averts her eyes. Offshore at Kawasaki Harbor. Fumiya nodded after looking at the screen of the information terminal. Is it from Tatsuya-san? Ayako, dressed like a passenger of a luxury cruise ship, stepped closer to peer into Fumiya's terminal. The boat they were on was apparently a plain water bus, which didn't exactly match Ayako's current fashions. We've got the green light. While nodding, Fumiya responds. For today, he is dressed in a boiler suit of dark tones. He is also wearing a marine cap and protective glasses to prevent his eyes from flying debris. There's not a shred of femininity in him. Tonight he certainly doesn't look like a woman. He turned his attention to a small freighter anchored a short distance away. The quay was empty, but there were no motions to dock. Well, even if they were to dock at this time of day, no sailors other than domestic vessels would be able to go ashore as an anti-smuggling measure. Nissan, if you please. I don't think there's any such thing as a what if. But you should be careful either way. I'll get in touch when I'm done. Fixing the transceiver to one of his ears, Fumiya bent down lightly, holding his private CAD in the form of a knuckle duster in his right hand, ready to be used at any time. Ayako's hand touches Fumiya's back. In the next instant, Fumiya's figure disappeared from the deck. Mayumi and Ryosuke made their way from the control room of the security system on the second floor to the main lobby in the first floor. They didn't want to make noise, so they took on a stride instead of running. They hadn't been in the security room on the first floor from the beginning, due to Tatsuya's instructions. Honestly, both Mayumi and Ryosuke felt that this instruction didn't make sense to them, since the production line of artificial relics was on the second floor. On the way there, just before the emergency staircase leading to the first floor, Tukami-san, stop. Shop. Mayumi stopped Ryosuke. Not this way. The thieves are going up in the elevator. In the elevator. That's ridiculous, thought Ryosuke. It was against his common sense to choose an elevator that would be a secluded room with no way for a thief to escape, due to the difference in height between the first and second floors. But he wasted no more time in idleness and turned on his heel. The elevator hall is a short distance away from the emergency stairs. Loitering around would allow the thieves to break into the artificial relics production line. The elevator carrying the Janus duo starts to ascend. The number of floors is 1. Their arrival is quick. Neither Bahadur nor Baman suspects that a guard is waiting for them in the elevator hall. They know that the building is not deserted. They were also certain that there were very few of them. The reason for taking the rather obvious elevator was so the guards could ambush them. If the number of guards was small, they thought it would be better to deal with the situation first, rather than just let it happen, as they did not know when they would encounter it. The digital display changes to... Baman was ready to activate his magic. Just as Ryosuke arrives at the elevator hall, the lamp simultaneously turns on to indicate their arrival. Mayumi catches up with Ryosuke and stops behind him. The stainless steel door opens slowly. No, maybe it's Ryosuke's state of mind that makes it seem slow. The moment the door was halfway open, and a figure could be seen in the cab. Close, Sesame. His vision went dark as his head was filled with a sort of double echo of the language and famous incantations he had heard, but didn't understand. He was not blinded. The lights on the entire floor, including the emergency lights, went out at once. Ryosuke and Mayumi were paralyzed by the unexpected situation. At the next moment, their eyes were assaulted by a bright light. The light was coming from inside the elevator, a high-intensity handheld flashlight. It's a best-selling maglite from an American manufacturer that has been widely used since the 20th century. The intense light came just after the complete darkness, dazzling Ryosuke and Mayumi. Ryosuke suddenly jumps on a Mayumi in that same state, pushing her down. Mayumi lets out a scream. Sparks flew from the synthetic marble wall across the elevator where Ryosuke and Mayumi were behind. The lights came back on, and Ryosuke and Mayumi, though vaguely, were able to see again. Underneath Ryosuke's body, Mayumi had recovered from her panic. The sound of the bullets coming from the wall commanded her to remain calm. Mayumi surveyed the situation with her multiscope, not with her poorly recovered physical eyes. 2 people of Middle Eastern descent. One has a handheld flashlight. They each hold what looks like a pistol. Mayumi realized that Ryosuke had protected her from the gun, or something similar, by pushing her down. Mayumi shifts underneath Ryosuke. Ryosuke scrambled to lift himself up. With her now free hands, Mayumi operated her CAD. She activated a convergence-type magic that compressed the air between the 2 bandits' feet. Fire sensors detected the sudden rise in temperature caused by the adiabatic compression. The elevators locked up and the elevator hall sprinklers were triggered. Large amounts of water poured down. With those water droplets, Mayumi created an ice bullet. The pair, a man and a woman, who were waiting in the elevator hall, were bathed in lights and blinded. Bahadur aimed his pistol at the man and Baman at the woman. They were non-lethal rounds with electrical stunning. Instead of a wired system like a taser gun, the bullets themselves have a discharge function. The bullet's velocity is low, but it's heavy, so if it lands, there's quite an impact. On top of that, it's a high-voltage electric shock. If it hits, the opponent will almost certainly be neutralized. However, the paralyzing bullets missed despite being at point-blank range. The man pushed the woman down to cover. The effect of Baman's magic, which had closed the electrical supply channel, ended and the lights were restored. Suddenly, a chill ran down Bahadur's and Baman's spines. As they had signaled to each other, they stepped back from the elevator and hurriedly hid in the shadows of the doorframe. All of a sudden, the sprinklers activated, and from the pouring shower, Ice bullets shot out and pierced the space where they had been standing. Baman hit the closing door button on the panel repeatedly, but the elevator's controls were locked and the doors were unresponsive. Ice bullets shot from a deep angle grazed Baman's body, which was clinging to the wall. Open sesame. Bahadur activated his magic from the opposite side. The lock on the system was released, and the door closed. Baman pressed the button of the first floor. Immediately after that, the man jumped in through the gap of the closing door. Mayumi shot ice bullets made of water droplets from the sprinklers. The elevator hall was the only place where there was water being released. No water droplets have reached the inside of the cab. She is spraying a barrage of ice into the cage through the open boarding door, but the duo hiding in the blind spot were not hit effectively. Then I'll drag them out. After finally recovering completely from the damage to his eyes, Ryosuke summoned his own magic to jump into the cab. The Tugami magic that was given by the former 10th Research Institute, and the one that led to their expulsion from the former 10th Research Institute. Individual armor magic, reactive armor. A plain anti-object magic barrier is constructed in line with Ryosuke's body. Somehow the doors, which should have been locked by the operational system, begin to close. Ryosuke jumped into the cage through the gap between the half-closed doors. Bahadur shot a paralyzing round at the young man who jumped into the cab. The bullet, which had a built-in discharge mechanism, was stopped by the barrier the youth was covered in. A magical barrier. A surprised remark came out of Bahadur's mouth. The young man grabbed the gun Bahadur was holding and lightly twisted it. With that alone, Bahadur's body was thrown against the cab's wall. The young man was around c-meter tall, while Bahadur was roughly less than centiant. Even though there was a difference in physique, that alone did not explain his skill that looked like a sleight of hand. Under the impact of being thrown, Bahadur mustered his willpower and activated his magic. Open sesame. The barrier that covered the young man's body momentarily opens. Baman was about to shoot a paralyzing round onto the back of the now unprotected young man, but faster than he could pull the trigger, the young man's barrier was restored. Open sesame. Bahadur once again activates his magic to neutralize the barrier. But this time, the Arabian Nights' open didn't work. The magical resistance of the barrier had been greatly increased. It no longer let Arabian Nights come close to it. The bullet Baman fired was blocked by the young man's barrier. The young man quickly turned around. The cab arrived on the first floor, and the doors slid open. The young man grabbed onto Baman. He didn't look at Bahadur as he crawled out of the cab, sure that he could take care of him at any moment. The young man's hand reached for Baman's pistol. It didn't look like a very fast motion, but Baman couldn't avoid the hand. The young man didn't grab the handgun, but Baman's wrist. From where he grabbed, a sharp pain spread through Baman's whole body. The gun dropped out of Baman's hand. Amidst the pain, Baman felt a floating sensation. The gun in Baman's body fell to the floor of the cab at the same time. He wasn't able to take a safe landing. The young man didn't let him take a safe landing. In his field of vision as he looked up, the young man raised his hand overhead. It was not a fist, but a stance of a palm-bottom strike, yet the damage would surely be the same. He could easily guess that. There is no way for me to escape. Baman realized that his fate was at its end. Seeing the approaching palm strike of the young man, Baman summoned the last of his strength. Close up, sesame. The elevator doors quietly close. The young man's palm strike reaches Baman's chest. Baman's consciousness was engulfed in darkness. With an achy skill, Ryosuke slammed Baman to the floor and knocked him unconscious with a palm strike to the chest. Aikutsu, a little different from Aikido, was the martial art that Ryosuke was most proficient in. A hit in the head to the point of rendering a person unconscious could cause brain damage. Ryosuke's palm strike to Baman's chest was a safe way to stun an opponent. Ukemi, a martial arts term for the art of falling safely, Yun, Aikijutsu, that he learned from a different master in high school than Aikijutsu. There is only one more. Ryosuke lets out a sigh of relief. The fact that Janus's magic had the power to interfere with his barrier magic was unexpected. In the moment that his barrier was disabled, he was honestly so surprised that he panicked a bit. But, as soon as it was broken, his individual armor magic would be rebuilt with an assigned resistance to the same type of power of attack that triggered it. Hence, reactive armor. Armor that reacts to attacks. As long as he is not neutralized by a single blow, he will stand up and continue to fight as many times as he can. That's the magic of the expelled from the former 10th Research Institute and turned extra Tugami. There is a virtual limit to the number of times the barrier can be rebuilt. So, defeating the enemy before this limit is reached is how Tugami, and now Tukami Ryosuke, fight. Ryosuke pressed the open door button on the panel to chase after the remaining one left, but the elevator doors did not respond to Ryosuke's operation. Ryosuke hit the buttons on the panel repeatedly. The doors remained silent. The magic is still in effect, even though the magician is unconscious. Ryosuke is confused. That's why he couldn't realize it. He couldn't reach the truth. It was indeed Bamon's magic that closed the door, but the reason why the button to open the door doesn't respond is because the system is locked. The elevator's operating system had been locked by Mayumi, who had falsely led the building's fire prevention system to believe that there was a fire. Bahadur's magic had forced the locking in the system to be lifted. With the effect of Bahadur's magics now wearing off, the elevator system is now locked up again, and now that the fire prevention system no longer detects the false fire, all he has to do to get the elevators working again is to contact the system's management AI with the emergency call button and request to reactivate the elevator's operation. Ryosuke knows this procedure. If he was calm, he would have realized it right away. But Ryosuke, who thinks that the magic of clothes from Arabian Nights is what is trapping him, keeps hitting the buttons on the panel incessantly. Tokyo Bay area, offshore of Kawasaki Port. There's another settlement here as well. Nissan. Do you read me? Fumiya's voice comes over the radio to Ayako's ears. I've finished, it's over. The message from Fumiya was the report that the subjugation was complete. That took a surprisingly long time, didn't it? Was it tough? There were a lot of people there with that many enemies. No, I couldn't tell who was the enemy, so I knocked them all into a coma for now. Fumiya words trailed off at this point. Juji think it was a little over 100 people. Well, no one is dead, so it doesn't matter. The resumed speech elicits a dry laugh from Ayako. It's been bothering her lately, but she can't help but feel that her younger brother, since his graduation from 4th High, has been losing his human sensibility. Maybe I should look at my alma mater sometime and see if I can find out about the humanity that Fumiya lost. Ayako thought about such a trivial matter. Ni-san. Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like me to pick you up? Ayako suggested that she would fly with the mock teleportation and bring the Fumiya back to this ship. No, I want you to order the ship to come over and berth here. You're taking the whole ship. Fumiya is apparently planning to take not only the bandits' companions, but also the entire crew of the ship. I have no proof, but I have a feeling that the ship itself isn't unrelated, right? What? While saying so, Ayako gathered her thoughts. Fumiya says that there is no basis for this, but it is not unlikely that the cargo ship was staffed by all of the crew members employed by a crime syndicate. It is even possible that they were all members of a crime syndicate. Fortunately, the Yotsuba family now has an extraterritorial base at Miyakijima. It's not too far-fetched to take an entire ship captive. Rather, in this case, it's the most reliable solution. All right, let's hijack this cargo ship. Seajacking is... Maybe that's the case, Fumiya replied in a dumbfounded voice. It seemed the joke was worth it. Ayako slipped a chuckle, relieved at her brother's normal reaction. Dazed from the impact of being thrown by Ryosuke, Bahadur reached the parking lot where he parked the private car they had used to get here. He didn't feel guilty about escaping on his own. Even though they have been a duo for many years, in the end, Bamon was not his relative. He might not even be able to return to the organization because of his failure in the job, but he didn't need to consider twice that his safety was his top priority. I dared to use a paid facility for parking so as not to cause any unnecessary trouble. As for payment, I chose the place where I could pay by prepaid electronic money that does not require biometric authentication. There shouldn't be any problem concerning parking. However, the car that should supposedly be parked in the lot was not there. In its place, there is a different wagon parked, with a beautiful young blonde woman leaning against the front of it, looking at a terminal. Excuse me, but do you know of a car that was parked right here? Bahadur questioned the blonde beauty in his inexperienced Japanese. Who knows? The woman gives an exaggerated shrug to Bahadur. It was a natural movement that didn't seem out of place. It seems that the blonde beauty had no intention of having any further conversation. Once again, she looked down at the information terminal. Bahadur's mind was quick to switch from confusion to defiance. There was no point in thinking about the vanished car. There is no time for that. Fortunately, there is only a slim young woman here. He's going to take this wagon and leave this place. Unfortunately, Bahadur's magic can't make her unconscious or blind her like Bahman's, but the opponent is just a seemingly helpless young woman. He dropped his paralyzing pistol in the elevator, but Bahadur decided that his bare hands would suffice. Bahadur is a criminal. He may avoid killing, but he has no hesitation in committing violence against women. He didn't utter a word, but instead used the handle of the maglite held in the opposite direction to strike the blonde beauty. However, the maglite Bahadur swung down, sliced through her body, and struck the wagon's windshield. Behind Lena's virtual image, the wagon's windshield made a dull sound. What? Bahadur exclaimed in astonishment. His surprise was not for the fact that the windshield did not crack. Seeing the maglite made of duralumin being repelled by the windshield just assumes that the glass was bulletproof. His reflexive astonishment was quickly replaced by understanding. His astonishment was because of the fact that the maglite had passed right through Lena's body. Lena's information body camouflage, magic, parade. Originally a secret art of the Kudu family of 10 master clans. Originally intended to be used to obstruct the enemy's magic targeting. Parade is not an illusion magic, but counter magic. Yet, the illusions created as a side effect are also very advanced, and far superior to ordinary illusion magic. It may not be his first time facing an illusion, but an illusion that was completely indistinguishable from the real thing, accompanied by a sign of and also a feeling of presence, must be something he had never experienced before. What are you doing? All of a sudden, with the maglite passing through it, Lena's vision extended her palm as if trying to push him away by the chest. Bahadur staggered backwards as the pressure on his chest, accompanied by a temperature of 36.5 degrees Celsius, hit him. The blood drained from his face. The constituent factors of the human sense of touch are temperature, vibration, and pressure. In other words, if these three elements are generated at the point of contact with the virtual image, a person will perceive the virtual image as real. There is no substance in a ghost. Such a notion was present in the culture in which Bahadur grew up. If there is a body, it is not a ghost, but another monster. He was trapped in the belief that she may be relative to an immortal monster that would instantly regenerate, even if her body was gutted or split open. Hey, I'm asking you what you are trying to do. The vision of Lena, with maglite gone, took a step closer to Bahadur. With a small shriek, Kai! Bahadur turned his back to the virtual image of Lena and ran away. He ran and tried to get away. However, Bahadur had to stop after taking a single step forward. Standing before him was Tatsuya and snuggled up to him. Miyuki. Da. Tatsuya Shiba. Oh, so you know me. Bahadur's consciousness didn't register Tatsuya's reply. Bahadur's eyes turned to Miyuki at Tatsuya's side, and Miyuki Shiba. It's probably referring to ghouls, commonly known as ghouls oh my. You know me too. Miyuki smiles brightly. That smile was perfectly gorgeous, so bewitching that it was almost out of this world. Both of Bahadur's eyes were tinted with the color of fear. His consciousness was swallowed up by the panic. Aftaya Sam. Doti. Bahadur suddenly loudly shouted. It is Arabic for open sesame. Come. It has no meaning in and of itself. It was just a keyword imprinted on the consciousness of many people, a mere spell that exists in the world of the story, a keyword that has the specific function of opening the rock door of the treasure cave. There is no symbolic meaning to it, nor is there any magical effect that could work in this world. It's just that when the BS magician Bahadur invokes his innate singular magic, these words are formed as an image of a voice in his own mind. Earlier, whether he says it aloud or not has no relevance to his magic, and having someone hear it aloud does not make them more susceptible to the magic effect. Nevertheless, Bahadur's magic Arabian Nights' Open was indeed activated. Compared to Bahman's close, Open had a narrower range of applications in combat, but it is not completely useless. It can be used to deprive an enemy of the capacity to make a calm judgment by opening the inner doors that lock in the hostility as well as fear, and drive them to self-destruction. However, Bahadur's magic had no effect whatsoever on Tatsuya or Miyuki. Almost at the same time as Bahadur shouted, Tatsuya easily extended his right arm, which was wearing a simple silver-colored bracelet, forward. That bracelet is the Silver Taurus's, a perfect thought-operated type specialized CAD system in the form of a cylinder. The activation sequence is issued in an instant, and the magic sequence is completed in an instant. The activated magic is Gram dispersion, a magic that decomposes the magic sequence, thus nullifying the magic. A magic that doesn't interfere with the effectiveness of a magic, but rather destroys the magic itself. Bahadur's Arabian Nights was destroyed by Tatsuya's Gram dispersion before it could manifest its effects. Please stay put, okay? Miyuki whispers softly to a stunned Bahadur and extends her right arm in the same manner as Tatsuya. The bracelet on her wrist has been processed in such a way that the lights are reflected unevenly in a certain way, making it look as if it were shimmering. This is also a perfect thought-operated type CAD in a cylindrical shape, but it is not a specialized type, but a general-purpose one. Because the perfect thought-operated type of CAD does not need any buttons, it can be freely augmented with decorative features. No matter how decorative it may be, its function will not be compromised. Miyuki's magic strikes Bahadur. Superficially, there is no significant change. Only the expression on Bahadur's face had slipped from his face. Bahadur, paralyzed and terrified, as if his soul had been drained out of him. A second later, collapsed on the street, as if all his strength had been drained out of his body. Simultaneously, both Tatsuya and Lina started walking towards the fallen Bahadur. Reaching first, Tatsuya bent down by Bahadur's side and checked his pulse, breathing and temperature. It's okay. He's just sleeping. Hearing Tatsuya's line, Miyuki exhaled lightly. A magic that Miyuki developed with Tatsuya, based on the hibernation magic that Minoru used to put himself in his sleep, a restrained variation of the mental interfering magic Cositas, called Icethorn. Cositas brings eternal silence that can never be reversed, a virtual death to the spirit. In contrast, Icethorn is a spell that forces the victim into a slumber, in which they cannot awaken on their own, without having a special non-systematic type magic cast on them. Cositas is a magic too powerful by its nature to be manipulated in any way. They devised this magic in order to make use of Miyuki's invaluable natural disposition for mental interference type on a more widespread basis. The completed magic, Icethorn, was a most effective spell to restrain the enemy. Although it was completed in theory, the mental interference system of magic, by its very nature, could only be tested on a human opponent to see its effectiveness. Due to her psychological resistance to human experimentation, Miyuki hadn't gotten the opportunity to test Icethorn. Tonight, however, by using a criminal magician as a test subject for an attempted theft, the completion of the new magic, Icethorn, was finally about to be verified. Tatsuya handcuffed and gagged Bahadur, raised and then said to Miyuki, "Well, let's wake him up." Miyuki uses non-systematic type magic, a scion wave with a specific pattern as the key to his awakening. Since it was a non-systematic type magic, Tatsuya could do it too, but since it was her first time, he decided to let Miyuki see it through to the end. The effect was immediate. Bahadur grunted low and stirred. When Bahadur opened his eyes, he raised himself up and tried to escape in handcuffs, but Tatsuya silenced him with a blow on the solar plexus. Tatsuya then turns to Miyuki with a smile that shows no lingering effects of violence. "Congratulations, Miyuki." "Congratulations, Miyuki. That's awesome. Thank you very much, Tatsuya-sama. And thank you too, Lina." Miyuki smiled with a mixture of joy and relief as Tatsuya and Lina congratulated her. Chapter Unfair and Fair. Although the result was a little pathetic in the end, Ryusuke's own efforts helped to dispel the suspicion that had been cast on him. On the next day, the 7th, Tatsuya informed him that he would be officially employed by Meiji & Company. Amusingly, Ryusuke was not aware of a probation period. He spent the 2 days, T8 and 2, to buy everything he would need for his everyday life, and on the Thay, he moved to the company housing in Izu. Still, on those 2 days he was on paid holiday at Tatsuya's discretion. Also, Mayumi will be moving out tomorrow. On Sunday, aside from Miami's thing, Yuja, that is she, who was left on the second floor of the lab, was very much at odds with Ryusuke. That there was no way he could get her mood to improve. Ryusuke finally felt like his life back home had finally settled. And as he had remembered that the next day was Sunday, Ryusuke stayed up late and made a call through the satellite phone an hour after the date had changed. That is, at 1 o'clock in the morning of May. The local time was a.m. on May. The person on the other end of the line was Rina Fair from the Fair headquarters in Vancouver. Hello, milady. It's Ryusuke. Good morning. Hello, Ryusuke. Your voice sounds brighter than the other day. Did everything go well? Dang. Thank you very much. Thanks to your help, I'm free of the false charges. Ryusuke answers Rina's question in a voice that would be better described as more upbeat than bright. It didn't do anything. No, milady's advice was tremendously helpful. The culprit was Janus's, as you said, and Arabian Nights' flaw, the short duration, was also a big hit. Thanks to you, I was able to win. Ryusuke would have won without my advice. But I'm glad it helped, of course, certainly. This victory of mine, I owe it all to milady's assistance. Rina's cough was picked up by Ryusuke's, from the speaker of the satellite phone he held next to his ear. Milady, did you catch a cold? Ryusuke asks in a tone that clearly expresses his concern. She was actually clearing her throat, but it must have seemed like a sign of a cold to Ryusuke. No, I'm fine. I just had a little cough, oh sure enough. Rina denies it plainly. But if this made sense, Ryusuke would have realized from the beginning that it wasn't a cough from a cold. But Yukame Koka, at the voice that carried a weird strength to it, Ryusuke couldn't say anything more about his anxiety. Ryusuke, what's going on with Meijin Company? Yes. As Rina changed her voice, Ryusuke changed his mindset as well. I've been successfully employed by them. Congratulations. Rina congratulated Ryusuke for getting a fixed position, regardless of the assignment. Thank you very much. I will continue my investigation into Shiba Tatsuya's true intentions. The only thing on Ryusuke's mind was the mission given to him by Rina. Rina couldn't help but let out a sigh. Immediately after that she thought, damn it, milady. What's the matter with you? There's nothing wrong with my body and I'm not tired. It's nothing. Rina didn't let Ryusuke finish. Once he heard Rina say there was nothing wrong with her body with her own mouth, Ryusuke couldn't discuss anything else about her health. It wasn't just with Ryusuke. It was the same with all the members of the fair. The reason being Rina's body is clearly abnormal. I will report back to you as soon as I learn something new. She couldn't see him, since they were on a voice call, but Ryusuke straightened up his posture as he said it. Don't overdo it, please. I'll be mindful of that. Well, milady, have a good day. Good night. Ryusuke Rina noticed that it was the middle of the night in Japan. He was honored to receive a bedtime set phrase from his milady. Ryusuke immediately decided to go to sleep. May 10th, Sunday, just after a.m. Tatsuya was having breakfast a little later than usual, along with Miyuki and Lena. Tatsuya, Dottie, I have a question. Lena asked Tatsuya in a sharp tone unbecoming of a breakfast table. Miyuki frowned lightly, but Tatsuya didn't sound particularly bothered by it. What? He asked back. Why did you keep Tsukami in the company? Lena's question was why he hired Ryusuke as a full-time employee. It seems that she decided to call him Tsukami instead of Ryusuke. As a member of a potential terrorist organization, she can't bring herself to call Ryusuke by his first name. Well, he did as he promised. He personally caught the real culprits himself, even if it was only one of the two. So we're going to keep our side of the deal too. You don't have the obligation to do so. Lena, aren't you misunderstanding? I didn't promise Tsukami that I won't fire you if you catch the real culprits or anything like that. Then why? Lena's cheeks are about to puff up in displeasure. Tatsuya couldn't help but want to see her do such childish behavior, but refrained from acting so out of character, like deliberately teasing her. It's because his talents seem useful. Well, he is certainly fit to be a soldier, but I don't think he's good enough to balance the risk of carrying a spy. Lena acknowledged Ryusuke's competence, but wasn't convinced by Tatsuya's answer. I'm not counting on him as a combatant, you know. But Tatsuya's intentions were different from what Lena thought she understood. Then, what is it? It's because he's connected to Fair. What do you mean? Tatsuya-sama. Perhaps, are you considering establishing a cooperative relationship with Fair? Miyuki, who was frowning at Lena's snapping at Tatsuya, shelved her displeasure and inquired at Tatsuya. It would be a waste to discard the possibility of that. We're already a minority in human society. Unless they're a clear criminal organization, if we can join forces with them, that would be great. That's right. Miyuki nodded in response to Tatsuya's words, and Lena did not object here either. PM. Tatsuya came alone to the Yotsuba main house. The purpose of his visit was, naturally, to meet with Maya. He was here to report on the stellar reactor plant and the invasion and attempted theft on FLT, the organization to which the intruders, Bahadur Mufid and Baman Mufid, codenamed Janices, belonged is fair. After a round of greetings, Tatsuya gave the names of Bahadur, Baman, and the organization that had been identified as a result of the interrogation of the crew of the getaway freighter. Fair. As I recall, it was a militant group based in San Francisco, right? Fair. Fighters against inferior race. Its headquarters is in San Francisco. While FAIR is an organization dedicated to the protection of human rights of magicians, FAIR is dedicated to the active struggle against the anti-magic movement. So far, there is no evidence that FAIR has engaged in any sort of organized crime. But the public order authorities believe it is only a matter of time. This is the only information currently available about it in Japan. There are also rumors that magicians are becoming more and more dangerous in California because of FAIR. Yes. And it was FAIR's leader, Rocky Dean, who ordered the theft of the manufacturing method for the artificial relics. The leader himself ordered the theft. That's more like a crime syndicate than an extremist group, isn't it? With an amused expression on her face, but with a cold, roused gleam in her eyes, Maya ridiculed FAIR. I think FAIR's true colors are that of a criminal association. Instead of back-channeling to Maya, Tatsuya took a step forward in his speculation with a very serious countenance. Also, it seems that FAIR has a lot of BS magicians like Janus. Of BS magicians. Maya, who until now was in an atmosphere of, I don't care more than half of the time, suddenly displayed a strong interest in the matter. The people we captured this time only referred to themselves as BS magicians when asked, but they may also have more specialized personnel in their hands, such as sorcerers, for example. In fact, the unusual power of Bahadur Mufid and Baman Mufid that we captured this time are quite different in nature than our magic. Janus may be a superpower user who should be more of a sorcerer than just a BS magician. A sorcerer modifies phenomena in the same sense as a magician, but their system of UAB abilities cannot be rationally explained. Their inability to explain their superpower was due to a major flaw in modern magical theory. The abilities of BS magicians and sorcerers are said to be inferior to those of magicians regarding raw fighting power. I think that's true as well as does the general consensus, but we can't deny the possibility that there are people with abilities beyond our imagination. Right. And I think we need to do some further investigation on FAIR. You understand. If you are so wary of them, then I suppose I should investigate. Tatsuya-san, please come up with a tangible method of investigation. Let's discuss it again afterwards. Understood. As a matter of fact, Tatsuya already had a plan in mind at this point. However, Tatsuya decided not to bring it to the table, and withdrew quietly from Maya's presence for the day. After leaving the Yotsuba main house, Tatsuya returned to his home in Shofu, and regardless of the fact that it was Sunday, flew to Miyakijima. Tatsuya's destination was not the stellar reactor plant in the northeast, but his private laboratory in the northwest. However, the purpose was not related to the research to refine the artificial relics magister, which was his recent focus. It is PM. It is almost time for the residential space station where Minoru and Minami live, Jalthei orbital satellite habitation facility, Takachiko Yuwa, to make its closest approach over Miyakijima. He confirmed Takachiko's current position on the monitor in the lab and pointed the infrared laser communication antenna at it. The infrared laser communications are highly directional and therefore have a low risk of interception. Also, the amount of data that can be transmitted is large, allowing the application of complex encryption algorithms. Tatsuya-sama, how may I help you? The one who answered the call was Minami. After bowing politely and waiting for Minami to raise her head in the monitor, Tatsuya told her, I have a request to make from Minoru. Please wait a moment. Just as Minami's line, Tatsuya didn't have to wait too long. Tatsuya-san, I'm sorry for making you wait. Minoru soon appeared on the monitor. You understand you have a favor to ask of me. Please, feel free to ask you all if that's what you're saying. That would be very helpful. Actually, there's something I'd like you to investigate in America. In America. Yeah, it's fine. It's possible to infiltrate with the current orbit. No, I'm not in that much of a hurry. We can wait until the activation sequence for Takachiko's movement is complete. Tatsuya immediately stopped Minoru, who was about to drop as soon as he reached the area over the American continent. It's not exactly an emergency, is it? Then why me? It's a bit of a tricky party to deal with. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving it to you unless it was fitting to your skills. I'm happy to hear you saying so. Tatsuya's line was not meant to be flattering. He was serious. Knowing this, Minoru looked even happier. Who is this tricky party? Have you ever heard of a magic supremacist organization called FAIR? Minoru's smiling expression suddenly tightens. I know. We were hiding with FAIR just before I challenged Tatsuya-san in our last fight. Tatsuya couldn't hide his surprise at this confession. Is FAIR an organization related to GUG? Wu-Jie, a mysterious old man of stateless overseas Chinese who used Zhao Gongjin, whose ghost was later absorbed by Minoru, to carry out various subversive operations against Japan. Japanese magicians. He was originally a magician who belonged to the Great Asian Union and the defeated Daehan, which competed with the Great Asian Union for control of the Eastern Asian continent. The Yotsuba family was deeply involved in the destruction of Daehan. As a consequence of such, Guji had targeted the Yotsuba family for some time, but in the end, Guji was hunted down by Tatsuya and his accomplices Ikiju Masaki and Jumonji Katsuto, who were working with him at the time, and disappeared into the time. See. Although, the person who killed Guji firsthand was Canopus, a member of the Stars who was sent by the USNA to destroy any evidence that could be used against them. The reason why Tatsuya connected Minoru's confession to Guji was because Minoru had inherited the knowledge of Zhao Gongjin. At the time, Tatsuya suspected that Minoru, who had never left Japan before, would turn to an organization with a connection to Zhao Gongjin, in other words, an organization that Guji was involved with. FAIR was originally an organization that Guji orchestrated. However, Guji apparently lost control of FAIR and quickly let it go. I didn't know it came about that way. Then I shouldn't be asking you to do it, should I? Thinking that he might have a sense of obligation to the organization that sheltered him once, Tatsuya suggested withdrawing the request. But, please let me do it. Minoru shook his head resolutely and refused to back down. Even though it was a one-time thing, asking extremists for help is one thing from my past that I need to redeem. Minoru's voice was filled with determination. If that is the case, then Tatsuya has no reason to hesitate. All right. FAIR's headquarters are in San Francisco. So, they've moved from Los Angeles. All right. I'll take care of Tatsuya. And Minoru nodded to each other, and then their transmission was terminated. Immediately afterwards, Tatsuya started to work on the creation of the activation sequence for the movement of the Takachiko orbital satellite. On a day in mid-May in San Francisco, a tall man and woman were facing each other at FAIR headquarters. The man was a slim, handsome man of Italian descent, standing at 6 tall. The woman was around cm, a beautiful and sensual woman of North African descent. Both were around the age of. The woman gives a deep old-fashioned bow, and the man motions for her to raise her head in a magnanimous tone. So, tell me, did Janus fail? Yes, Your Excellency. It would appear that the Janus duo have been captured in Japan. The one addressed as Your Excellency was the head of FAIR, Rocky Dean. His right arm, Laura Simon, answered Dean's question with her eyes cast down. There were only two people in this dimly lit room, Dean and Laura. Almost everything FAIR does is determined by these two alone. Those two shouldn't be so easy to catch, though. Do you have any idea who caught them? If you don't mind me guessing. Sure, that's fine with me. Laura raises her eyes from their lowered position and meets with Dean's gaze. Perhaps they fell into Yotsuba's hands. Perhaps, she said. But Laura's tone was full of conviction. Untouchables, huh? Then it can't be helped. Your Excellency, what is it? Dean urges Laura, who clearly cut off her words mid-sentence. To continue, it's clear that the stellar reactor plant is under Yotsuba's control. It was easy to predict that Yotsuba would intervene if we mess with it. So, did Your Excellency use Janus as a sacrificial pawn? That's a misunderstanding. Dean exaggeratedly waved his hands in front of his face. I'll admit that I overestimated the Janus duo and relatively underestimated the Yotsuba, though, but I would never abandon my associates. I'm terribly sorry. Shamelesses, Laura thought, but did not end up saying it, even though it was just the two of them. No, because it was just the two of them, it was extraordinarily necessary to distinguish between what was acceptable to say and what should not be said. Her boss, by no means, was a merciful leader, but I suppose so. Let's not mess with Stellar Reactor anymore, shall we? We can't afford to add more casualties of negligence. That said, Dean hugged Laura's waist. Dean's lips touched Laura's ear and a sweet voice escaped Laura's mouth. And it also doesn't have to be artificial relics. We can just get the original. Laura couldn't respond to the murmurings, as her consciousness was lost to Dean's hands crawling over her body. Dean gave a belligerent smile as he squeezed a lewd gasp from Laura's mouth. Into. Be continued,